What if I told you that the sands of ancient Egypt whisper secrets that could topple empires? What if the pharaohs, those towering gods of the Nile, were not merely rulers but the architects of a cosmic chess game that stretched across millennia? Close your eyes. Feel the pulse of a civilization that designed tombs as gateways to eternity, where every hieroglyph was a finger pointing at something far more sinister than mere history. Time? It's not linear here. It bends and warps like the Nile itself, cradling the lifeblood of myths and monsters, where gods walk among mortals and power is just a masquerade. The pyramids stand as tombstones for secrets, an eternal silence so deafening you can hear the faint scratching of ancient scribes, writing warnings into the very fabric of stone. What did they know that we do not? Imagine this, the dynasty so rich in intrigue that everyone from the lowliest peasant to the most exalted priestess played their part in a cosmic drama. Betrayals? Check. Lovers turning into assassins? Absolutely. And let's not forget the pharaohs, draped in gold, sitting on thrones of bones, their reigns punctuated by blood-soaked rituals and the laughter of gods who toyed with mortals like children with dolls. Each decree carved onto papyrus, each command whispered into the ear of a trembling servant, every word a ticking time bomb. What happened when the sun set on the last of the mighty? The tombs became haunted with echoes of their past, but don't let the stillness fool you. Those dusty halls teem with whispers of conspiracies, unsolved murders, and treasures that could ignite wars just by being spoken of. What treasures lie buried beneath the shifting sands? What dark magic did the sorcerers wield, and how did they bend the very fabric of reality to their will? You think you know the story? Think again. This isn't just a history lesson, it's an electrifying game of survival. The lore of ancient Egypt is a labyrinth, and every turn could lead to enlightenment or death. The very gods themselves had a penchant for drama, leaving behind riddles steeped in blood that challenge our understanding of morality and power. What if the afterlife was only the beginning of a far more sinister existence? What if the lost scrolls of the ancients map out a world you never knew existed, teetering on the brink of revelation? Grab hold, because once you step into this world, there's no looking back. Secrets writhe in the shadows, daring you to confront them. The history of ancient Egypt pulls at the threads of your imagination, unraveling a tapestry of existence that could ignite your curiosity like a wildfire. Will you dare to turn the page? Will you confront the pharaohs and laugh at their hubris? This is not just the past, it's a time bomb waiting to explode, and you hold the match. The sun hung low in the sky, a smoldering ember threatening to swallow the horizon, as the cries of a child shattered the stillness of the riverbank. I could almost hear the water whispering its secrets, a liquid lullaby that both soothed and terrified. The Nile, that slithering serpent, coiled around our hearts and homes, and today, it was more than just a river, it was a lifeline, a grave, a temple of longing. Sophia, a mother with eyes as deep and dark as the river's depths, knelt on the damp earth, her fingers clawing at the sand as if it would yield her lost son. Khalid! Her voice cracked, a jagged scream that sliced through the simmering heat. Each syllable echoed back, mocking her, a haunting chant against the backdrop of an imminent storm. The shadows of palm trees danced like specters, twisting and teasing her anguish. Khalid, a boy of 10, was both wild and fragile, a heart too tender for this unforgiving world. He had chased the shimmering fish, taunted the crocodiles, and dared the current, but today he had vanished into the maw of the river, swallowed whole by its merciless embrace. The water, once a source of life, now loomed like a malevolent force, defying the very essence of its nurturing spirit. I remember the wash of the river, its current a gentle pulse beneath the sharp cries of despair. I remember the way the Nile shaped our lives, carving out homes, dreams, and fears. From the first light that kissed its surface to the last gasp of twilight, we were tethered to it, exhilarated, terrified, and bound in an eternal dance. I was there, caught in the storm of emotions that raged within Sophia, and the air felt thick with memories. Then there was Nasser, the fisherman, a man with a heart hardened by loss. He had cast his nets wide, hoping for bounty, but every catch felt like a ghost haunting his heart. The river has taken too much, he muttered, as he stood at the edge, the tension in his posture recalling a taut string, ready to snap. His wife, lost to sickness, had been a flicker of light, extinguished too soon. The Nile had swallowed her laughter just as it threatened to snuff out Khalid's spirit. "Help me! Please!" Sophia's plea wove its way through the tension, a desperate thread tugging at the core of Nasr's solitude. He hesitated, a battle raging within him. To help was to risk his own heart, yet he felt the pull of duty, an instinct so primal it thundered in his chest. I remember the silence that followed, a stillness heavy with the weight of unspoken fears. The haunting echoes of Sophia's cries ricocheted through the air, mingling with the earthy scent of the riverbank, the tang of decay and life. The river was alive, a churning beast, and we were all at its mercy. "Do you want me to dive?" Nasr whispered, the words faltering as they slipped into the void. He looked at Sophia, her face crumpled in agony, her heart an open wound gaping in the light. It's dangerous." What is danger when the life of a child hangs in the balance? What is safety when the very ground beneath you seems to shift like the water? Sophia's resolve hardened, a fire igniting in her chest. "He is my blood. I will not lose him to the river." In that moment, her voice was a battle cry, a raw testament to the strength of a mother's love. It filled the air, reverberating against the backdrop of the Nile's eternal flow. Time seemed to stop, the sun suspended above, its rays stretching like fingers reaching for salvation. Nasr glanced at the water, its surface shimmering like shattered glass, its depths a void of uncertainty. He stepped closer, the ground beneath him shifting as if the earth itself wanted to pull him back, to keep him safe from the ancient wrath of the river. I remember the legends, the stories whispered around flickering fires at dusk, of the gods who ruled the Nile, of how they could either bless or curse the land and its people. A river could bring forth life, but it could also take it away in an instant. And today, it felt like the river was watching, waiting, biding its time. "Hold on to hope," Nasr breathed, stepping into the water. The coolness wrapped around him like a shroud, a chilling reminder of the stakes. The river lapped at his legs, daring him to venture deeper, to plunge into the unknown. Each heartbeat echoed in his ears, the rhythm of a desperate prayer. And then Sophia knelt, hands pressed to the earth, her body trembling as she poured her soul into the ground. "Oh, please, let him be safe." Her voice was a fragile thread weaving through the chaos, a detonation of fear and hope swirling around them. The river surged, a sinister laugh echoing in the ripples. Nasr Dove, a silhouette against the setting sun, a warrior battling the very essence of nature. Water enveloped him, icy fingers clutching at his flesh, and for a moment, he was weightless, suspended in a world where time lost its grip. I remember the taste of salt on my lips, the stinging realization that we were all just shadows casting ourselves upon the river, desperately seeking something, anything, to hold on to. As Nasr fought against the current, I felt the pull of the unknown, what lay beneath the surface. What dark secrets did the river conceal? The sun dipped lower, painting the sky in shades of crimson and despair, and with it came the realization that the Nile was both creator and destroyer, a mirror reflecting our deepest fears and desires. With every passing moment, the tension tightened, the air crackling with unspoken words and impending fate. In that swirling chaos of emotion, the Nile surged, echoed with cries of mothers, of lovers lost, of promises whispered in the night. The river would not remain silent. It beckoned, a seductive force, pulling us closer to the brink. And as the shadows lengthened, we held our breath, caught in the ultimate confrontation, the fight for life against the relentless tide of destiny. The river waited, a predator cloaked in beauty, as the winds of fate swept across the land, ready to unveil its next act. A scream cuts through the silence, sharp as a blade slicing through flesh, echoing against the skeletal remains of trees that have long surrendered their color to the relentless desert sun. It is the cry of a mother, a sound so raw, so visceral, it seems to suspend time itself in the dry air of what will someday be known as Egypt. I remember the heat, the suffocating weight of it, every grain of sand a reminder of both life and death, of hope and despair. The child, a boy no older than 5, sprawls on the ground, his small frame motionless, surrounded by the bloody remnants of a world not yet fully formed. The mother, her face a mask of anguish, reaches for him, her fingers trembling, desperate to bring him back to her. A figure stands apart, watching from the shadows, heart pounding, throat dry, Horus, the boy's brother, eyes wide with terror. He feels both the heat and the icy grip of fate. What could he have done? What could anyone do against the swirling chaos of life? The ground beneath him is littered with remnants of ancient life, bones and artifacts whispering secrets of those who walked before. He knows they are cursed by a land that gives life but takes it just as easily. The rivers nearby twist and turn like serpents, their waters shimmering against the harshness of the sun, promising nourishment while hiding dangers beneath the surface. Horus clutches a simple clay vessel, the weight of it grounding him even as his heart races. He remembers the laughter shared with his brother, the cool splash of water against their skin, the playful shouts that filled the air. But now? Now, all he feels is the emptiness that gnaws at him, a void where the joy once lived. The world seems to spin out of control, and all he can do is watch. His breath's coming gasps, the air thick with the scent of sweat and blood, the metallic taste a reminder of what has been lost. Meanwhile, the shadows deepen. Somewhere, a cawing crow circles above, as if heralding doom. The land is shifting, the soil trembling beneath the weight of the unclaimed dead. Heartbeats echo like distant drums, each one is a whisper of those who came before, ancestors entwined within the fabric of this unforgiving terrain. They were hunters once, gatherers, the first architects of a civilization that will rise and fall like the sun over the horizon. But here, now, in this moment, all that remains are ghostly echoes of dreams unfulfilled. But wait, there's Amunet, a woman forged from the grit and tenacity of this land. She stands at the edge of a settlement, her hands calloused but beautiful in their strength. She knows the burden of survival, she carries it like a shroud. Each dawn she wakes to the sound of the river, its soft murmurs calling to her, promising life. Yet, the fear gnaws at her, a constant reminder of the danger lurking just beyond the horizon. The world outside is a tempest of uncertainty, the sky an angry bruise that warns of storms to come. As she kneads the clay, shaping it into vessels that could cradle the hopes of her people, she allows herself to remember memories of laughter, of nights spent weaving stories around flickering fires, warmth radiating like a balm against the encroaching chill. But those days feel distant, faded like the colors of the desert at dusk. The dreams of a thriving community, of a place where life would flourish, are now shattered, fragments of glass reflecting the sunlight, sharp and dangerous. Amunet's heart aches for her brother, lost to the dust of battle, and for the community that once thrived under the blessings of the Nile. Now, her people are scattered, fear has woven itself into the fabric of their lives. She remembers the frantic searches for food, the desperate grasping for resources that dwindle with each passing day, each sunrise a reminder of their plight. We were so foolish, she whispers to herself, to believe that the gods would always favor us. The sun dips low, casting long shadows that stretch like fingers across the earth. Amunet walks to the river, the reflection of her face shattered in the water. Here, she can almost forget the horrors of the day. Here, she can dream of what could be, a united tribe, a civilization that withstands the test of time. But the tranquil waters are deceptive, tricksters of the mind, a cruel reminder of how quickly everything can be swept away. Horus watches from afar, a ghost of his former self. He feels the weight of his brother's absence, the silence a haunting melody that plays over and over in his mind. What will become of us, he wonders, feeling the tremors of fear and uncertainty ripple through the air like a distant storm. The shadows loom closer, creeping into his thoughts, threatening to swallow him whole. Amunet, sensing his despair, turns, her voice breaking the silence like thunder. We must fight, Horus. We must rise from the ashes of our sorrow. Her words echo in the stillness, a rallying cry. She feels the power of the earth beneath her, the pulse of life that refuses to be extinguished. The Nile will not allow them to fade into oblivion, it will nourish them, providing for their souls as it has for generations. But Horus shakes his head, fear clawing at his insides, the memories of loss a heavy cloak pressed against his chest. And if we fail, he whispers, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. What if the land rejects us? What if the gods have turned their backs? I remember, Amunet says softly, stepping closer, when the rains would come, and the earth would bloom. I remember the stories my mother told me, the tales of resilience. The air crackles with tension, raw and alive. The sun sinks lower, painting the sky in shades of crimson and indigo, the colors wrapping around them like an omen. In this moment, the past and future collide, a cacophony of dreams and nightmares, woven together in the tapestry of human experience. They feel the weight of their ancestors behind them, urging them forward, pushing them against the tide of despair. And though the sands of time swirl and shift, the heartbeat of civilization pulses, a rhythm that refuses to be silenced. As the darkness descends, the shadows deepen, and the silhouettes of their lives stretch into the horizon. Amunet and Horus stand on the precipice of something vast, a world teetering between ruin and rebirth, haunted by echoes of the past yet inspired by the flickering flame of hope. And as they face the gathering storm, something stirs in the depths of the earth, a promise of life, of resilience, of a civilization yet to come. The night envelops them, but within its embrace lies the unyielding promise of dawn. The air crackles with tension as the sun bleeds its last light into the horizon, casting a fiery glow over the Nile. The river, a lifeblood, a serpent coiling through the land, swells with secrets and blood. I stand at the edge, where Upper Egypt meets Lower, where dreams dangle like the last leaves of autumn, yearning for the warmth of spring. My heart pounds, each beat a drum in this unspeakable moment, a call to arms against the shadows lurking just beyond the reeds. Mens, the man who would be Nama, stands before me, drenched in resolve yet quivering on the precipice of destiny. His eyes flicker like flame, reflecting the dusk, the weight of a kingdom pressing upon his shoulders. Tonight, he breathes, a whisper tainted with the taste of iron, we carve our names into the flesh of history. I can feel the world shudder, the very earth beneath me yearning to erupt. Nama is not a king yet, but a man caught between two worlds, two hearts, two fates, his own and the land's. The weight of that choice hangs in the air, thick as the mists rising from the river, twisting around my thoughts like a lover's embrace gone sour. A distant cry echoes, my heart stutters. It is the sound of a soldier, no doubt, driving a wedge deeper into the fabric of a nation torn asunder by rivalry and blood. The clash of swords, the dull thud of bodies hitting the ground, offers a macabre symphony as I recall the stories told around fires, tales of gods who once walked among mortals, and how they wept as they watched their creations turn against one another. I remember the tales of Ra as he sailed across the sky, shedding light on wanderers lost in the dark. But tonight, the darkness feels alive, hungry. Then there's Aset, the fierce warrior with a heart of gold trapped in a chest of iron. Her loyalty lies with Upper Egypt, yet her spirit dances dangerously close to Nama's vision. She stands beside him, a tempest wrapped in a woman's form, her hands calloused from battle, yet tender as she reaches for him. Will you unify or will you betray? She hisses, eyes flashing like lightning, her words striking at the very core of his resolve. I see the flicker of uncertainty in Nama's eyes, the fleeting shadow of doubt as he wrestles with the weight of her accusation. Do you think I want this? He barks, voice sharp as glass, echoing against the waters that cradle so many dreams, so many lives. I fight not just for power, but for a future where children can play without fear. Aset's gaze softens, yet the tension sizzles between them, thick and electric. I can feel it like a pulse, a heartbeat that quickens, pulls me closer to the storm brewing in the marrow of their fate. This is not just a battle for land, it is a battle for the very soul of Egypt. The moon rises, pale and ghostly, a silent witness to the tumult below. I watch as shadows of men, ghosts of ancestors long forgotten, seem to dance upon the river's edge, beckoning, warning, pleading. The weight of their legacy hangs heavy in the air, and I think of the generations who will either sing praise or curse Nama's name. History, I remember, is shaped by both the conquerors and the conquered, by the blood spilled and the tears shed. Nama grips Aset's arm, a surge of passion igniting the air between them. Together, we are stronger, he implores, voice a low rumble filled with fervor. It's a promise, a gamble, and the space between them crackles with the heat of unspent energy. But shadows of doubt linger in the corners of my mind, who truly holds the reins? Can love and loyalty stand against the tides of ambition and power? The scent of smoke grows thick, mixing with the cool night air. I feel it crawl into my lungs, an omen of what's to come. I see the flicker of torches approaching, an army marching toward a moment that will either unite or devour. My heart races, a war drum echoing in my ears as they draw nearer, their silhouettes sharp against the backdrop of the shimmering Nile. Are you ready to fight for a dream, Mens? Aset's voice pierces the chaos, and I see her vulnerability, her own dreams wrapped in the heavy shroud of uncertainty. Will you bleed for it? Her question hangs like the crescent moon above us, illuminating both the path and the peril that lies ahead. I will bleed for us all, he replies, and in that single moment, I feel the collision of histories. The ghosts whisper their approval, yet their dissent lingers like a spectre. An army is not just warriors, it's the echo of hopes, fears, and dreams. The drums of war sound, a cacophony pulling us into the abyss. The clash of swords will soon ring out, the cries of men will mingle with the cries of a nation. I watch Nama and Aset stand on the brink, two souls intertwined in the dance of fate, longing to stitch the fabric of a fractured land. I feel the pulse of the universe, a heartbeat resonating through time and space, binding us all to this moment. And then comes the inevitable silence, a lull before the storm, where every breath feels stolen. My heart hammers as anticipation clings to the air. Time stretches like the shadows, and I stand on the cusp of an epoch, a witness to dreams that shimmer and shatter. The stars blink down as if holding their breath, awaiting the clash that will redefine existence itself. In this moment, everything hangs suspended, the weight of history, the hopes of a people, the love entwined in desperate urgency. The river flows, unyielding, and I know, oh how I know, that nothing will ever be the same again. The stage is set, the players at their positions, and I can't help but feel that the end is only the beginning of something far greater. The Nile ebbs and flows, a reminder that cycles of life and death, love and loss, will continue, echoing through the ages like an ancient song, haunting, beautiful, and forever echoing. A single candle flickers in the dim chamber, its flame a delicate heartbeat, casting long shadows that twist and writhe along the mud brick walls. The air is thick with the scent of damp earth and fear. I stand on the precipice of a storm, a heartbeat away from chaos. In this moment, the murmurs of the past claw at my soul, whispering secrets of power and betrayal, as I try to grasp the weight of a civilization perched upon a knife's edge. I remember the night my father fell. The echoes of his cries still haunt these worn stones. He was a chieftain, revered yet feared, a man who wore his ambition like armor. He had visions of cities, brick by brick, he laid the foundations of our world, and yet it all crumbled like the clay beneath our feet. Power is a fickle mistress, and she had turned her gaze elsewhere. Shadows moved in the corners, conspirators hidden behind the veils of night. I, a mere boy then, could only watch as his dreams were suffocated by those who once called him brother. I remember the moment I realized I would have to fight for my place, to carve my name into the annals of our blood-soaked history. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, and the sky wept colors of crimson, a warning, perhaps. My mother stood by the river, her silhouette stark against the fading light. Her hands, calloused from toil, trembled as she knelt to fetch water, a ritual that seemed mundane yet carried the weight of our survival. "Do not let them take what is yours," she said, her voice a haunting melody that echoed in my mind. Her eyes, fierce and knowing, held a promise and a curse. I remember her words as I face my rival, Enki, a man as cunning as he is treacherous, his smile a mask that barely conceals the snake coiled within. The political structures of our world are not merely lines drawn in the sand, they are web spun from deceit and ambition, weaving through the hearts of men like a deadly poison. Enki moves through the crowd with the grace of a predator, and I wonder if the people can sense the storm brewing in the depths of his darkened gaze. I can feel it, the tension crackling like thunder in the air, setting my heart racing. "Your father was weak," he taunts, each word dripping with venom. "He left you nothing but a crumbling legacy." The crowd holds its breath, the silence amplifying the weight of his accusation. I can see the flicker of uncertainty in their eyes, the seeds of doubt he plants like a gardener tending to his crop. I want to scream, to shatter the facade of calm that clings to me like a shroud. But instead, I grit my teeth, my fingers curling into fists. I refuse to give him the satisfaction of seeing my fear. But fear is a hungry beast. It gnaws at my insides, a reminder of the stakes, a reminder of my mother's trembling hands and my father's broken dreams. As I step closer to Enki, I feel the energy shift, the air thick with unspoken words and unfulfilled desires. It is a dance, a ritual where the floor is slick with ambition and desperation. I can smell the sweat of the crowd, the desperation clinging to their skin, as if they, too, feel the weight of my struggle. Strength lies not in blood but in conviction, I say, my voice steady, echoing against the walls that had seen centuries of struggle. They lean in, hungry for hope, for a hero to rise from the ashes. But what I see in their eyes is not just hope, it's the reflection of my own desperation, the shadows of my dreams etched into their faces. We are bound together, trapped in this cycle of power and despair. Across the plaza, I spot Aisha, my childhood friend turned fierce warrior. She stands tall, her gaze fierce as she watches the exchange unfold. I can see the fire in her spirit, the heart of a lioness. But I know, too, that a lioness can be brought down. She has fought alongside me, enduring the relentless march of time and tyranny. Together, we are a force, yet the weight of our past hangs heavy between us. Aisha knows the truth, power is often forged in blood. We can't let them take our home, she whispers to me, urgency laced in her voice. I catch the flicker of fear in her eyes, mirroring the storm raging inside me. It's a fear that we might fail, that we might lose everything we fought for. I want to reach for her, to assure her that together we can stand against the tide. But the shadows lurking at the fringes of our society whisper otherwise. Each day, they chip away at the foundation of trust we have built. I remember the stories of those who came before us, their ghostly silhouettes wandering through my dreams, reminding me of the sacrifices that had been made. I remember the blood that enriched the soil beneath our feet, the cries of the fallen echoing through time, a haunting lullaby. I close my eyes briefly, letting the memories wash over me like a shroud. It is not just my father I fight for, it is every soul that has dared to dream, every heart that has sacrificed for the greater good. As the moon rises, casting an ethereal glow over our gathering, the tension in the air is palpable. The ground beneath us thrums with the heartbeat of our ancestors, reminding us that we are not alone. We are connected, an unbroken chain of hope and despair, love and loss. And in that moment of clarity, I know what I must do. No more, I roar, the sound rippling through the crowd like a wave crashing against the shore. No more will we live in shadows. The crowd erupts, a cacophony of voices rising to meet my declaration. I see Aisha's smile, a flicker of light in the darkness. But as the deafening roar fills the air, I can't shake the feeling that the fight has only just begun. Our society, our very existence, is fragile, and the night is long. Each heartbeat echoes a promise to resist, to rise, to challenge the very foundations that threaten to bury us. And as the shadows shift and the ghosts linger, I find strength in the chaos. The dawn is still far away, but in this moment, I can feel it approach, like the first light breaking through a stormy sky. It promises to illuminate the darkness that clings to our hearts. The battle for our legacy has just set its course, and I am determined to navigate it, one heartbeat at a time. Darkness clung to the air like a shroud, thick with the scent of sweat and stone. The moon, an indifferent witness, peeked between the jagged silhouettes of the pyramids, casting long shadows that danced like ghosts upon the cold, ancient ground. A muted groan erupted from the depths of the Great Pyramid, reverberating against the smooth granite like a heartbeat echoing in the void. It was a sound that raised the fine hairs on the back of your neck, a warning whispered through the ages, life and death entwined in this sacred burial ground. I remember the first time I stood before the pyramid's towering form, its apex piercing the night sky, defying the heavens yet bound to the earth by the weight of its purpose. The stars above seemed to spiral in a grand cosmic ballet, mocking the insignificance of those who toiled beneath them. I wanted to feel awe, to embrace the majesty of creation, but dread gnawed at my insides. What horrors lay entombed within those stone walls? My heart raced, pounding like a drum heralding an approaching storm. Then there was Aset, her eyes fierce yet haunted, flaring with the fire of rebellion. She stood at the foot of the pyramid, fists clenched, defiance radiating from her every pore. A daughter of the sun and the moon, she was a living testament to the struggle of a people bound by duty and tradition, yet yearning for freedom. "This isn't just stone, it's a prison," she shouted, her voice slicing through the oppressive silence. I could feel the tremor of her passion, the pulse of her desperation mingling with my own. "We are not ciphers in someone else's tomb." Her words cut deep, igniting a flicker of courage in me. I remember the weight of fear, like a chain wrapped around my throat, choking the breath from my lungs. But in that moment, Aset's spirit lifted me. My name is Khepri, a mere scribe, a keeper of records, but today, I felt like a warrior, ready to challenge the gods above and those who believed they ruled below. Together, we would not be silent. But shadows lurked, and every step we took echoed with the silent cries of the past. There was Tefnut, once a fellow scribe, now a ghost of what he could have been. I could see the flicker of regret in his eyes as he watched Aset, as if she were a spark threatening to ignite the dry tinder of his soul. "You don't understand, Aset," he whispered, his voice thick with despair. "The weight of history is heavier than stone. You strike at the pillars of our existence." He looked at me, then back at her, a silent plea for her to lay down her sword. But how can one lay down a weapon when the very ground threatens to swallow you whole? Aset's laughter rang out, a bright clear sound that shattered the tension like glass breaking. "What good is history if it's built on the bones of our ancestors? Do you think they rest easy, entombed here, while we cower in the shadows?" Her challenge hung in the air, vibrating with an electric charge that sent shivers down my spine. She was right, history should not weigh us down but should elevate us, inspire rebellion against tyranny. The pyramids loomed, a reminder of the lives lost beneath their weight, the sweat and blood that forged their existence. I could almost hear the whispers of the long-dead pharaohs, their eyes watching us from the stone, judging, waiting. A chill crept through me as I recalled the rumors, the ghosts of those who had defied the pharaohs, their spirits condemned to wander these sacred grounds, trapped in a cycle of endless labor and sacrifice. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, glancing over my shoulder, the fear clawing at my heart. Tefnut's face was ashen, his eyes darting, as if he could sense the same chill that gripped me. "We should go," he urged, his voice trembling. But Aset stood firm, a rock against the relentless tide of fear. "No. We cannot turn back now. I will not be silenced by the whispers of the dead." The air thickened, and I could taste the coppery tang of impending doom as the shadows lengthened, encroaching upon us. The night deepened, suffocating in its intensity, as if the very cosmos conspired against us. I felt the weight of time pressing down, a clock ticking in the distance, counting down to an unknown fate. Then came the moment, a flash of white light, a sharp scream splitting the night. Fear surged like a tidal wave as we turned toward the sound. A figure, cloaked in darkness, emerged from the depths of the pyramid. My heart thundered in my chest, a wild beast trying to escape. It was the high priest, face obscured, eyes glinting like shards of broken glass, a harbinger of doom and despair. "You dare disturb the sacred," he hissed, voice like a serpent slithering through the cracks of our resolve. Aset stepped forward, fierce and unyielding. "We are the architects of our own destiny, not mere guardians of your tombs." Each word dripped with venom, a challenge to the very foundations of power. My breath caught, anticipation crackling in the air like lightning before a storm. But Tefnut's hand shot out, grabbing my arm, a warning, a plea. "Aset, you don't understand what you're provoking." But Aset did understand. In her fiery heart, she sensed the chains of oppression that bound us, felt the suffocating weight of the past pressing against our chests. She was a tempest, and I was drawn to her storm. I felt the tremors of her resolve surge within me, emboldening my spirit, awakening something long dormant. I remember the moment when everything shifted, the air quivered, charged with the promise of change or destruction. The shadows lengthened, and the priest's figure loomed larger, the embodiment of our fears. We stood on a precipice, teetering between despair and defiance, knowing that the choice we made in this moment would echo through the ages. The confrontation that followed was not just a clash of wills, but a battle of souls. Aset unleashed her fury, her voice ringing out like a clarion call against the darkness, while Tefnut and I straddled the line, our hearts racing, caught in the aftershocks of her courage. In that moment, I understood, we were not just stories written in stone. We were flesh and blood, fear and hope intertwined, living legacies etched against the backdrop of history. As the confrontation escalated, the past and the present collided with a force that shook the very ground beneath us. And as the shadows danced, I felt the pulse of time whispering secrets in my ear, echoing through the corridors of eternity. The choice was ours. Would we be mere echoes of those who came before, or would we carve our own paths through the tapestry of existence, forever entangled in the haunting beauty of our own making? I remember standing in the shadow of the colossal pyramid, its ancient stones whispering secrets older than time itself. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of sweat and desperation, the cries of laborers echoing like ghosts trapped in a relentless cycle of toil. The sun beat down mercilessly, splashing golden light across the granite, illuminating the faces of men who looked more like phantoms than human beings. Each furrowed brow, each trembling hand held a story of dreams, of ambition, of sacrifice. Khepri stood at the base, his heart hammering in his chest as he gripped the rough stone. This was not just a monument, it was a promise, a beacon of immortality for Pharaoh Khufu. But with every block placed, he felt the weight of his own dreams slipping through his fingers like sand. Nightmares of failure danced in the corners of his mind. What if he couldn't breathe life into this vision? What if he was destined to be forgotten, just another nameless laborer lost in the annals of history? More stones. More, a voice boomed, laced with desperation and authority, and the men jumped, shuffling forward as if propelled by the very fear of the gods. It was Ramesh, the overseer, his eyes alight with a fervor that bordered on madness. He was a man who had sold his soul for the promise of glory, for a glimpse of the stars in the night sky that seemed so far from reach. Beneath Ramesh's fierce exterior, a storm brewed, anxiety clawed at his insides. He had pledged himself to this impossible task, but every day brought a new horror, a new reminder that greatness came with a price. "Do you think the gods care about our suffering?" Khepri muttered, his voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking the words aloud might summon a wrath he could not bear. He could feel Ramesh's disdain weigh upon him, a palpable force that threatened to crush his spirit. Yet the question lingered, heavy as a stone: for whom did they labor? The pharaoh, cloaked in divinity? Or the unseen spirits of those who had come before, whose bones lay beneath the desert sands? Ramesh turned, eyes narrowing, but then something shifted, a glimpse of vulnerability flickered across his face. Every stone, every drop of blood, it counts. This is our legacy, Khepri. His voice rose, a mixture of passion and fear, a plea and a command. You want to be remembered, don't you? Khefri's throat tightened. He thought of his father, who had toiled just as he did, yet his name had been swallowed by the desert. He thought of the woman he loved, her laughter echoing in his ears like a haunting melody, and the way she looked at him with hope, with expectation. I want more than this, he confessed, his voice trembling. I want to be more than stone. But Ramesh's eyes clouded with anger. Then push harder. The stars don't wait for the weak. The venom in his words pierced through the air, a lash that cut deeper than any whip. I remember the moment everything shifted, a tremor beneath the ground, a shuddering in the very bones of the earth. The men paused, fear rippling through the air like a cold wind, and for a heartbeat, time itself held its breath. Was it a warning? A sign from the gods that their efforts had angered the divine? The pyramid, this monstrous creation, loomed above them, an unfinished promise, a monument to their desire and despair. Khefri's heart raced. He could feel the earth vibrating beneath him, a reminder that life was as fragile as the stones they hoisted. He looked at Ramesh, who stood rigid, a statue of defiance, but beneath that facade, he could sense the fear that all of this was for naught. That their lives, spent in the shadow of this infernal structure, might never amount to anything more than dust. But then he thought of the stars, the vast cosmos stretching infinitely above them. What if we could become part of that, he murmured, not entirely sure if he believed it himself. What if our souls could rise with each stone laid? What if we could touch the heavens? Ramesh's expression softened, just for a moment, as if the weight of ambition had lifted slightly. You think these stones will give us wings? He asked, his voice low and hesitant, almost vulnerable. Khepri nodded, his heart pounding with newfound determination. No. But perhaps they'll make us part of something greater. Perhaps we can carve our names in the stars, too. The fear morphed into something else, a flicker of hope ignited between them, an electric pulse that coursed through the air. But just as quickly as it came, the tremor stopped, leaving an eerie silence that swallowed their words. They stood there, two men against the backdrop of eternity, both battling their demons, both yearning for a connection that transcended the stone. But the moment shattered as the overseer's voice rang out again, sharp and demanding. "Back to work! We have a pyramid to complete!" The words fell like a guillotine, cutting through the fragile thread of their shared moment. Khepri sighed, the weight of reality crashing down upon him. Ramesh turned away, his face set, as if hiding his vulnerability beneath the mask of authority. The labors shuffled forward, the din of chiseling and lifting resumed, an orchestra of despair and hope intertwined. I remember the sound of stone upon stone, the rhythm of their lives entwined with the heartbeat of the earth, and the looming silhouette of the Great Pyramid against the fading sun. Each day became a battle, a relentless march toward an uncertain destiny. Yet amid the sweat and the weariness, there flickered a promise, an echo of dreams that whispered through the cracks of exhaustion, weaving a tapestry of ambition and despair. As night fell, the stars emerged, twinkling like distant memories, fragile and beautiful. They were a reminder that while the stones may crumble, the spirit of those who dared to dream would linger, far beyond the reach of time. And so, the struggle continued, a painful yet intoxicating dance between glory and oblivion, each heartbeat a step closer to the heavens. The Great Pyramid rose higher, a testament to human ambition, a canvas of dreams painted in sweat and sorrow. And deep within its core, the hearts of Khepri and Ramesh beat on, two flawed souls caught in the web of history, forever chasing the horizon of their desires, forever longing to be more than mere shadows against the stars. The sun dipped low in the blood-orange sky, casting long shadows across the bustling streets of ancient Memphis. The air crackled with tension. A figure, cloaked in the deepest black, rushed through the throngs of people, heart pounding like a drumbeat of war. They called him Pharaoh, but he was merely a man, flesh and blood, anxiety woven into the very fabric of his being. His name was Khufu, and today, the weight of a kingdom rested on his shoulders, a crown that felt heavier than the stones of the pyramids he ordered built, a crown that pressed down as if it were forged in the fires of chaos. I remember the whispers, the sharp gasps of the crowd as he passed. They saw a god among men, but I saw the cracks in his facade. Fear coursed through him like a poisoned river, dragging him under, drowning him in the very power he sought to wield. His mind raced with the stories foretold by the priests, tales of divine favor and the wrath of the gods. He remembered the visions, the flickering shadows of the underworld, the weight of judgment waiting on the other side of death. Khufu, a voice cried, splitting through the din. It was Mere, his sister, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and ferocity. She stood there, aflame in the encroaching darkness, her hands clutching a scroll that trembled between them. They speak of rebellion. The people grow restless, believing the gods have turned their backs on us. His heart dropped, a stone into a bottomless pit. What good are pyramids if the very ground beneath them shakes with discontent? The word slipped from his lips like a curse. Mere stepped closer, the scent of myrrh clinging to her skin, mingling with the sweat of anxiety. We must act, brother. Offer them something, an alliance, a sacrifice. Show them your power is divine, not just earthly. She implored, her voice a soft tremor, but the fire in her eyes flared, daring him to find strength within his crumbling resolve. But Khufu felt the weight of the world on his shoulders, a burden he feared could crush him. The priests, chanting their mantras, echoed in his ears, urging him to appease the gods. He remembered their words, to offend the gods is to invite chaos. But chaos was already at his door, knocking louder with each heartbeat, each hushed whisper from the crowd. How do you appease deities who demand blood when your soul is already stained with desperation? Do you feel it? The question slipped out, unbidden. The air thickened, charged with something darker than mere discontent. The shadows danced, mocking him from the corners of his vision. The gods are not pleased. Mere's gaze softened, but the fire did not wane. We are their children, crafted from the Nile's silt. We cannot let fear lead us to ruin. Remember, Khufu, what you seek to build is not just stone, it is a legacy. A legacy. The word hung between them, an ethereal ghost, twisting in the winds of uncertainty. He felt the urge to laugh, a brittle sound that echoed his own doubts. I could build a mountain of stone, and it would still crumble to dust if I failed to secure their favor. And as if in response, the sky darkened, a storm looming on the horizon. Thunder rumbled like the growl of a great beast awakening, and the whispers of the crowd grew frantic. "The gods are angry," they shouted. "The Nile will rise, and we shall drown." Khufu felt the tremor in his bones, the pulse of the land beneath his feet. He was not just a ruler but a vessel, a bridge between the earth and the heavens. Every fear, every doubt, screamed in his mind. "What if they are right?" he murmured, almost to himself. "What if I am nothing more than anointed dust?" In that moment, he stumbled upon the heart of his crisis. To be Pharaoh was to court madness, to dance with gods who twisted fate at their whim. The shadows around him whispered of betrayal, of the clash of swords echoing through the nights. He could see it, the blood, the chaos, the end of everything he had built. But Mary stood resolute, fierce as the lioness, the embodiment of hope. "We must show them strength, Khufu. Together, we can turn the tide. I will not let our family's name be washed away with the currents of despair." Her spirit ignited something deep within him, a flicker of rebellion against the encroaching darkness. "Then we shall not face this alone," he replied, determination weaving through his fear. But doubt lingered, taunting him like a specter. Would it be enough? Would words alone quench the fire of uprising? As they turned toward the temple, where the priests awaited their fate, the air grew heavy with the scent of incense and something acrid, an omen. "We must pray," Khufu murmured, the words slipping out, fragile as gossamer. "Pray that the gods still listen." But even as they stepped under the arch of stone, a chill swept through him. The shadows danced, and the specter of failure hovered just out of sight. Time seemed to warp, a cosmic joke echoing through the ages, mocking them with the absurdity of their plight. Behind him, he heard the soft approach of footsteps, felt the pulse of another life intertwining with his own. It was the voice of their mother, a ghostly whisper from a past long buried. "Your will is your power, Khufu. Do not let it fade." Her presence lingered, a reminder of the weight of expectation that had followed him since birth. He opened his mouth to speak, but found no words. Just a sinking realization. This was not just about building monuments. This was about survival, the survival of a legacy, a lineage, of dreams woven into the very fabric of the cosmos. With every heartbeat echoing through the temple's sacred halls, with every flicker of torchlight illuminating the path before them, Khufu felt the tides of fate shifting. The confrontation was coming like a storm on the horizon. Would he stand firm or would he falter? The gods watched, silent, waiting for the very breath of history to unfold. The air was thick, stifling, as if a great weight had settled upon the land, pressing down on every soul. I remember the distant wails echoing through the streets, a haunting symphony of despair. There, in the shadow of crumbling stone, stood a young man named Kenem. His eyes, once bright with dreams, now mirrored the ashes of a kingdom on the brink. The marketplace, usually alive with laughter and vibrant colors, lay in ruin, stalls overturned, food rotting in the sun, as if the very spirit of the old kingdom had been snatched away overnight. I could feel his heart racing, pounding against his ribcage like a drum summoning the dead. He gripped the remnants of a broken statue, the face of a god long forgotten, and I saw the flicker of rage and helplessness that danced like fire in his gaze. "How did we let it come to this?" he whispered, the question falling like a stone into the silence. His voice cracked, and I could almost taste the salt of his tears mixed with the dust of despair. Nearby, a woman named Asima knelt among the rubble, her fingers tracing the outlines of shattered pottery, fragments of lives once full and vibrant. She had a smile that could spark joy, but now it seemed like a cruel joke against the backdrop of chaos. They called her the healer, yet here she was, powerless against a sickness that seeped deeper than the body, a corruption that choked the very essence of her people. I could see it in her sunken cheeks, hear it in the tremor of her voice as she murmured incantations meant to summon hope, even as the shadows of doubt crawled into the corners of her mind. "Remember," she whispered to herself, "remember when we danced? When the stars were our confetti." The sharp edge of nostalgia cut deep, a reminder of what once was, and what could never be again. Around them, The city groaned like a beast in agony, its heartbeat syncopated with the distant clash of steel and the crackling of flame. The old kingdom, once a tapestry of life and culture, now unraveled before my eyes, a horror show playing out in slow motion. I could feel the fear clutching at my own throat. It was as if the ground beneath our feet threatened to open wide and swallow us whole. The whispers of betrayal danced in the air, twisting like serpents, wrapping around the truth of what had led us to this moment. Drought, famine, and growing discontent festered, but the roots of our destruction ran deeper still: fear, power, greed, and 1,000 small betrayals that built the walls of our demise. As night fell, it cloaked the city in an ethereal darkness, swallowing the last remnants of light. Kenem stood at the edge of the plaza, the moon casting an otherworldly glow upon him. "Do you hear it?" he breathed, his voice a haunting melody. "The sound of everything falling apart. It's as if the stars themselves are lamenting our fate." I felt the chill creep up my spine, a visceral reminder that we were mere mortals, dancing on the edge of oblivion. Asima joined him, her hands trembling as she reached for his. "We can't let despair consume us, we have to fight. We owe it to those who came before us, to our ancestors who built this city from nothing." Her resolve flickered like a candle in the wind, fragile yet fierce. But the shadows loomed larger, whispering treacheries into her ears, breeding doubt even in the most fervent heart. In this moment, I felt the weight of their choices, their struggles, and the unbearable knowledge that the sands of time were slipping through their fingers. I could see Kenem's jaw tightening, the muscles coiling like a spring, ready to snap. "Fight what? Fight who?" "The enemy is inside our walls, Asima. It's not just the drought or the invaders, it's the rot creeping through our very souls." His fists clenched, and I wanted to reach out, to touch that pain, but I could only bear witness, standing on the sidelines of their tragedy. The words hung in the air, heavy and pregnant with meaning, as the city around them continued to unravel. The shadows whispered secrets, the ghosts of those who had fallen before, watching with hollow eyes, waiting for resolution that might never come. I could hear the echoes of swords clashing in the distance, a battle fought not only against invaders but against the very fabric of their society. Each clash resonated with the heartbeat of the kingdom, a pulse of desperation that echoed through the streets. And then the sky ripped open, thunder echoing like a harbinger of doom. Lightning flashed, illuminating the faces of Kenem and Asima, revealing the raw emotion that etched itself into their features. As the rain began to fall, heavy and relentless, it washed over the ruins, mixing with the tears of 1,000 broken dreams. It was cleansing and suffocating all at once, reminding me of life's cruel irony: the world could end in a storm, yet somehow begin anew with the same downpour. "Maybe we are the ghosts," Kenem said, his voice barely a whisper over the cacophony. "Maybe we are already lost." The despair rolled off him in waves, and I felt it wash over me too, drowning me in its depths. Asima shook her head fiercely, her spirit aflame flickering against the storm. "No. We are not ghosts yet. Until our last breath, we fight. We must find the heart of the kingdom, the one thing that can save us." Her words ignited a spark, a glimmer of rebellion against the encroaching darkness. In that tumult of emotions, I could see their futures colliding, could feel the ether of the cosmos shifting, the weight of the past pressing against the present. They were caught in a web of fears and desires, a struggle so beautifully tragic it could be poetry itself. And as the storm raged on, it felt as if time itself was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of fate and choice. With each heartbeat, the story unfolded, a tapestry woven of anguish and hope, of despair and defiance. The collapse of the Old Kingdom was not just a matter of walls tumbling down, it was a brutal reckoning of lost dreams, an echo of every choice made in shadow, a reflection of the haunting whispers that promised both destruction and redemption. As the first rays of dawn fought through the turbulent clouds, illuminating the chaos surrounding Kenem and Asima, the world stood still, teetering on the brink of a choice that would send shockwaves through eternity. In that dawning light, the shadows only deepened, and the struggle continued, endlessly, fiercely, and heartbreakingly beautiful. The air hung thick with anticipation, like the moment before a storm breaks. A gathering of shadows loomed over the sprawling city of Thebes, each one a whisper of the past, each one a promise of a future still unformed. The sky was bruised, a tapestry of dark clouds that pulsed with the tension of an unspoken word, the kind that could shatter the silence like glass. I stood, heart racing, my breath quickening as I watched the distant figures moving among the ruins, sentries or spectres. In this moment, they were both. I remember the day it all shifted. The day when the whispers of history transformed into cries for justice, echoing off the weathered stones of the temple, which bore witness to the rise and fall of countless kings and pharaohs. There, in the crumbling embrace of the once majestic pillars, I saw him, Menkaure, a soldier turned rebel, his brow furrowed with determination and fear. His hands trembled, not from weakness, but from the weight of the world he'd chosen to challenge. "I can't leave them," he said, eyes blazing like the sun breaking through a storm, his voice a low growl that sent a shiver down my spine. I felt my own heart quicken, knowing the danger that lurked in the shadows. Not when they suffer in silence. Menkaure, in all his flawed glory, was the embodiment of restless hope, a flicker in the oppressive darkness. Behind him stood Aset, a priestess adorned in the remnants of her once vibrant garments, now dulled by the weight of sorrow. The temple that had been her sanctuary had transformed into a cage, its hallowed halls echoing with the cries of the forsaken. She carried the burden of tradition and the ache of change, her heart a battlefield of faith and doubt. "You can't save them all," she said softly, voice quivering like the last notes of a forgotten song. "You can't even save yourself." But those words sealed her fate, because Menkaure needed to believe. He needed to believe that the broken could be mended, that the lost could find their way back. The air crackled with a poignant blend of desperation and conviction. "Aset," he pleaded, his voice rough like gravel against smooth skin, "what is faith if we don't test it? What is life if we don't fight for it?" As he spoke, I felt the impending clash of destinies, the shadow of time pressing heavily upon us like a shroud. The cosmos mocked our smallness against its vastness, and the ticking of an unseen clock echoed in my mind. Fate was a cruel mistress. I could feel its breath, cold and ancient, whispering secrets of glory and despair. How often had we stood on the precipice of change, hearts racing, dreams colliding with reality? The scars of our choices would be etched into history, forming a mosaic of triumph and tragedy. Aset's gaze drifted to the moon, a sliver of silver in the roiling clouds, a reminder of the unattainable. "You think the gods care for us?" Her laughter was hollow, a ghostly echo. "They bathe in the blood of our struggles." Her words were loaded with bitterness, a sharp blade cutting through the fog of uncertainty. Menkaure stepped closer, determination etched in his features, a fire ignited within. "Then let them watch. Let them see us fight back." His fists clenched, knuckles white against the growing darkness. He was a man possessed, fueled by a raw, visceral need to reclaim not just their lives, but their dignity. The very air trembled around us, charged with an electric tension that made the hair on my arm stand on end. In that moment, I saw what they didn't, the cracks in their resolve, the fear that lingered just beneath their brave facades. I felt their history wrap around me like a cloak, heavy and suffocating. The past was not just a memory, it was a living thing, breathing, watching. Every failure, every heart-wrenching choice played out like a theater of ghosts before my eyes. The ground vibrated subtly beneath our feet, a distant rumble echoing the looming conflict. From the shadows, a figure emerged, a guard clad in armor that glinted like a predator's eye. He was a sentinel of the status quo, a keeper of the peace that was more a prison than a sanctuary. "What do you think you're doing?" he barked, voice a crack of thunder that pierced the tension. Every muscle in me tensed, ready to either fight or flee. Menkaure stood taller, his heart pounding so fiercely it seemed to resonate in the air. "We're not afraid of you," he shouted, defiance bursting forth like a tide against a crumbling wall. But fear tugged at him, whispering doubts that clawed at his insides. "We have come to reclaim our voices." The guard stepped forward, eyes narrowing, a predator sizing up his prey. "Your cries will go unanswered," he sneered, the words laced with a malevolence that filled the space around us. My skin prickled, the air thickening with the scent of impending violence. Aset's voice broke through, fragile yet fierce. "We may be silenced, but our spirits will not be quenched. We are the embodiment of our ancestors' dreams. I felt her conviction crash against the might of oppression, a tidal wave of hope threatening to drown the despair. The world spun, time fracturing like glass, moments stretching and contracting in a surreal dance. There was no turning back now, the air was electric, charged with the weight of what was to come. The clash of wills would redefine our lives, our paths woven into the fabric of history, stitched together by the threads of sacrifice and rebellion. And then, it happened. The moment when fear met courage head-on, and the echoes of the past clashed against the hopes of the future. I held my breath, each heartbeat a countdown to the inevitable, the shadows around us tightening like a noose. We were on the brink, teetering between despair and defiance, shrouded in the haunting echoes of a world that had almost forgotten what it meant to fight, to feel alive. Outside, the wind howled, the cries of the city mingling with the thunder of our hearts. This was not just a battle for survival, but a fight for identity, a dance with destiny that would ripple through time, carving our names into the annals of history. In this crucible of conflict, I sensed the threads of fate twisting, weaving together the lives of Menkaure, Aset, and the unyielding spirit of a people ready to rise from the shadows. The Middle Kingdom would not remain silent, it would echo with the songs of rebellion, the haunting melodies of memories long past, and the promise of a dawn yet to come. The sun, a molten eye, slumped low, casting slanted shadows across the earthen streets, and I could feel the pulse of the city thrumming beneath my feet, a heartbeat that was both alive and suffocating. There, in the midst of a crumbling marketplace, desperation hung thick like the scent of decay. I could hear it, a whisper, almost a moan, as if the stones themselves lamented the weight of forgotten dreams. "They'll find him, they will," a woman cried, her voice a jagged edge, slicing through the murmurs of the crowd, each word a stone thrown into the river of dread, sending ripples of fear swirling. I remember the day, the exact moment it shattered, when the news reached us. The scholar, a man whose words could dance, twist, and turn the very fabric of reality, had been taken. Not by war or pestilence, but by silence, a silence so vast and consuming it swallowed the very essence of hope. I could almost see him in my mind's eye, ink-stained fingers tracing the delicate characters of ancient texts, weaving stories that shimmered like starlight. His name was Li Xian, and in a world that had forgotten the power of the written word, he dared to believe in its magic. But what is magic in a kingdom where ink dries faster than loyalty? Where every story has a shadow lurking behind it? I could feel my heart clench, a fist tightening around the very notion of truth. Just beyond the marketplace, shadows danced in the corners of my vision, figures cloaked in secrets, the ghosts of lost stories. They whispered warnings, their voices threading through the air like smoke, wrapping around my throat as I confronted the reality of our time. Then there was a woman torn between love and duty, her life a tapestry of conflict. As she stood in her father's library, the smell of parchment and leather wrapping around her like an embrace, she felt the weight of the world pressing against her chest. Li Xian is a dreamer, her father had said, disdain dripping from his words. Dreams don't fill bellies. Yet it was her own dreams that kept her awake at night, dreams that climbed the walls of her heart and threatened to spill out into the world, a world that would crush them without a second thought. I remember, she would whisper to the shadows, the way his laughter echoed like a promise. But promises were fragile in a kingdom where the ink was as treacherous as the swords that hung above their heads. She was a woman caught in the web of her own creation, torn between the love for a man who wielded words like weapons and the loyalty to her father, who saw only the practical weight of gold and power. And the city, a living, breathing entity, pulsing with life and fear, mirrored their turmoil. Every corner was a reminder of the stories that had slipped through the cracks of time, the voices of the past begging to be heard. What if the words are the only thing that can save us? I found myself wondering, my thoughts a cacophony of emotion, as the presence of the scholar loomed large in my mind. His writings, an unyielding tide against the encroaching darkness. But as I walked through the alleyways, the echoes of laughter faded, replaced by the gnawing silence that threatened to suffocate. It was in that silence that I found myself drawn to a gathering of candlelight, a clandestine meeting of those who still clung to the remnants of hope. I remember the flickering flames, shadows leaping like spirits, illuminating faces both familiar and strange. There, a man stood, his eyes ablaze with fervor, passion spilling from him as he spoke of revolution, not of swords, but of stories. Words can topple empires, he he declared, his voice rising above the murmur of doubt. They can ignite a spark in the heart of the oppressed. With every breath, I felt the weight of his words, each syllable a thread weaving through the tapestry of our existence. But would we dare to believe? Would we risk everything for a chance at a story well told? My heart raced, thumping against my ribs like a war drum. I remember, I murmured, the sentiment hanging in the air, a fragile thread connecting us all. Mai stood in the shadows, her breath hitching as she listened, torn between the fire of rebellion and the icy grip of fear. What if he fails, she thought, her heart a battlefield, the clash of loyalty and love reverberating in her chest. What if all we have are the stories that condemn us to repeat our mistakes? The flickering light revealed her conflicted visage, an artist caught between the canvas of her father's expectations and the wild, unrestrained strokes of her own desires. As the night deepened, the conversation swirled like the smoke of the candles, wrapping around my mind, urging me to remember the tales of old. What if we could write our own ending? I wondered, the idea blooming like a dark flower in the recesses of my beaten soul. But with every thought, a cold dread crept in, for every story has its price. Li Xian's voice echoed in my ears, a haunting melody that entwined with the memories of laughter and love. Would his words be enough to withstand the tempest gathering on the horizon? Would Mai's heart remain unbroken, or would the weight of tradition crush her spirit once and for all? The moon hung high, a ghostly sentinel watching over the unfolding drama, and as I peered into the depths of the night, I could almost hear the whispers of the ancient texts echoing in the stillness. They spoke of love and loss, of battles fought not with swords but with the very essence of storytelling. Each tale a thread in the loom of existence, weaving our destinies together in an intricate dance of fate. But the clock was ticking, the shadows lengthening, and with each passing moment, the web of fear tightened around us. Would we rise to the challenge, or would we fade into the pages of forgotten history? The answer hung in the air, heavy and electric, begging to be written, each heartbeat a potential echo of change, each breath a promise of possibility. In that moment, the line between despair and hope blurred, and I knew, deep in the marrow of my being, that the role of literature in our lives was not merely to escape, but to confront the truth of our existence. And so, as the candles flickered and the voices began to wane, I felt the weight of the world on my shoulders, a burden of stories yearning to be told. The shadows around us whispered their secrets, and I realized a confrontation loomed on the horizon, one that would either bind us together through the power of words or tear us apart like fragile parchment left too long in the sun. The sun hung low over the Nile, casting an eerie glow on the banks, where shadows played tricks, whispering tales of another time, a time when the river was more than a lifeline, it was a boundary between worlds. I stood at the water's edge, the air thick with tension, a bowstring pulled taut, ready to snap. The scent of damp earth mixed with the sharp tang of fear hung heavy like a shroud. I could hear the distant clanging of metal, a haunting melody that resonated in my bones, the sound of war drums echoing through the valley. Khepri was there, too, his eyes wide with desperation, reflecting the storm brewing inside him. He was a Nubian warrior, fierce and proud, the weight of his heritage pressing down on his shoulders like a boulder. I could see it, the internal battle raging within him. This was not just about trade routes or gold. No, this was about survival, about a legacy writ in blood. He clenched his fists, fingers trembling as he imagined the faces of those he would fight for, the family waiting in the shadows, his father, fallen in battle, his mother, whose tears had dried too soon. "What price do you pay for peace?" he whispered, though it felt louder, like an echo bouncing off the cliffs of time. His heart beat wildly as rumors of Egyptian spears and shields reached our ears, tales of trade turned treachery. How quickly the tides turned. Once, they had exchanged goods and stories. Now, they came for our land, our very breath. My own soul mirrored his turmoil. I was Nola, a trader caught in the crossfire, a mediator with nowhere to turn. My hands were stained with the ink of contracts and the rust of betrayal. I had always believed in the power of words, but how could words stop a sword? As Khefri's gaze drifted toward the horizon, I felt the weight of his dreams collapsing, one by one. "I remember," he said, voice trembling like a dry leaf. "When we would sit by the fire, tales of glory woven into the smoke. Now, it will be flames that engulf us." He glanced back at me, and I saw the flicker of fear beneath his bravado, the vulnerability that lay beneath the warrior's shield. Fury burns like an inferno, but will it warm hearts? I asked, my own voice barely a whisper. The air crackled, thick with unsaid words, the tension palpable. I could feel the pulse of history thrumming beneath our feet, the ancient civilizations fighting for breath, the ghosts of ancestors watching, waiting. I had read of the Pharaohs, their greed, their ambition. I had learned of Nubia's resilience, its spirit unyielding. But in that moment, standing together, I felt the weight of it all, the burdens of our past smashing against the granite of our present. With a sharp intake of breath, I turned my eyes toward the horizon, where Egyptian soldiers marched like a dark tide, their armor glinting ominously in the fading light. They were not just figures on the shore, they were monsters rising from the depths of our nightmares. I saw the familiar face of Amenhotep, a childhood friend turned adversary, leading the charge, his eyes steely, resolute. How had we come to this? From innocent games by the river to the brink of war, our paths twisted by fate and ambition, like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. Khephre's fists tightened. He will not take our land. He will not take our lives. But the edge in his voice told me he was as afraid as I was, the dread of what lay ahead clawing at our hearts. We were caught in the crossfire of history, and my own heart, once light with hope, felt heavy with despair. I remembered the laughter that once echoed across these banks, now replaced by the clangor of swords. I wanted to scream, to shake the world awake, but silence swallowed my cries. Then, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of blood, the first arrow flew, a dark omen piercing the twilight. It soared through the air like a bird escaping a cage, and time seemed to slow. My breath caught in my throat, an icy grip of dread wrapping around my heart. Khephre! I screamed, but my voice was lost in the chaos that erupted, a cacophony of metal and screams, of courage and fear, clashing against the backdrop of a dying sun. The battlefield erupted like a volcano, fury spilling over the banks of the Nile. I watched as warriors collided, a dance of death, each swing of the sword fueled by a personal vendetta, each cry echoing with the weight of lost dreams. I was trapped in the throes of chaos, a mere observer to this tragic ballet, my heart breaking with each fallen comrade. How could I stand by when the very fabric of our world was unraveling? I glanced at Khephre, his face a mask of determination, a warrior ready to face the onslaught. But as he charged forward, I felt the tether of our friendship pull taut. "You can't fight this alone," I shouted, chasing after him, the ground trembling beneath my feet. His eyes flicked back to me, filled with a mix of anger and sorrow. "This is my fight, Nola. This is for my people." And there it was, the choice, the chasm of understanding. I had spent my life trading hopes and dreams, but now I faced the reality of war, the trembling balance between love and duty. My heart ached for him, for the world spiraling into darkness. "Please, let me help," I cried, the desperation spilling out of me, raw and unfiltered. The stars above shimmered, indifferent to our plight, as if the cosmos had turned its back on us. In that moment, I saw him falter, just for a heartbeat, the weight of responsibility shifting like sand beneath his feet. But then the soldiers crashed into each other like waves against the rocks, and the moment shattered. The fight continued, a whirlwind of chaos, and I was left standing on the precipice, watching the line between trade and warfare blur into a swirling storm of blood and desperation. No longer were we traders and warriors, we were survivors caught in the merciless grip of fate, and as the sun sank into the horizon, it took with it our innocence, leaving only the haunting echoes of what once was. Every heartbeat thudded in my chest, a reminder of life amidst the death all around. The clashing of swords became a symphony of despair. In this dark tapestry of anguish, I clung to the threads of hope, the possibility of peace, but the shadows grew longer and darker, swallowing our dreams whole. The battle raged on, and so did the whispers of history that would mark this moment as a turning point, a sorrowful note in the grand symphony of our existence. And as I stood there, caught between fear and resolve, I knew this was merely the beginning of a cycle that would echo through time, a relentless strain of conflict and connection, love and loss, stretching far beyond the horizon, into the annals of eternity. The moon hangs low, casting a pale pallor over the trembling earth. I can almost hear the whispers of the ancients, their voices threading through the night air like the chill of an approaching storm. Fear grips my heart when I think of them, of the shadows that slither and dance between the crumbling walls of Avaris. The city is alive, yes, but it flutters with an anxiety that feels like a million tiny wings beating against my soul. I remember the day they came. I was perched upon the balcony, cradling a jar of honey, its golden sweetness like a promise against the bitter winds of fate. My brother, Kinwasit, had rushed in, his eyes wild like a hunted deer. They march like locusts, he'd shouted, voice cracking under the weight of his terror. My heart thundered. I set the honey aside, sticky and forgotten, as I stared into his frantic gaze. The Hyksos, those foreigners with their strange chariots and weapons that glinted like the sun, were not mere invaders. They were harbingers of a new era, and we were but players in their dark theater. Do you hear it? Kinwasit breathed, his gaze darting to the horizon. The drums of war. I could hear them, not as mere sounds but as a heartbeat, a pulsating rhythm that reverberated through the stones of our home. It was the pulse of a nation dying, gasping for breath as the air thickened with the stench of uncertainty. I couldn't let fear wrap its claws around my heart. I took a deep breath, trying to summon the strength of my ancestors, the kings and queens who had ruled with an iron fist and a heart of gold. I remember their faces, etched into the walls of the temple, their eyes glimmering with infinite wisdom. They would want me to fight. But what could I do? I was merely a woman, cradled in the arms of a city sinking into chaos. My mother, soft yet fierce, stood in the shadows, her hands trembling like the leaves that rustled restlessly outside. She was a woman of resolve, yet the weight of my father's absence hung around her like a shroud. You must be careful, my daughter, she whispered, her voice a fragile thread holding us together. The Hyksos do not see us as equals, we are but dust in their wake. Her words clawed at my heart. How could I let fear dictate our fate? I remember the moment the gates fell, wood splintering like the last gasp of a dying breath. The Hyksos poured in, their laughter mingling with our cries, a chorus of despair and elation that twisted my gut into knots. I stood at the edge of the chaos, paralyzed, witnessing as Kinwasit charged into the fray, his spear glinting like a comet against the night sky. Fight, he shouted, voice fierce as fire. But I couldn't move. I was caught in the web of my own disbelief, watching him become a warrior, while I felt more like a ghost, drifting through the shadows of our crumbling life. The city was a battlefield, hearts shattering like porcelain beneath the boots of the invaders. I remember the screams, how they mingled with the scent of burning flesh and the thick air of metal clashing against metal. Each sound was a dagger twisting deeper into my soul. I could feel the walls of Avaris closing in, the very stones mourning as they soaked in the blood of innocence. Was this what my life had become? A witness to a nightmare? In the midst of the chaos, I locked eyes with one of them, a Hyksos soldier, his expression devoid of humanity. The wildness in his gaze turned my blood to ice. I shivered, pulled back into the moment when my heart raced not just with fear but with an inexplicable curiosity. There was power in his presence, a chaotic energy that made my skin prick with both terror and an odd sense of allure. Was it madness to feel drawn to the enemy? My thoughts spun like a whirlwind, grappling with my own emotions. Kinwasit fell. It was as if the world had stopped. I watched as he crumpled to the ground, a marionette with its strings cut, the light in his eyes dimming. No! I screamed, the sound clawing its way from the depths of my throat. My body surged forward, propelled by desperation, by rage, by a stubborn heart that refused to surrender. I tore through the chaos, feeling the weight of loss crashing down like a tidal wave. I remember his blood pooling around him, dark and warm, soaking into the earth that had once cradled our childhood dreams. Stay with me, Kinwasit, I begged, cradling his head in my trembling hands. But he was slipping, fading, becoming one with the dust. In that moment, I felt the universe grinding to halt, the stars above watching with hollow eyes. I was losing everything, the last tether to the past, the final ember of hope that had flickered against the encroaching darkness. In the aftermath, silence reigned, a suffocating blanket that smothered the cries of the fallen. I stood amidst the ruins, feeling the weight of history pressing down on me. The Hyksos had taken the city, but they had not taken my spirit. The night was alive with the echoes of 1,000 voices, and I could hear them, each whisper urging me to rise, to remember the strength that flowed through my veins like the blood of my ancestors. I knew then that the story was far from over. The shadows of Avaris had woven themselves into my being, and I would not let them fade. As dawn broke, casting a golden hue across the devastation, I felt the stirrings of something fierce inside me. A fire was igniting, a defiance, a rejection of despair. I was not just a woman in a time of turmoil, I was the heartbeat of a new beginning, a chance for a future yet unwritten. And as I stood there, time melted away, memory swirling around me like the dust of ages. The Hyksos may have claimed our city, but they would not claim our souls. I would rise from the ashes, a phoenix ready to reclaim the light, to weave a tapestry of strength from the threads of our shattered past. The moment was ours, and the struggle was only beginning. A scream shattered the stifling air of the chamber like glass breaking, sharp, piercing, a reminder that the horror was not a nightmare but a waking reality. I stood there, heart in my throat, eyes wide, the weight of destiny pressing against my chest. The flickering torchlight danced against the stone walls, casting grotesque shadows that twisted and morphed, echoing the insanity of the moment. "Get down!" A figure lunged past me, and the dull thud of a body hitting the ground sent an electric shock through my veins. It was Amos, his once proud warrior frame now taut with desperation. I could see it in his eyes, the fierce determination mixed with a terror that threatened to swallow him whole. His grip on the hastily crafted spear was white-knuckled, a fragile lifeline in the storm of chaos surrounding us. I remember how the air smelled, sour with sweat, tinged with burning incense, and the heavy scent of iron. We were not merely up against an enemy, we were fighting against the tide of history, the heavy hand of fate pressing down on us. The Hyksos had come, bringing their cruel shadows with them, their chariots roaring like thunder across the valleys of our forefathers. They had taken what was ours, and now they had come to take our very lives. "Don't falter," I whispered, though I could barely recognize my own voice amidst the din. My heart raced, each beat a drum roll heralding an uncertain future. I was Nefertari, a girl-turned-warrior, thrust into this maelstrom, the walls of my reality crumbling like the brittle clay of our homes. My dreams of peace had been snatched away, replaced by the relentless march of war. Amos turned to me, his eyes darkened by fear but still gleaming with an ember of hope. "Nefertari, we face them together. We will not let them take our home." His words struck like lightning, an electric current that ignited a spark deep within me. I hadn't chosen to be here, but now, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, I could feel the pulse of the universe, an unyielding rhythm that bound us to this moment. The clash of swords rang out, a cacophony of chaos that seemed to drown the world in its fury. I remember the way the clattering echoed in my bones, the way it made my lungs constrict as if each sound were a tiny knife slicing through the illusion of safety. The Hyksos warriors poured in like a dark tide, their faces painted with the colors of war, their eyes hungry, ravenous. They were a tempest, and we were mere waves crashing against the shore. "Hold the line!" Amos bellowed, thrusting his spear forward with calculated ferocity. I watched as he became a whirlwind of steel and strength, each movement filled with a primal rage that sent chills racing down my spine. His sorrow became my own, a sorrow for the lost lives, the lost dreams, the families torn apart by the grip of the Hyksos. I could see the gleaming bronze of their chariots, a stark contrast against the dust of the earth, a symbol of their merciless advance. It reminded me of the stories, those tales told by flickering firelight of past warriors, heroes who had stood defiantly against impossible odds. But this was not a tale, it was our reality, and the weight of it bore down upon us like the desolation of a barren desert. In the heart of the fray, I caught a glimpse of their leader, a figure clad in dark armor, face obscured by a menacing helmet. He seemed to hover above the chaos, a specter of death, and I felt an involuntary shiver creep along my spine. This was the embodiment of our fears, the culmination of nightmares that haunted both the waking and the dreaming. He raised his sword, and time slowed, the world narrowing to that single moment, a heartbeat stretched into infinity. "Fight!" I shouted, my voice rising above the symphony of violence, and for a fleeting second, I felt the weight of my own uncertainty lift. My hands trembled as I clutched my own weapon, a crude but effective dagger. I remembered the stories of my ancestors, of how they had fought with nothing but sheer will. It didn't matter that my heart was a quivering bird in a storm, it mattered that we stood, together. The clamor surged, and I moved through the chaos, ducking and weaving, my body moving almost of its own accord. I could taste the bitter tang of adrenaline on my tongue, a heady concoction of fear and determination fueling my every action. The battle was a cacophony, a wild symphony that thrummed through my veins, every clash of metal, every anguished cry threading together the tapestry of our resistance. And then, the sky above us darkened, clouds gathering like a shroud. A storm was coming, both in the heavens and within our hearts. I could feel it, the weight of every decision pressing in, the agony of what lay beyond the horizon. Would we emerge victorious, or would we fall, cursed to be mere echoes in the annals of time? Amos fought beside me, his spirit like a roaring flame, but I could see the weariness creeping into his movements. Nefertari, I need you to stand strong, he gasped, his breath coming in jagged gasps. The flicker of doubt began to creep into his eyes, and I felt my own fear rise to meet it. We must drive them back. We cannot let them take our home. I remembered the stories again, how hope could bloom even in the cracked earth, how defiance could rise from ashes. We will, I promised, my voice steady, though my heart raced like a wild animal. Together. As we fought, our movements intertwined, symbiotic, and the rhythm of our battle became a dance, each thrust, each parry, a desperate attempt to reclaim our world. And in that chaotic ballet, I glimpsed the beauty of resilience, the raw power of unity against the dying light of despair. But the battle raged on, a relentless beast that would stop for nothing. The Hyksos were relentless, and the shadows loomed larger, creeping ever closer. With each passing moment, I felt the grip of fate tighten around us. It was as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting, watching. The clash of steel rang out, the air thick with the promise of blood and sacrifice. And in that harrowing instant, as I faced the abyss, I realized there was no turning back. The rise of the new kingdom had begun, but only if we could fight through the darkness that threatened to consume us. With one last surge of defiance, we charged forward, into the storm, into the heart of the fury. The shadows may have closed in, but I could feel the flicker of hope igniting within me, a spark that would not be extinguished. In that moment, we were not merely warriors, we were the embodiment of a nascent dream, a cry against the encroaching night. And as the storm raged on, I knew, this was only the beginning. The sun hung low, a molten orb bleeding colors into the sky, casting long shadows across the stone walls of Thebes. I stood there, breathless, surrounded by the scent of dust and the echoes of 1,000 whispered secrets. A figure loomed before me, Hatshepsut, the queen turned pharaoh, her face a mask of steel and sorrow. She was the embodiment of defiance, draped in the heavy gold of a king, yet the weight of her crown bore down on her heart like a tombstone, cold and unyielding. I will not be buried in the shadows, she proclaimed, her voice firm like the granite that formed her temple. But I saw in her eyes the flicker of doubt, a tiny ember of fear that threatened to extinguish under the relentless sun. Hatshepsut had clawed her way to power, but every rise came with a fall, the spectre of her stepson, Thutmose III, lurking in the recesses of her mind like a thief waiting for the cover of night. The tension crackled like the air before a storm. Every heartbeat echoed in the silence between them, an unspoken challenge hanging heavy. He was not just a boy, he was a lion, wild and untamed, watching her from the sidelines, waiting for the moment to pounce. The very throne she occupied was a battlefield, and she was both warrior and prey, a tragic hero ensnared by her ambition. I could almost hear the clash of swords, feel the anticipation, the fear that rippled through the air. Thutmose stood on the edge of the courtyard, golden sunlight framing his youthful face, but his eyes burned with a fierce intensity that belied his years. "You think you can cast me aside, mother," he spat, the bitterness like ash on his tongue. "You wear your crown as a cloak, but I am the storm." His words struck like arrows, sharp and true. Hatshepsut's grip on her throne was tenuous, every decree she made was a desperate prayer against the tide. "You don't understand," she murmured, her voice a thin veil over a heart thundering with fear. "I have built this kingdom for you, for us. but power is a ghost that haunts us both. And in that moment, the wind shifted. Whispers danced around us, shadows sweeping through the courtyard as if the spirits of the pharaohs past had come to witness this clash of wills. The very air throbbed with their ancient echoes, symbols of time and mortality. I remember, she whispered, the dreams I had of a united Egypt, of temples rising against the horizon, of a legacy forged not in blood, but in unity. But unity was a fragile dream, splintering beneath the weight of ambition. Thutmose stepped closer, his voice low and dangerous. You taught me that power is taken, not given. How can you betray your own blood? The words twisted in the air, a knife cutting through the tension, revealing the raw wound beneath their relationship. Hatshepsut's heart clenched at the betrayal, the realization that her own son had become her greatest adversary. It was a dichotomy that tore at her soul, a mother and a ruler at war, each fighting for a different future. I acted in your best interests, she said, trembling, her resolve wavering in the face of his anger. But you cannot see the greatness of this path. I have shown you the world beyond the walls, the beauty, the power. Do you want to cast it aside? No, he replied, his voice thick with emotion, I want to reclaim it. I want to take what is rightfully mine. He clenched his fists, the knuckles white against the backdrop of the setting sun. You will not silence my voice. A silence descended, heavy as lead, each second stretching into eternity. I could feel the weight of time grinding beneath my feet, as if the very cosmos held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash that was destined to unfold. Hatshepsut's eyes shone with unshed tears, a silent plea for understanding that echoed in the chasm between them. Your voice carries the weight of a crown, she finally said, her tone softening. But have you considered what that means? It was a dangerous question, one that could tip the scales. When you wear the crown, you do not just carry power, you carry a burden, a duty to our people. To our legacy. Suddenly, the courtyard felt smaller, the walls closing in as if the very stones were witnesses to their agony. Thutmose turned away, fists clenched, the tension palpable as he struggled against the pull of his emotions. You speak of duty, but what about my dreams? My desire to be more than your shadow. A strained silence filled the air, heavy with unspoken fears and desires. It was a moment suspended in time, the weight of their conflict pressing down like an anvil. I could almost hear the clock of fate ticking louder, the hour of reckoning drawing near. Shadows danced around them, whispers of ancient pharaohs warning, beware the price of ambition. Have I become the ghost of my own ambition? Hatshepsut murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. In chasing power, have I lost sight of love? I could see the cracks forming, the vulnerability bleeding through the armor she had forged. The heartache was palpable, a wound laid bare beneath the unforgiving sun. But Thutmose, fierce and unyielding, would not relent. Love won't protect me from the fear of being forgotten. His words were a dagger, sharp and piercing. I will not fade into obscurity while you occupy my throne. I stood frozen, trapped in the throes of their conflict, the air electric with the weight of destiny. Hatshepsut's gaze hardened, resolve flickering like a candle in the wind. Then let it be a battle of wits, my son. I will show you that the heart of a pharaoh beats not just for power, but for a vision that transcends the bloodline that binds us. The sun dipped lower, casting deep shadows across the courtyard, as if the universe itself was urging them toward their inevitable confrontation. And I could feel it, the pulse of history quickening, the tightening grip of fate drawing them closer to a precipice where dreams clashed with reality. There was no escaping this moment, it loomed like a specter in the twilight, waiting to see who would rise and who would fall. As the last rays of light faded behind the horizon, I found myself leaning forward, caught in the web of their emotions. Each heartbeat, a reminder that this was more than just a struggle for power, it was the raw, visceral clash of hopes and fears, of love and ambition, echoing through the annals of time, weaving a tale that would never truly end. The sun hung low in the sky that day, a fiery orb bleeding crimson into an expanse of unsettling silence. I remember the tension like a live wire crackling in the air, and the heavy scent of sand mixed with the sweat of fear. Akhenaten, the once beloved pharaoh, stood at the precipice of his own kingdom, a kingdom trembling beneath the weight of heresy. He was not just a king, he was a man possessed, a visionary striding boldly toward an abyss of darkness. His heart thrummed with purpose, but the shadows whispered doubts that clawed at the edges of his mind. Nefertiti, his queen, stood beside him, her beauty both a comfort and a curse. Her eyes searched his face, those eyes that once sparkled with love, now clouded by uncertainty. "Will you forsake the gods of our ancestors?" she asked, her voice teetering between defiance and despair. Each word was a dagger, piercing the fabric of their shared history, a tapestry now stained with the ink of rebellion. The city of Thebes, their haven, loomed behind them like an ancient specter, crumbling beneath the weight of old beliefs. "I remember," Akhenaten's voice trembled, "I remember the glow of Aten, the sun disk, warming my face, infusing me with purpose. He is the only god we need." But as he spoke, the whispers grew louder, ghostly echoes of priests long silenced, their anger palpable in the evening air. They had forged a society steeped in polytheism, a vibrant chaos of gods and rituals, and here he was, threatening to burn it all to ashes. The city itself seemed to hold its breath, the monumental temples to Amun casting long shadows, ominous betokens of a faith about to be shattered. Akhenaten felt the weight of their stares, the judgment seeping into his bones. Would they understand the purity of his vision? Or would they see only madness? Nefertiti's fingers brushed against his arm, grounding him in a moment that felt both electric and chillingly ephemeral. Her loyalty was a flame flickering in the wind. "Do you not see?" she implored, looking past him into the horizon, as if she could summon the future with her gaze. "This is a storm that will drown us both. There will be blood." Her voice trembled like a fragile reed caught in a tempest, yet her spirit burned fiercely, a gauntlet thrown at his feet, the weight of their union hanging precariously in the balance. And there they were, caught in the eye of a whirlwind, a world shifting beneath their feet as the cosmos conspired against them. The horizon blurred, time felt elastic, stretching out into infinity, yet simultaneously constricting into a single, painful moment. "I remember," he whispered, "the warmth of the sun. I remember." A flicker of doubt passed through her, a brief moment where their hearts raced in tandem, a shared heartbeat echoing through the chambers of the past. She saw the ghosts of their children, the laughter, the warmth of shared dinners beneath the sun's gaze, memories wrapped in golden light that now felt like chains binding them to a fading world. "What of our people?" she questioned, her voice rising, a desperate plea slicing through the thickening tension. "Can you bear the weight of a revolution? Are you prepared to see your own flesh and blood scorned, abandoned for the sake of a singular truth?" He felt it then, a tremor in his resolve, a crack forming in the carefully constructed facade of his beliefs. But he couldn't turn back, he could feel the pulse of destiny drumming in his ears, an unrelenting call to arms against the very fabric of his own existence. He was caught between the fiery sun and the cold shadows of the past. "What if they turn on you?" The words hung heavy, a noose tightening around his resolve. The priests were not mere worshippers, they were the architects of a powerful legacy. The power of the old gods thrummed beneath the streets, in the hearts of the people. Their wrath could be deadly. Yet here he stood, a sun worshipper on the brink of a new dawn, his heart racing toward what felt like the edge of oblivion. The city hummed with the murmurs of dissent, the rustling voices swirling in the air like sand caught in a storm. Akhenaten felt the ground beneath him shift, an ancient power awakening in defiance of his vision. Shadows danced in the corners of his mind, flickers of doubt and fear that screamed at him to reconsider. But there was also the raw, exhilarating thrill of rebellion, the intoxicating taste of freedom. He could feel it surging through him like a river breaking free from the bonds of its banks, racing toward an uncertain future. "I will not bow to fear," he declared, his voice rising like a war cry, echoing against the walls of tradition. "I will bring forth the truth." And in that moment, the universe held its breath. The sun dipped lower, casting long, distorted shadows across the courtyard, where the people would gather, where his words would either ignite a fire or extinguish a flame. His love for Nefertiti mingled with the weight of his vision, a complex tapestry of heartache and hope. Could she be both his anchor and his sail, tethering him to reality while pushing him toward the horizon? As darkness settled over the land, a profound silence enveloped them, an eerie calm before the storm. The choice had been made, but at what cost? Akhenaten felt an overwhelming sense of destiny and dread intertwining, propelling him forward into the abyss, his heart and soul laid bare. The revolution had begun, and there was no turning back. Time slipped through his fingers, and he could feel the universe shifting around him, a cosmic confluence of faith and fear, an awakening of something sacred and terrifying. Their future, once a serene dream, now shimmered with the sharp edges of uncertainty. In that moment, between the sun and shadows, the true battle was just beginning. The air hangs thick, heavy with anticipation, like a shroud over the tomb of a forgotten king. I feel it in my bones, that uncanny stillness, the haunting whisper of history pressing against my skin. The flickering torchlight dances like spirits in the shadows, illuminating precious relics that lie in silent repose. Here, at the edge of the known world, Tutankhamun's legacy waits to be revealed, but beneath the glitter lies a gaping maw of uncertainty, echoing with the unfulfilled dreams of a boy king. I remember the night the discovery was made. The darkness outside was oppressive, but inside, the air crackled with excitement and dread. Howard Carter, his brow furrowed in concentration, stood at the brink of revelation and ruin. The glint of gold shimmered in the dark like a siren's call, mesmerizing yet foreboding. "This is it," he murmured, each syllable laced with awe, a prayer on his lips. The world held its breath, teetering on the precipice of history. Yet, even in that moment of triumph, shadows lurked, shadows of a curse, perhaps of greed, of ambition gone awry. And then there was Lord Carnarvon, his skin pale against the richness of the tomb, a spectre in a land of gods. His eyes, usually bright with the thrill of the chase, clouded with worry. I could see the flickers of doubt cross his mind like lightning, a storm brewing beneath his composed exterior. "What have we unearthed?" he whispered, the question lingering, heavy with the weight of consequence. A moment stretched into eternity as they stood together, two men shaped by ambition yet tethered to the fragility of life. I remember the laughter of the crowd outside, the thrill of discovery drawing them in like moths to a flame. They were oblivious to the darkness lurking beneath the surface, the secrets that begged to remain buried. The grave robbers, the priests, the whispers of the ancients, the warning echoed through time, an ominous reminder that some treasures are guarded by more than just stone walls. As they pried open the sarcophagus, the air shifted, thickening with the scent of dust and despair, of time's relentless march. I felt it, a shiver racing down my spine as if the very earth protested against the intrusion. The moment was electric, a pulsation of history and destiny colliding in a single heartbeat. In that unbearable silence, the truth loomed: Tutankhamun, a boy crowned too young, a god tethered to human frailty. His face, still cloaked in shadows, spoke of dreams unfulfilled and a kingdom lost to the sands of time. I imagined him, a child king sitting alone on a throne carved from ivory and hope, surrounded by eyes filled with desire and fear. How lonely it must have been, to bear the weight of a realm upon such small shoulders, the echoes of his laughter drowned by the whispers of his advisors. Carter's fingers brushed against the ornate chest, and a tremor of anticipation coursed through him. "What lies within?" he asked, more to himself than to Carnarvon, each word dripping with the nectar of greed and curiosity. But the tomb offered no easy answers. The air thickened as if to say, "Beware." The golden artifacts, the lavish adornments, they sang a siren song of opulence, but lurking beneath was a primal fear, a reminder that wealth could turn to ashes in the blink of an eye. I remember Carnarvon's voice, strained and brittle, as he called for Carter. "There's something wrong." The tremors of doubt crept into his speech, wrapping around his words like vines choking a tree. The thrill of discovery morphed into something darker as he recalled tales of a deadly curse. The laughter outside turned to whispers, the crowd now a sea of anxious faces, glancing about as if expecting the shadows to come alive, to reach out and snatch them away. In that cocoon of fear, I felt the emotional chasm widening between the two men, Carter, consumed by the thrill of the find, and Carnarvon, haunted by the echoes of the past. They were two sides of a coin, each weighted with burdens of ambition and trepidation. As they stood on the brink of revelation, the universe seemed to mock their hubris, aligning the stars in a way that felt ominous, as though fate had spun a web to ensnare them both. Suddenly, a piercing scream sliced through the air, the voice of a woman, sharp and raw. It could have been the sound of a heart breaking, a soul wailing against the cruel hand of fate. The crowd surged, a mass of bodies driven by a primal urge to flee or fight. I felt the panic rise in my throat, a choking fear that echoed the uncertainty of the tomb itself. Shadows danced, the flames flickered, and I couldn't tell where one began and the other ended. What had they awoken? What specters had they stirred from their eternal slumber? The legends whispered of lost souls and vengeful spirits, of treasures guarding secrets too terrible to bear. As the chaos unraveled, I glimpsed a flicker of something, golden eyes, watching, waiting, perhaps even judging. The walls of the tomb seemed to close in, suffocating, the weight of history pressing down with an unrelenting force. Tutankhamun, a boy lost to time, bound to his legacy, his story now intertwined with theirs in ways they could never fathom. I felt the electricity in the air, a tension that thrummed with the pulse of the earth itself, a reminder that every action has consequences, that the past never truly dies. And so, they stood there, two men at the precipice, caught in a web of ambition and dread, on the brink of unearthing not just a treasure, but the very essence of life and death. It was more than a discovery, it was a reckoning, a clash of desires and fears, a moment that would echo through the ages. The tomb, ancient and wise, seemed to whisper, "You seek, but what will you find?" The flames of the torches flickered low, casting long shadows that danced like specters on the walls, and I felt the weight of their choices, the heartbeat of fate echoing like a drum in the distance. And as the pieces fell into place, as they reached for the golden relics that promised glory and ruin, the night deepened, thick with the promise of revelations yet to come, a tapestry of legacy woven in the threads of time. The sun hung low, a blood-red orb sinking into the horizon as the air thickened with anticipation, like the moments before a storm breaks. I stood in the shadows of the great temples, their towering pillars whispering secrets of glory, of power. The scent of sweat mingled with dust, rising from the crowded marketplace where merchants hawked their wares, oblivious to the darkness creeping upon us. But how I felt it, an electric pulse coursing through me, vibrating in my bones. This was a land on the brink, a kingdom poised on the edge of war. Pharaoh! A voice broke the tense silence, raw and desperate. It was Amunet, the fierce warrior, her eyes blazing with a fervor that could ignite the very air around us. The Hittites are at our gates. They come with fire and steel, intent on claiming what is ours. Her breath was ragged, each word a dagger that struck deep into my heart. I remembered her as a girl, fierce even then, arms crossed defiantly, a lioness in the making. But now? She was a woman forged in the crucible of war, and her spirit burned brighter with each passing moment. And then there was Ramses, my brother, my pharaoh. His presence loomed larger than life, a titan wrapped in the weight of destiny. His brow furrowed, lips pressed together in a thin line of resolve. I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a storm raging beneath that stoic veneer. "We will not yield," he declared, voice steady but quaking with unspoken fears. "They will know our strength, and we will make the Nile run red." A promise, a threat. But standing there, I understood the truth. He was just a man, grappling with a crown too heavy, a burden too great. I remember the pull of memories, echoes of laughter that once danced through our halls, now replaced by the clanging of swords and the cries of the dying. In those fleeting moments, I caught glimpses of our mother, her gentle hand smoothing over our heads, her voice a soft lullaby of peace. "You are destined for greatness," she had whispered, and I had believed her. Oh, how I had believed. But greatness often comes at a price, a toll weighed in blood and sacrifice. The Hittite army loomed like a shadow over our dreams, an unstoppable force tearing through the veil of safety we had crafted around us. Each dawn they drew closer, their banners snapping in the wind, a vivid display of colors that promised chaos and destruction. The ghost of my mother seemed to linger in the air, warning me that greatness demands a price. I felt the pulse of the cosmos, the stars blinking above as if they too were watching, judging, whispering secrets only I could hear. "Ramses," I said, my voice breaking as I stepped closer, wanting to shake him from his stupor. "What if we lose?" The words hung between us, heavy with fear. "What if we are not the heroes of this tale?" He turned to me, eyes burning with a fire that could consume worlds. "Then we fight," he breathed, conviction hardening his features. "We fight not just for ourselves, but for every soul in this land. For Amunet, for the children yet to be born." The The weight of his resolve pressed upon me like the sun at noon, unyielding, overwhelming. Amunet stood beside him, her voice a tempest. "We cannot let them shatter what we have built. I will fight until my last breath. I will not be forgotten in the annals of history." Her hands clenched into fists, and I could see the resolve harden in her stance. There was beauty in her fury, a wild spirit unbroken by the fear that gripped the hearts of others. I felt the air shift, the tension coiling tighter around us. The sun dipped lower, a quickening heartbeat in the sky, heralding the oncoming storm. Night would fall, and with it would come the clash of swords, the splatter of crimson upon the golden sands of our homeland. I could almost hear the cries of the fallen, the echoes of their desperation clawing at my sanity. "Time is fleeting," I whispered, feeling the weight of the clock's ticking echo in my chest. Every second mattered. We must gather the troops, fortify our defenses. We must not be ghosts in our own tale. Ramses's jaw tightened, and I saw the flicker of fear behind his bravado. "You're right," he conceded, the slightest tremor in his voice. "We'll prepare. But we must also prepare our hearts for what comes next." And there it was, the unspoken dread that lurked beneath the surface: loss. The realization that the battle would carve scars deeper than flesh, etching pain into the very fabric of our souls. I watched as he stepped forward, the light catching the golden glint of his armor, a beacon of hope, or perhaps, a target. "Tonight, we hold a feast," he declared suddenly, surprising us both. "Let us remind ourselves of joy amid the storm. Let the laughter fill the halls, let the music drown out the echoes of war." Amunet's eyes widened in disbelief, yet I could see a flicker of understanding. The feast was a reprieve, a moment to breathe, to cling to life before the inevitable clash. And so we gathered, the flickering torches illuminating the faces filled with fear, hope, and the wild uncertainty of what lay ahead. We drank and feasted, laughter mingling with the shadows, but deep down, I felt the weight of what was to come. Each clink of the cup echoed like a countdown, a reminder that the world outside our revelry was unforgiving, waiting to reclaim us with its grim embrace. With every heartbeat, I felt the tension spiral, a noose tightening around our fates. The past and future folded into one, glorious and terrifying. Ramses, fierce and brilliant; Amunet, wild and unyielding; and I, caught in the storm of their destinies, a witness to the unfolding of our legacy. I remember the stars that night, bright and unyielding against the backdrop of impending darkness. I remember the promises made in laughter, the shadows that danced in the firelight, and the haunting realization that greatness, oh, it was a siren song, beautiful yet deadly. And as I clutched my cup, the warm liquid spilling over my fingers, I felt time slipping through my grasp like fine sand, each grain a moment lost, a heartbeat fading, whispering to the night, "Prepare for the dawn." Night had draped itself over Thebes, a thick shroud of shadows where whispers danced like phantoms among the walls of crumbling sandstone. A lone figure stood at the edge of the Nile, her silhouette stark against the moon's silver gaze. She was Nefertari, a name whispered in reverent tones, yet borne by a woman teetering on the precipice of despair. The waters lapped at her feet, beckoning her to sink, to let the weight of 1,000 expectations pull her under. But she remained, a flickering candle against the overwhelming darkness. "I remember the scent of lotus," she murmured, as if the fragrance could transport her beyond this moment. How it wrapped around me like a lover's embrace, promising solace, yet delivering only silence. A sudden gust of wind sent chills down her spine, each breath filled with the weight of her lineage, royalty stained with the shadows of their past decisions. The legacy of queens and goddesses thrummed in her veins, a blessing weighed down by the curse of unyielding duty. Across the river, her sister, Merit, was a tempest of fury, pacing under the watchful gaze of the stars. "They think we are mere vessels," she spat, her fists clenched as if they could crush the very injustice that bound them. "A pharaoh's adornment, a puppet for the whims of men, but I am more. I am a storm, a tide that could drown them all." The moon flickered uncertainly in response, a witness to her rage, her dreams tangled in the currents of despair. Yet behind the fire in her eyes lay a raw vulnerability, an ache for freedom that felt forever out of reach. "Do you think they would remember our names if we were lost to the sands?" Merit's voice softened, a plea for connection amid the chaos of their lives. There was a moment, just a heartbeat, where the weight of sisterhood hung between them, a fragile thread spun from shared dreams and whispered fears. Yet, beneath that thread lay the chasm of their differing destinies, each choice pulling them further apart. Nefertari turned slightly, her heart in a vice. I remember the night Mother whispered to me of the goddess Ma'at, of balance and truth. We are meant to be the foundations beneath their crowns, yet I feel like a shadow stretching across the wall. The words trembled, echoing against the stillness of the night, each syllable a confession of her fractured spirit. She longed to stand tall, to wield the power that the pharaohs commanded so effortlessly, but the weight of expectation bore heavily on her shoulders. Is it not our curse to forever be measured by the men who claim to rule? Merit's voice rose, a crescendo of defiance that reverberated across the water. We are strong, Nefertari. We are the heart that beats within this land. But strength, too, was a double-edged sword, and beneath the bravado, doubt coiled like a serpent, ready to strike. As the night deepened, the air thickened with tension, an unspoken truth looming like the great pyramids against the horizon. The sisters teetered on the brink of confrontation, each grappling with their own ghosts, their shared history a tapestry woven with threads of pain and ambition. Nefertari's heart raced. She could feel the pulse of their ancestors urging her to rise, to scream out against the injustices that shackled them. Yet fear gnawed at her resolve, the fear of retribution, of being lost to the sands of time like so many before her. I do not want to be another name carved into stone, Mary, she confessed, the tears she fought against blurring her vision. I want to live, to breathe, to feel the sun on my skin without the weight of a crown suffocating me. The vulnerability hung in the air, as tangible as the scent of the river, both beautiful and suffocating. But Merit, fierce and unyielding, seized the moment, her voice a clarion call. Then we must fight, sister. We can be more than what they envision for us. Our mothers wore their crowns with grace, but they also bore the scars of silence. We have the power to rewrite our fates. Each word ignited a flicker of hope, a spark that threatened to engulf them in flames of rebellion. And just as the night seemed to hold its breath, a chilling silence descended, the echoes of ambition and despair hanging between them like a fragile balance. The weight of their choices pressed in, the shadows of their ancestors watching, judging, as if time itself had come to a standstill. In that moment, Nefertari felt the universe shift, the burden of their lineage coiling around her like a serpent ready to strike. I remember the tales of Hatshepsut, she whispered, her voice barely a breath against the night. How she donned the king's regalia, her heart a lioness, and forged a path through the darkness. The mention of their fierce predecessor ignited a spark in her sister's eyes, a realization that clawed at the corners of her mind. Perhaps we do not simply inherit, we can create. But creation is fraught with peril, and doubt clawed at Nefertari's heart. Would they truly rewrite their fates, or were they destined to be mere echoes in the vastness of history? The river murmured its answer, a slow, steady cadence that pulsed with the wisdom of ages. The moon hung heavy, a witness to their struggle, its light casting a haunting glow across the waters. And in that moment, they stood together, two sisters bound by blood, tragedy, and the longing for something more. The air crackled with the electricity of possibility, and with each shared breath, the weight of destiny shifted, the ghost of their ancestors lingering in each whisper, each heartbeat. But the world would not wait. The pharaoh's court would soon demand their presence, and the mantle of expectation would settle heavy upon their shoulders once more. The stars twinkled above, indifferent to their plight, as if to say, "You are but a flicker in the cosmos." Yet, amidst the darkness, they stood resolute, two warriors at the edge of the abyss, ready to confront the shadows that threatened to swallow them whole. The night stretched on, a tapestry of hope and despair woven tightly together, and as they faced the horizon, the dawning sun whispered promises of power, influence, and the unyielding strength of women who dared to rise. The future was unwritten, but the echoes of their voices, their dreams, could pierce through the silence, striking a chord that would resonate through the ages. The clock struck midnight, a sound swallowed by the silence of the village. Shadows danced in the moonlight, twisting like the thoughts in my mind. Lyra, my sister, knelt in the dirt, hands trembling, clutching the remnants of a withered flower. Her eyes, wide and glistening with unshed tears, reflected a fear I had never seen before. The air was thick, as if the very essence of the world was holding its breath, waiting for the storm of gods to break. "We can't go back, can we?" she whispered, her voice a fragile thread, ready to snap. I felt it too, the crushing weight of belief. It seeped into our bones, tightening its grip as we stood at the precipice of an ancient grove, where the earth pulsed with something primal. I remembered the stories, the legends that draped over our lives like a heavy cloak. The gods were once patrons of our dreams, but now they loomed over us like predators, hungry and unforgiving. In the distance, a howl of a wolf or the spirit of a lost soul cried out, sending a shiver down my spine. "They are watching us," I murmured, more a thought than a confession. Lyra's breath hitched. "What if we anger them?" Her voice was a fragile melody, trembling with both dread and fascination. She was the sensitive one, always drawing in the world, absorbing its beauty until it overwhelmed her. I, on the other hand, was a storm contained in flesh, a tumult of rage and confusion, grappling with my own faith. I wanted to protect her, shield her from those celestial beings that thrived on our fear. As I looked into the sky, the stars burned like distant torches, each one a whisper of a forgotten god. I could feel their ancient power, pulling at the strings of my heart. The tales we heard as children, gods waging wars, goddesses weaving the fates, were so grand, so intoxicating. But standing here now, I felt only dread. I remembered Father's warnings, his gravelly voice echoing in my ears, "Never court the divine, they are fickle, and their love is a blade that cuts both ways." The tension crackled like lightning, igniting memories of the villages past, with the blessings and the curses. I thought of the old shrine in the center of town, where offerings had once flourished, and now lay barren, choked by weeds and neglect. My heart raced. A shiver ran down my spine. Was it my imagination, or did the winds carry the whispers of ancient prayers, laced with desperation? "Ask them," Lyra pleaded, her voice barely above a whisper. "Ask them for guidance." Her faith was a fragile thing, woven from dreams and stories, but I felt the weight of reality pressing down. To ask the gods was to invite the storm. Every tale ended with a reckoning. I stepped forward, my feet sinking into the earth, each step a battle against a force I could not see. The trees around us loomed like sentinels, their gnarled branches reaching out, brushing against the fabric of my soul. "What if they want something?" I asked, my voice shaking. "What if we are only pawns in their game?" Lyra's grip tightened around the flower. "Then we play," she replied, her resolve a flickering flame. I admired her spirit, even as it terrified me. "What if they take you?" The thought clawed at my insides, a predator stalking my heart. "What if they demand a sacrifice?" "Then we make it." Her eyes blazed with an intensity that both frightened and emboldened me. I felt a swell of something, pride, despair, love, but it was overshadowed by the weight of our reality. With a trembling hand, I reached out to the sky, my fingertips grazing the edge of the cosmos. The stars blinked, indifferent yet watchful, as I murmured a plea for mercy. The night seemed to warp around us, shadows coiling like serpents, and I felt the very fabric of existence shift. Then a voice, deep, resonant, echoed through the grove. "You seek us, children of dust. Do you understand the price?" It rang in my ears, reverberating through my bones, freezing my blood. I turned to Lyra, her eyes wide with terror, yet filled with an unfathomable resolve. "Yes," she cried out, her voice piercing the heavy air. "We will pay. Just help us." Her words hung in the air, a fragile lifeline tossed into a tempest. My heart raced, thunderous in my chest, as the darkness thickened around us. The voice laughed, a sound like thunder rolling over mountains, fierce and terrifying. "Then prepare. The gods are hungry. The night is long." And in that moment, I felt it, the undeniable shift in the air, the palpable crack of fate snapping into place. I grasped Lyra's hand, our fingers intertwining like vines, as we stood on the cusp of something monstrous and divine. We had called them forth, and now we were ensnared in their web, a tapestry woven from dreams, fears, and the ancient echo of myths. Time warped, and memories flickered in and out like candles in a storm. I remembered the laughter of children playing in the village square, the warmth of sunlight pouring over golden fields, and the chill of the night creeping in as stories turned darker. I remembered my mother's songs, lullabies of love and caution, and my father's grim tales of sacrifice. I remembered the faces of the village, illuminated by firelight, fear etched into their brows as they spoke of the gods, of power, of the fragility of belief. Will they take me? I thought, my heart thrumming in my ears. Will they take you? I looked into Lyra's eyes, and we both knew we were standing on the edge of a precipice. We had awakened forces beyond our comprehension, and now we were both terrified and exhilarated. The night deepened, shadows lengthened, and the storm loomed ever closer. Each breath felt like the final countdown, the heart of the cosmos ticking away the seconds as we stood, locked in that moment of intense vulnerability and courage. The gods awaited, and we had summoned them, a collision of divinity and mortality. As the wind howled, I felt the earth tremble beneath our feet, and I knew we were no longer just children of this village. We were warriors, caught in the tangled web of myth and reality, standing on the brink of a confrontation that would change everything. And as the first flash of lightning split the sky, illuminating the darkness with a blinding light, I could feel the inexorable pull of fate drawing us closer to the gods, where belief and sacrifice would intertwine like a dance of shadows and flames. The air was thick with the scent of incense and dread, as if the very essence of fear had been trapped in this dimly lit tomb for centuries. Shadows danced along the walls, flickering in a ghostly rhythm, mesmerized by the flickering flames of the oil lamps. I stood there, heart pounding, a spectator to the macabre ballet unfolding before my eyes. A figure lay on a stone slab, draped in linen, the remnants of a life once vibrant now reduced to a husk, a shell of its former self. The mourners encircled the body, their voices low, woven with sorrow, each word a thread in the fabric of loss. I remember Clara's face, pale as the moonlight spilling through the cracks, her eyes, two pools of anguish reflecting the weight of her grief. She reached out, trembling, fingers brushing against the cool linen, knowing this was the last time she would ever touch him. Her husband. Gone. An abrupt, cruel theft by fate. A frown creased her brow, her emotions a tempest battling against an ocean of despair. They say this is the way to eternity, she whispered, her voice cracking. But what is eternity without him? In that moment, I understood. Death wasn't just an ending, it was a chasm that swallowed whole the dreams and laughter once shared. The weight of mummification, the ritualistic preservation of flesh, felt grotesque, as though they were not honoring the dead but rather imprisoning them in a perpetual state of longing. I felt it deep within my bones, an unsettling truth that resonated with the pulse of the living. Clara's heartbreak was palpable, her love a fierce flame flickering against the darkness of loss. Across the chamber, I caught a glimpse of Ahmed, a distant relative, his face a mask of stoicism, but his hands betrayed him. They trembled, fingers curling as if grasping for something unseen. I remembered the stories he told me, tales woven with laughter, of the afterlife, of Osiris, and the weighing of the heart. A feather for your heart, a judgment for your soul, he had said, a mischievous glint in his eye. But now, judgment loomed heavy like a thundercloud, and the feather felt like a cruel joke. Do you think it matters? His voice broke through the silence, raw and jagged. This mummification? Will it keep him from the void? His eyes burned with questions he dared not voice fully, the unbearable weight of belief clashing with the despair of reality. Clara turned to him, tears streaking her cheeks, and in that moment, I felt the fracture of faith reverberate through the air, sharp as a blade. I don't care about the afterlife, she spat, a sudden fire igniting her words. I care about him. I want to remember his laughter, his touch, not this husk they've created. Her anguish twisted into anger, and the shadows around us seemed to swell with her rage. I felt myself drawn to her pain, to the raw, unapologetic truth that surged like a river breaking free of its dam. The embalmers worked swiftly, their hands deft and practiced, weaving spices and linen like a tapestry of death. My mind raced with thoughts of those ancient Egyptians, meticulous in their devotion to preserving the body, convinced that eternal life awaited them. But here, in this moment, I saw only horror, a perverse dedication to keeping a loved one locked in a state of perpetual silence. Clara's fierce love screamed against the weight of tradition. "Why do we do this?" I asked, my voice trembling as the words fought to escape. "Is this love, or just fear? Fear of being forgotten?" The room grew still, as if the very air held its breath. Ahmed's gaze met mine, and for a fleeting moment, I saw understanding flicker in his eyes. Clara stepped closer to me, the fire in her fury dimming, replaced by a vulnerability that cut through the darkness. "I remember the stories," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "The tales of the afterlife, of a land filled with light and laughter. But here, it feels like we are only burying him deeper into the shadows." Her hands trembled as she brushed against the edge of the linen, and I wanted to reach out, to hold her, to tell her that she wasn't alone. But the moment floated like a fragile bubble, teetering on the edge of a pin. The embalmers continued their work, the rhythmic sounds of their labor echoing in the chamber, a haunting lullaby. I felt the weight of Clara's grief, wrapping around me, suffocating yet strangely comforting. The fear of oblivion hung heavy, each heartbeat a reminder of our mortality. What will we remember? I thought, a question that clawed its way from the depths of my mind. A chill crept through the room, enveloping us as if the very spectre of death had entered. My eyes darted back to the figure on the slab, and suddenly, I was struck by the enormity of what lay before us. This was not just a body, it was a vessel carrying love, laughter, and memories, all woven into the fabric of life. My heart raced, each beat thundering against the silence. "He deserves to be remembered, not trapped," I gasped, my voice trembling with urgency. Clara turned to me, her eyes wide with surprise, as if she had only just seen the fire igniting within me. "Then what do we do?" Her voice tremored, an ember of hope flickering against the abyss of despair. I felt myself drawn to her, the weight of our shared grief binding us together, a fragile thread of understanding connecting our souls. "We honor him every day," I said, feeling the intensity of my own words. "Let his laughter echo through our lives, let his memory be our guide." Ahmed nodded slowly, the stoic mask slipping away, replaced by a look of fierce determination. "We'll tell his stories, over and over. We'll remind each other of the light he brought into this world." The embalmers paused, their work momentarily halted, as if they too felt the shift in the air. The shadows flickered, and for a heartbeat, it felt as if the very walls breathed with us, resonating with our shared resolve. Clara stepped forward, placing her palm against the cold linen, and in that moment, I knew, death would not silence our love. The light outside dimmed, a prelude to the night, but within that chamber, surrounded by the objects of grief and memory, we ignited a fire that would never fade. As the embalmers resumed their ritual, their hands weaving the fabric of death, I felt the pulse of life carry on, a heartbeat echoing through eternity, and I would not let it end here. The shadows whispered secrets, even as our hearts cried out for the living. In that tomb, mummification became a paradox, an act of love steeped in fear, where death met life, and in the swirling darkness, hope flickered like a flame, refusing to be extinguished. The museum stood silent, a cathedral of glass and stone, housing echoes of 1,000 whispers. I remember that moment, the chill that swept over me as I stepped inside, the air thick with unspoken histories, the weight of time pressing down like a heavy cloak. Shadows danced across polished floors, and the flickering light cast ghostly figures of artists and architects long gone, their dreams woven into the very fabric of these walls. I could hear the faint hum of a heartbeat, pulsing rhythmically through the corridors, as if the building itself were alive, yearning to share its secrets. And then there was Clara, her breath shallow, eyes wide as she stared at the mural depicting a blood-soaked battle. Art can be so brutally honest, tearing into the soul like an unexpected confession. "Why?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "Why do we keep memorializing our pain?" I wanted to answer her, to assure her that through art, we confront our ghosts. But the truth was, I was afraid that each brushstroke on that canvas reflected our own struggles, our own failures, our own losses. Clara, with her wild mane of hair and paint-splattered clothes, wore her passion like armor. She moved through this place like a dancer, each step filled with purpose but haunted by uncertainty. Every piece of art she encountered was both a balm and a wound. She was a seeker, yet the search was tearing her apart. "I'm trying to create something beautiful," she said, choking on the words. "But all I feel is darkness." And then there was Martin, standing at the edge of a towering sculpture, his hands shoved deep into his pockets, a fortress of indifference surrounding him. He was an architect, a builder of dreams turned cynic, and I could see the shadows of his past etched in the lines on his face. He had once believed in the power of creation, in the magic of blueprints and dreams. But somewhere along the way, he had lost that childlike wonder. "Every building is just a tomb," he muttered, barely above a whisper. "We construct our legacies, but they rot away with time, like forgotten memories." The air crackled with tension as Clara and Martin stood on opposite sides of the gallery, two souls caught in a tempest of despair and creation, a perfect storm brewing beneath the surface. The echoes of past styles lingered like ghosts, Baroque extravagance, Gothic spires reaching for the heavens, modernist minimalism stripped bare of all pretense. Each style a reflection of the human condition, a testament to our fleeting existence. "Look at them," Clara said suddenly, her voice breaking through the silence. "Each piece tells a story of longing and loss. We're just trying to make sense of it all, aren't we?" She turned to Martin, her eyes fierce with emotion. "But how do we create in a world that has lost its way?" Martin's gaze hardened, the walls around his heart fortifying. "Creating has become an act of defiance," he replied, bitterness lacing his tongue. "But what if it's all for nothing? What if we pour our souls into our work, and it's met with indifference?" I felt the weight of their conflict, the raw intensity of their desires colliding like waves crashing against jagged rocks. Clara's vulnerability, Martin's skepticism, two desperate cries in the dark, struggling against the suffocating silence of apathy. The world outside roared with life, yet here, inside these walls, time stood still, a paradox that left us suspended in the moment, grasping for meaning. "Sometimes I think about the artists who came before us," Clara mused, her voice barely above a whisper. "Their dreams, their blood, sweat, and tears, all captured in paint and stone. They bared their souls to the world, and we just scroll through Instagram." The room fell silent as her words echoed, resonating deep within. I could see the flicker of memory in her eyes, as if she was tracing the lines of history carved into the walls around us. The pain, the beauty, the struggle to leave a mark that would outlast us, all of it swirling in the air like a thick fog. Martin stepped closer to her, the tension crackling between them. "Maybe it's about finding our own voice amidst the chaos," he said, a flicker of vulnerability seeping through his bravado. "What if we're all just trying to make something that matters, to find our place in this sprawling canvas we call life?" A fragile hope blossomed between them, tentative and bright, like the first rays of dawn piercing through the heavy darkness. I could see Clara's heart racing, her passion igniting as she clutched her sketchbook like a lifeline. "Then let's make a statement," she exclaimed, her determination palpable. "Let's weave our emotions into our art, and let the world feel every heartbeat, every pulse." But even as the fire ignited, shadows loomed at the edges, a reminder of our mortality. The clock ticked steadily, an ominous metronome marking the seconds of our existence. What if we succeeded, only to be forgotten like so many before us? What if our creations turned to dust? The room trembled with unspoken fears, a tension that hung heavy in the air, wrapping around us like a shroud. I could feel the weight of their dreams and doubts colliding, a tempest of raw emotion that threatened to consume us all. Clara's eyes sparkled with fierce hope, while Martin wrestled with his demons, uncertain if he could allow himself to believe again. I remember their struggle, the way it clawed at my own heart, the desire to create, to leave a legacy, to etch our stories into the fabric of time. Art and architecture collided in that space, a dance of fear and defiance. And as I stood there, caught in the charged moment, I couldn't help but wonder if all we could ever hope for was to be remembered, even just for a fleeting moment, amidst the vast tapestry of existence. All around us, the echoes of history whispered, the walls trembled with the weight of dreams, and we stood on the precipice of something profound. Time stretched and twisted, an ever-present reminder of our mortality. The silence was deafening, yet in that quiet, our souls sang, desperate to be heard. And in that moment, we were infinite. The air was thick, suffocating, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows that twisted like broken memories across the stone walls of the ancient temple. The sound of hurried whispers bounced off the sacred stones, weaving through the tense atmosphere like a serpent searching for its prey. I stood there, heart racing like a caged bird, transfixed by the sight before me. The flickering torches illuminated the faces of my two companions, their expressions etched with a mix of fear and determination. Nefertari, with her fierce eyes that held the weight of 1,000 stories, was the embodiment of defiance. She was a scribe, her hand stained with ink and dust, forever yearning to translate the chaos of the world into symbols that would outlast time itself. And then there was Kem, a man haunted by the ghosts of his past, his fingers trembling as they traced the ancient carvings on the walls. The scars of a life devoted to record-keeping, to the pursuit of truth, had left him vulnerable, fragile like a glass figurine poised on the edge of a table. I remember the first time I held a reed pen. Nefertari's voice broke the silence, raw with emotion, echoing like a thunderclap in the growing darkness. The ink felt like magic, as if I could steal the souls of the gods and bind them to parchment. Her words hung in the air, heavy with longing, and I could see the vision of those early days flickering in her mind, a memory saturated with the thrill of creation and the weight of responsibility. Kem scoffed, a hollow sound that barely masked his pain. What happens when the ink fades? When the symbols crumble into dust? We're nothing but shadows, Nefertari. Just echoes in the annals of time. His voice trembled, a mournful melody that tugged at the corners of my heart. I could feel the intensity of his conflict, the relentless battle between hope and despair coursing through him like a tempest. But as the three of us stood there, the walls of the temple seemed to pulsate with an energy all their own. I reached out, running my fingers along the cool, worn stone. Each carving, each hieroglyph, felt alive, whispering stories of gods and men, of triumph and tragedy, of dreams turned to dust. They were not mere symbols, they were vessels of emotion, bursting at the seams with the weight of untold history. I remember, Nefertari's voice dropped, a whisper brushing against the edges of the growing darkness. The first time I saw the symbols come to life. The way the sun caught the lines and they danced on the page. I could make the sun rise and set with a single stroke. Her eyes glimmered with a mixture of pride and sorrow as if she were recalling a love that had slipped through her fingers. Kem's face twisted, a grimace of unyielding nostalgia. But what if they forget us? What if the world moves on, and our words are lost? His eyes darted to the shadows, as if expecting the ghosts of forgotten scribes to emerge, to remind him of the futility of their struggle. As night fell, an eerie silence enveloped us. The temple felt like a tomb, the hieroglyphs etched into the walls bearing witness to our plight. I felt the cold tendrils of fear creeping into my chest, tightening their grip around my heart. We were on the precipice of creation, yet the weight of our history threatened to drown us. The urgency of our mission hung in the air, a fragile thread woven from dreams and whispered hopes. Suddenly, the distant sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor. My heart raced. Each thump resonated like a funeral drum, the rhythm of a heartbeat on the verge of panic. Shadows flickered, and I could sense danger lurking just beyond the edge of our fragile sanctuary. They're coming, Kem warned, his voice barely above a whisper, a shiver running through him. We must finish this before they erase us. Nefertari squared her shoulders, resolve igniting in her gaze. No. We will not be silenced. Our words will live on. The fire in her voice cut through the tension, a beacon in the dark. It ignited something within us, a need to fight against the inevitable, to cling to our dreams like lifelines in a storm. The symbols on the wall shimmered as if they understood the weight of our words, the desperation of our hopes. They held within them the promise of immortality, a chance to leave our mark on a world that often felt indifferent. I could feel the intensity of that moment, the raw power of creation surging around us, electrifying the air. And just as the footsteps grew louder, echoing closer, I caught a glimpse of the future, the legacy we could forge if we dared to dream, if we dared to write. I wanted to scream, to shout to the heavens that we would not fade into obscurity, that our stories would not die with us. The impending confrontation loomed like a dark cloud, and I could taste the bitter tang of fear in the back of my throat. I knew that the clash of worlds was inevitable, the struggle between those who sought to silence us and those who cherished the power of words. The ancient hieroglyphics became our battleground, a canvas upon which we would etch our souls. Right! Nefertari's voice rang out like a battle cry, cutting through the darkness. Let the ink flow like blood. Let our voices rise from the graves of history. And as we began to etch our stories into the walls, the shadows closed in, but we became something greater than ourselves, a force of nature against the tide of oblivion. The word spilled forth, and with each stroke, each symbol, we carved our existence into eternity. In that moment, time felt irrelevant, the cosmos swirling around us, a tapestry of dreams and memories. We were the architects of our fate, the storytellers of our own legend, and nothing, no force, no darkness, could snuff out the light of our creation. As the footsteps thundered ever closer, a storm brewing just outside our sanctuary, I knew we were both vulnerable and invincible, terrified yet unyielding. The clash between the past and the future was upon us, a heart-pounding dance between creation and destruction. And within that chaos, within that raw, unfiltered emotion, we understood that the development of hieroglyphics was not just about writing, it was about life itself, the eternal struggle to be heard, to be remembered. Every stroke of the pen was a heartbeat, a pulse, a testament to our existence, an unbreakable bond between us and the universe. In that sacred moment, we were alive, and we were not alone. The sun sank low over the horizon, bleeding orange and crimson onto the Nile, where the water shimmered like molten gold, igniting the air with a feverish anticipation. In the marketplace, a cacophony of voices rose and fell like the tide, merchants hawking their wares, the scent of spices hanging heavy, a brew of cinnamon, cumin, and something sweeter, something dark that whispered of secrets. I stumbled backward, bumping into a stall laden with textiles, the silks cool against my fevered skin. Don't just stand there, Laura, barked Armin, his brows knitted in frustration, a bulky figure with a heart that mirrored the weight of his trade. He pulled me from the wreckage of my thoughts. We're not here for daydreams. I remember the heat beneath my skin, the thrumming in my veins, the anxiety that gnawed at my insides. Trade was a delicate dance, and every misstep could lead to ruin. Armin's eyes flashed with desperation, a man clinging to the fringes of a world that could crumble at the first whisper of misfortune. He didn't just sell goods, he sold hope, and hope was a fragile thing in the mouth of the gods. I remember the first time we traded with the Levant, he said, his voice low, almost reverent. They brought silks and glass, things we could only dream of. I thought then that I could build a fortune, that we could lift ourselves from the dirt. But fortune shifted like grains of sand, and I could feel the weight of his desperation, the crushing reality of his ambition. We were nothing more than shadows in a city built on the backs of the mighty and the meek, our lives woven into the fabric of trade that stretched across the desert like a lifeline. I swallowed hard, the taste of regret bitter on my tongue. Across the marketplace, I caught sight of Kia, her laughter like a ringing bell, bright and sharp, cutting through the haze of commerce. But beneath that laughter lay a heart tethered to the past, a memory of a lost brother, swallowed by the vastness of the desert. She stood with her back to me, bartering for a bundle of spices, the colors of her garments vibrant against the drab hues of the stalls. I wanted to scream out to her, to warn her of the danger lurking in every transaction, but words caught in my throat like a choking vine. Yora! Her voice sliced through the air, and I turned, the moment suspended, as if the world held its breath. Look! Look at this! She held up a small jar, the glass shimmering like the stars above. It's worth more than gold. But gold can't bring back the dead, I thought, the pang of loss tightening around my heart. In the end, we are all just traders on the river of time, bartering our souls for moments that slip through our fingers like water. I watched her, the glitter of ambition in her eyes, and found myself aching for her, for the choices that lay ahead. Would she risk it all for a fleeting moment of glory? Would she let the weight of trade pull her under? Yora! Armin's voice snapped me back, urgency coursing through him like wildfire. We need to move. The caravan arrives at dusk, and if we don't get our goods in order, we'll lose everything. But as I turned back to him, the shadows shifted, darkening the corners of my vision. I felt it then, a tremor in the air, a sense of foreboding that wrapped around me like a noose. I had heard whispers of bandits, of shadows that prowled the trade routes, waiting to strike, to seize the hopes of those who dared to dream. "Let's go," I urged, though every step felt like a descent into the unknown. I could see Kia still bargaining, the glow of her ambition flickering against the encroaching darkness. "We can't leave her. She needs us. Or she'll drag us down with her," he murmured, eyes darting back to the stalls, the goods stacked precariously high, each box a promise, each promise a gamble. "If we lose everything tonight, we lose our lives." My heart raced, the conflicting desires clashing within me, the pull of loyalty, the weight of fear, an unbearable tension that threatened to unravel me. I remembered my mother's tales of trade, of riches flowing like the Nile, but she never spoke of the dangers, the knives waiting in the dark. I looked again at Kia, and the choice crystallized. The air thickened with unspoken words, with the weight of our choices hanging heavy like a shroud. "We have to go," I insisted, my voice fierce, the moment pulsing with urgency. But just as I turned, a distant shout shattered the air, a cry of panic, of terror, echoing through the marketplace. And in that moment, I saw the realization dawn in Kia's eyes. She dropped the jar, the glass shattering against the stones. She turned to run, the laughter gone, replaced by something primal, something desperate. The world turned chaotic, merchants scattering, shouts erupting like cannon fire, the very fabric of our existence tearing at the seams. I felt our means grip tighten as we plunged into the throng, hearts racing, breaths shallow. We were caught in the whipping winds of fate, trading our sanity for survival. What had begun as a simple exchange of goods morphed into a cacophony of panic, a testament to the fragility of life. In the end, what did we trade? Dreams, ambitions, and a piece of ourselves, relinquished to the river of time. As the shadows deepened, the marketplace transformed into a battlefield, and the realization dawned: we were not just traders of spices and silks, but of hopes and fears, caught in a network of exchange that could swallow us whole. The night had fallen, and with it, the stakes had risen, the game of trade becoming a perilous gamble that would determine our fates. In the echoing silence that followed the storm, I stood there, Kia and Amin at my side, knowing that the night held secrets yet uncovered, and the true cost of our ambitions was yet to be revealed. The cycle of trade was unbroken, the dance far from over. The sun hung like a molten coin above the horizon, its heat penetrating the skin, leaving a trail of sweat that whispered of desperation. The marketplace buzzed, an orchestra of voices, a chaotic symphony of lives entwined, where desperation danced with ambition. I stood there, heart drumming against my ribs, watching the world unfold like an ominous tapestry. 10, no, 5 loaves for a drachma, or I'll take my business to the next vendor. The voice belonged to Merit, a baker's daughter, her hands dusted with flour, a crown of it in her hair, like a ghostly halo. She was young, fierce, her eyes aflame with dreams that reached for the stars, even in this sun-scorched reality. I knew her well. We grew up in the shadows of the pyramids, amidst the whispers of gods that seemed to mock our every desire. The weight of our social class sat heavy upon us, her, the baker's daughter, and I, a mere scribe, a wisp of parchment in a world of stone. "Sell less, earn less," she snapped, her brows knitting together, frustration flickering like the wavering flame of a torch. There was passion in her voice, a battle cry against the invisible chains that pulled us down. If only we could rise, if only we could be more than what our fathers were. I ached for her. I understood her sorrow, her anger, the silent scream of wanting more than bread, more than ink on papyrus. My fingers stained with the ink of other stories, I felt invisible, a shadow of ambition on the wall of this bustling marketplace. I penned their words, but my voice? It was lost in the echo of haggling, drowned in the laughter of the elite, those who could afford silk and spices while we counted grains and dreams. Across the square, a figure loomed, the overseer, a man draped in authority, his eyes dark as the night sky, a tempest waiting to unleash fury. He was the embodiment of power, a ghost to haunt the dreams of those beneath him. His mere presence sent chills down my spine, the whispers of discontent that filled the air felt like blades at my throat. Merit sensed it too, her laughter evaporating like water in the desert. "Remember the execution last moon?" she asked, her voice suddenly hushed, a fear threading through her words. They said he spoke out against the Pharaoh. Now look where he lies. The memory hit me like a stone. How could I forget? I had watched, helpless, as the crowd gathered, morbid curiosity feeding their eyes. The sharp clang of metal against flesh, the scream swallowed by the sun, and the echo of a life snuffed out like a candle in the wind. I shivered at the thought, the image forever seared into my mind, a reminder of how thin the veil of existence truly was. You speak of dreams, I murmured, but what of the ghosts that linger in the shadows? What of the ones who dared to reach for the stars? Her gaze hardened, determination rising like the floodwaters of the Nile. Then let us be the ones who rise, who break the chains, who carve our names into the stone of history. The fire in her eyes ignited something within me, a flicker of hope amidst the despair. But deep down, I could feel my heart faltering. The weight of social class felt like a leaden shackle around my ankles, dragging me deeper into the sands of fate. The artisans and merchants, the farmers and laborers, they all had their roles to play, and I was nothing but a scribe, a whisperer of words. Yet what did my words amount to? Were they not just echoes of the powerful? Merit stepped closer, the scent of yeast and sweat mingling with the dry heat, her voice a mere murmur now. But you can write, can't you? You can tell our stories. You can make them hear our voices. I wanted to believe, to feel the pulse of rebellion race through my veins, but fear gripped me like a vice. I remembered my father, his nervous hands shaking as he scrawled meaningless words on papyrus, the fear of the overseer ever present. His warnings echoed in my mind, cautioning me against the wrath of the powerful. But what if I could channel that fear into something greater? What if the ink could be my sword, and the words my shield against oppression? As I wrestled with the tempest inside, another voice shattered the moment. Move aside, beggar! It was a merchant, a man cloaked in silk, his laughter a cruel melody against the backdrop of our struggles. You think your dreams will feed your family? Pathetic! I felt Merit tense beside me, a spark of defiance igniting her spirit, her fists clenched, trembling with the weight of unspoken words. But I reached for her hand, squeezing it gently, a silent plea for calm. The shadows of chaos loomed, threatening to engulf us, yet amidst it all, I saw a glimmer of hope, a flicker of rebellion in her eyes. Let them laugh, I said, my voice steadying. For every hand that scoffs, there are 10 that cheer in silence. We are not alone. And in that moment, I felt the tide turning. We were more than just social classes, more than mere roles, we were threads woven into this tapestry of existence, aching to be seen, heard, and immortalized. As the sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the marketplace, the air thick with tension, I set my heart upon a single truth: I would write. I would tell our stories, raw and untamed, weaving the reality of our daily lives into the fabric of eternity. The cries of the marketplace echoed around us, the world unrelenting, and yet, amidst it all, I felt a heartbeat, a pulse of life that refused to be snuffed out. And so, as the darkness closed in, with Merit's fire igniting my spirit, I plunged forward into the abyss, driven by the knowledge that our truths must rise, must take flight, like the very souls of those we honored in our words. The echoes of laughter and pain curled around us, wrapping us in a cloak of shared dreams, propelling us toward what lay ahead, the unknown. The sun hung low in the sky, a molten orb casting long shadows across the parched earth, as Amina knelt in the dirt, her hands trembling. She could feel the heat radiating from the ground beneath her, like a heartbeat echoing the desperation of her people. The Nile, once a generous lover, now whispered promises of drought, a cruel reminder that the lifeblood of her land was slipping through fingers gnarled by toil. I remember the old days, she whispered to herself, as if the ghosts of her ancestors might hear her plea. I remember the harvests that painted the fields gold, where laughter mingled with the scent of ripe grain. But now, all she had was silence. The silence of cracked soil and withering dreams. Behind her, in the distance, a figure emerged, a man with sun-bleached hair and sorrow etched into his brow. It was Khalid, her brother, a farmer too proud for his own good, his spirit tethered to the land like a stubborn vine. Amina could see the weight of uncertainty on his shoulders, a burden heavier than the sacks of grain they used to carry together. Have you seen the water level? He asked, his voice rough as the dry reeds that once danced along the banks of the Nile. They say it's dropped again. The words hung in the air, heavy with finality, as if they were pronouncing the death of a dream. Amina lowered her gaze, biting her lip. I can't bear it, Khalid. If this keeps up, she couldn't bring herself to finish the thought. Instead, she reached for a single blade of grass, cradling it between her fingers. What will we do? How can we feed our families? He stepped closer, desperation flickering in his eyes like a dying flame. We'll find a way, he insisted, but the conviction was fraying, like the edges of their hope. We have to. For the children. They both knew the truth, a haunting specter that loomed over their lives, witnesses to a slow unraveling. The Nile that had shaped their very existence was becoming a ghost of itself, a mere trickle of memory. Every hour, the clock ticks, Amina murmured, glancing at the sun setting, flames licking the horizon. Time is slipping away. The water had always been the heart of Egypt, the pulse of agriculture, the rhythm of life. Without it, their connection to the earth was severed, and they were left to wander in a barren wasteland of despair. Khalid clenched his fists, his expression fierce yet tortured. I will not let our land die, he declared, the fire of rebellion igniting his spirit. We'll dig deeper. We'll fight for every drop. I swear it. Amina could see the determination glimmering in his eyes, but fear gnawed at her heart. And what if it's not enough? She asked, her voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. What if the Nile forgets us? In the silence that followed, a chill swept through the air, freezing them in place. They both felt it, an ancient sorrow, the weight of their ancestors pressing down upon them. The echoes of those who had come before, whose lives were woven into the fabric of this land, whispered in the wind, reminding them of the sacrifices made in the name of survival. I remember the stories, Amina said, her voice taking on a haunting quality. The tales of our forefathers who fought against the elements, who cried out to the gods for rain, for sustenance. Khalid's gaze darkened, his jaw set with resolve. Then we will honor them. We will toil under the sun, even if our backs break. We will remember. Each word struck like a hammer against an anvil, the clang of legacy forging an unbreakable bond between them. And yet the specter of doubt lingered, a shadow that refused to be banished. As they turned back to their fields, the oppressive weight of the sky mirrored the heaviness in their hearts. Amina reached for the earth once more, her fingers digging into the sand, feeling the pulse of hunger, the yearning for water that had sustained generations. Did you ever think it would come to this? She whispered, half to herself, half to the world around them. That we would stand here, pleading for the life of our land. Khalid's voice broke her reverie. We are fighters, Amina. We always have been. But there was a tremor in his tone, a crack in the facade of strength. Amina looked into his eyes, and for a fleeting moment, she saw the child he once was, the boy who laughed under the shade of the palm trees, who believed in magic and the endless bounty of the Nile. Do you remember the time we caught fish from the river? She asked, her voice softening. How we thought we could catch the stars if we tried hard enough. He chuckled, the sound bittersweet. And we cooked them over an open fire, the smell filling the air like a feast. I thought we were kings. Kings, she echoed, the warmth of nostalgia wrapping around them like a comforting blanket. But now, we are beggars at the feet of a dying river. The silence that followed was thick, heavy with resignation. Khalid's eyes drifted towards the horizon, where the sun sank lower, like a dying ember. Tonight, we will gather the village. We need to unite. We can't wait for help that may never come. Amina nodded, feeling the weight of his words. They needed more than their own wills, they needed a collective strength. Yet, as they walked back home, the shadows grew long, twisting and turning like the doubts that coiled around their hearts. Each step was a reminder of the clock ticking down, a relentless countdown to an uncertain fate. The Nile was a memory, and tomorrow, they would rise again to fight against the cruel tides of destiny. And so, as night wrapped its arms around them, they prepared for a confrontation, not just with the land, but with the very essence of their existence. The battle for water was also a battle for their souls, a fight against the shadows that threatened to consume them whole. They were not just farmers, they were warriors, ready to reclaim their birthright, even if it meant standing against the darkness. The earth beneath their feet pulsed, a heartbeat intertwined with their own, echoing the eternal struggle of man against nature, a story as old as time itself. The air was thick with the stench of burnt herbs and something far more sinister, flesh, scorched beneath the relentless sun. I stood outside the temple, a witness to the sacred chaos swirling within, where the desperate cries of the afflicted echoed against the walls like a dirge. Shadows flickered, and the shadows of the gods seemed to dance with the flickering flames. There was no mercy here, just the stark reality of life and death, where hope and despair tangled in a delicate, heart-wrenching embrace. I remember the bead of sweat that trickled down my spine, sending shivers of anticipation through me. I was there, Aset, a healer with hands that knew the secrets of the universe and a heart that bore the weight of countless souls. Every patient brought into the temple was a burden, a puzzle begging to be solved, and tonight, the stakes were higher than ever. The spirits of the dying seemed to linger in the corner of my vision, whispering secrets I could never quite grasp. I could hear the rustle of papyrus scrolls, the scratching of reed pens, as words were committed to memory, ancient knowledge twisted with remedies that felt both miraculous and cursed. But it was not the scrolls that haunted me. No, it was the face of my brother, Ka, pale and still on the altar, the very embodiment of suffering. I had failed him. I could feel the pulse of guilt throbbing in my throat, a fiery brand marking me as unworthy. He had entrusted me with his life. "You can heal me, Aset," he had said, his voice like a fragile wisp of wind. How could I bear his gaze now, knowing I stood powerless? The herbs I'd gathered, the incantations whispered in the dead of night, they had failed us both. The heavy door creaked open, and my mentor, Nefer, stepped into the dim light, his presence as commanding as the pharaohs themselves. His eyes, pools of wisdom and pain, bore into mine, searching for signs of hope, for the flicker of determination. "Aset," he said, his voice a low rumble, "the god of medicine does not bless the unworthy. We must act swiftly. A plague is upon us." His words hung in the air, thick like the smoke curling from the incense. I wanted to scream. Plague. The word wrapped around my heart like a vice, tightening with each heartbeat. I could almost see the specter of death, cloaked in shadows, weaving through the streets of our city, claiming lives with a cold embrace. The people were already haunted, their eyes hollow, their skin clammy and pale. I remembered my mother's laughter, a sound now replaced by the wails of the bereaved that rippled through the air like a mournful hymn. Night descended, wrapping us in its velvet cloak. The flickering torches illuminated the altar, casting eerie shadows that danced menacingly. Ka lay still, and I felt the void of my inadequacy clawing at my insides. I knelt beside him, clutching a handful of herbs, the very ones I had prayed would bring him back to life. They felt alien, like twisted remnants of a dream I couldn't wake from. "Breathe," I murmured, though I wasn't sure if it was meant for him or for me. A voice broke through my turmoil, soft yet insistent. "Aset, the heart is the seat of life. We must cleanse it." Nefer's hand rested on my shoulder, grounding me, and in that moment, I felt the weight of 1,000 souls pressing against me, demanding justice, demanding healing. "You know the incantation. Call upon the gods." I choked back my fear. But what if there is no what if? Only action, he snapped, his eyes fierce. The conviction in his voice ignited a spark within me, a flicker of the healer I had yearned to be. I closed my eyes, the ancient words spilling from my lips, sacred syllables that flowed like the Nile, each one heavy with meaning, each one a plea to the cosmos. The air crackled with energy, a palpable force that surged through the temple, wrapping around my brother like an embrace. Time twisted, warped, and for a heartbeat, I felt the veil thin between us and the divine. The air shimmered, filled with the scent of lotus and honey, and for a brief, transcendent moment, I could see Ka's spirit, flickering like a candle in the wind, caught between realms. I grasped at it, my fingers trembling. "Stay," I begged, and the anguish in my heart echoed through the temple, a haunting song of hope and despair. But as the final word left my lips, darkness clawed at the edges of reality. I felt a jolt, a sharp pain, a reminder that this was not a game, this was life and death, and I was but a flawed vessel. Ka's breath hitched, and in that fragile moment, I saw it, the flicker of recognition in his eyes, the spark of life. But it was fleeting, and I felt myself being drawn back into the shadows, where uncertainty loomed like an ominous specter. "Not yet!" I screamed, my voice a desperate plea lost in the growing storm around us. Nefer gripped my arm, his gaze fierce, but it felt hollow against the weight of loss pressing on my chest. "You cannot hold the cosmos in your hands," he murmured, as if trying to bring me back to earth. Yet the world around me was shattering, cracking like glass, shards of reality slicing through my soul. And there it was again, that chilling silence, the moment before the storm. I could hear the faintest whisper of the gods, the echoes of ancient wisdom, and the realization crashed upon me like a wave. Healing was not merely a craft, it was a burden, a relentless pursuit fraught with the ghosts of those we could not save. Suddenly, the temple doors swung open, and the flickering torchlight revealed figures cloaked in night, the weight of desperation hanging heavy in their eyes. They were the families of the afflicted, their faces twisted in fear, a chorus of heartbeats rising, a symphony of chaos. "Help us," they cried, voices raw and trembling, blending with the whispers of the dying, and I felt my heart splinter, each shard piercing deeper. In that fleeting moment, the temple became a crucible, a battleground where science danced with the divine, where the boundaries of life blurred into the shadows of madness. I could feel the fraying edges of my mind, the relentless surge of memory and fear, and I knew that the night was far from over. The dance with death had only just begun, and I was caught in its merciless grip, heart racing, breath trembling, as the tormented souls of ancient Egypt whispered their secrets, and the darkness threatened to swallow us whole. The sun hung low over ancient Thebes, casting long shadows that danced like specters across the stone streets. The air held a tension, a silent scream, palpable enough to cut through flesh. I stood at the edges of the great court, my heart thundering in my chest, feeling the weight of 1,000 eyes, the whispers like a swarm of locusts buzzing relentlessly. It was a day like no other, a day drenched in the blood of ambition and the shivering thrill of power. Khepri, the young pharaoh, was perched upon his gilded throne, his expression a veil of calm over a tempest of uncertainty. His hands trembled ever so slightly, betraying the facade of divine authority. I caught his gaze, and for a fleeting moment, I saw a flicker of fear, a boy trapped in a man's world, a world where gods were not only worshipped but expected to bleed. The scent of incense mingled with sweat and fear, curling in the air around us, thick and suffocating. His sister, Ankari, stood beside him, her presence a sharp contrast to his uncertainty. Fierce, unyielding, a warrior in a silken dress, she wielded her sharp tongue like a sword. "You speak of loyalty, brother, but loyalty is a ghost," she spat, eyes gleaming with a mix of defiance and desperation. "And ghosts haunt the living." I could sense the tension crackling between them, a raw electrical charge that could ignite at any moment. Loyalty had become a currency in this kingdom, traded like grain under the scorching sun, valuable yet fleeting. I remembered the whispers of betrayal echoing in the dark, the shadows of conspirators slipping through alleyways, plotting in the dim light of night. I murmured to myself, the way the air thickens before a storm, the way betrayal tastes like iron and ash. A sudden shout broke the air, a soldier stumbling forward, eyes wide with horror. "My pharaoh! They come!" The words fell like an anvil, heavy and foreboding, and the world around us twisted and warped into chaos. Ankari gripped Khepri's arm, her nails digging into his flesh as if to anchor him to reality. He blinked, as if waking from a dream, or perhaps a nightmare. In that fleeting moment, time stretched and warped, pulling me into a memory of a night long past. The stars hung heavy in the sky, glittering like shards of broken glass, and I had believed in the divine right of kings. I had believed in the grand tales of gods walking among us, of pharaohs filled with celestial wisdom, but now, the myth crumbled like ancient parchment. I felt the weight of Khepri's crown pressing down on me, the burden of a man who must answer not only to his people but to the very gods he believed to embody. Chaos erupted, soldiers scrambling, shouts and cries spilling into the air, a cacophony of fear mingling with the sacred. "They're coming for your throne, brother!" Ankari was shouting now, her voice fierce yet laced with despair. "You must stand firm." But how can one stand firm on shifting sand? Khepri's eyes darted around, panic rising like a tide as he grasped the edges of his throne, the solid embodiment of authority. It was a cruel joke, this throne, beautiful yet cold, a gilded cage. "I am the Pharaoh," he roared, voice trembling, but no one stirred. Not the crowd, not the gods. It was a question more than a declaration, a plea echoing back into the void. The shadows loomed larger, whispers swirling through the throng, a darkness creeping over the palace. I could feel the air crackling with unspoken thoughts, the electricity of fear and ambition twisting like a storm, and I realized we were mere players on a stage, puppets in a tale written by the hands of fate. I stepped closer, drawn by something I couldn't name. "Khepri," I whispered, as if sharing a secret meant only for him. "You are more than a boy in a crown. You are the heartbeat of this land." He met my gaze, uncertainty melting into something fierce, something wild. But what if that heartbeat falters? What if I am not worthy? Worthy? I scoffed, the absurdity unfolding like a joke from the gods. Worthy is a fickle friend. It's the echo of your people's hopes, their dreams, and their fears. And right now, they fear you. A silence fell, thick and suffocating, a chasm opening between us. Ankari shifted, her eyes narrowing, but I could see the flicker of understanding pass between the three of us, the unbreakable bond forged by blood, ambition, and the crushing weight of expectation. Then came the sound of footsteps, heavy and deliberate, like the march of fate drawing near. They were coming for Khepri, rivals cloaked in shadows, hungry for power, thirsty for blood. "We must act," Ankari commanded, fierce as a lioness, her spirit igniting a fire in the hearts of those around her. And in that moment, I felt the pull of destiny, a thread woven through the fabric of time, binding us together, binding Khepri to the throne, to the people who believed in him, to the gods who watched with bated breath. The weight of authority pressed down on him, a mantle heavy with the cries of those who had come before and the ones yet to arrive. Khepri stood, the crown a blistering sun on his brow. "I will not falter." The words echoed out, a declaration that shattered the silence. I am the Pharaoh. But the truth was deeper, darker. The throne did not belong to him, it belonged to those who dared to dream of a better tomorrow, those who whispered in the night and prayed to the stars. I held my breath, feeling the tide of emotions crash around us, fear, ambition, loyalty, and betrayal swirling into a vortex. Khepri's eyes blazed, and I knew we were teetering on the edge of something monumental, something primal. The shadows whispered promises, the crowd surged with fervor, and the night stretched out before us, endless and infinite. We stood at the precipice of history, the moment frozen in time, each heartbeat a drum echoing through the ages. In the realm of gods and pharaohs, we were mere mortals, entangled in a dance as ancient as the sands beneath our feet, a dance that would forever change the fate of Thebes. The ghosts of past pharaohs lingered, watching, waiting, as the night unfolded like a dark tapestry, rich with the colors of ambition, destiny, and the flicker of a divine spark. And as the shadows loomed ever larger, I could not help but wonder, would Khepri rise like the sun, or would he fall like the dust that blankets the earth? The answer hung in the air, heavy and electric, waiting, just waiting. The air crackled with the weight of silence, a stillness that gripped the battlefield like a vice. I stood there, heart pounding, the chill of dread crawling up my spine, sweat mingling with the dirt on my brow. It was the calm before the storm, a cruel joke played by fate. All around me, soldiers shifted nervously, their faces masks of fear and bravado, men turned boys in a moment too heavy to bear. I remember the sound of the distant horns, calling us to war, a mournful tune that vibrated in my bones. I had long ago forgotten what it felt like to sleep without the gnawing fear of tomorrow's battle, each night haunted by visions of blood and fire. My hands trembled, not from the cold, but from the weight of my sword, a relic of honor turned to a curse. I was not a warrior by fate, but by necessity, and as I glanced at my brothers in arms, I saw their own fears reflected back at me. Darius, my best friend, stood close, his hands clasped around his hilt, knuckles white as ghosts. His eyes were wide, brimming with the innocence of a boy who had once aspired to be a scholar. He had dreamt of libraries, of ink and parchment, not this hellscape. "You ever think about what we're doing?" he whispered, his voice barely a breath. "What if we're just pawns? I wanted to laugh, to dismiss his words as foolishness, but the truth clung to me, heavy and undeniable. Every day, I admitted. Every single day. I could see the doubt scratching at him, a spider weaving a web of despair, and I cursed the day we'd picked up swords instead of books. Then there was Elara, the fierce warrior with a heart of fire, a woman who defied everything. With hair like a raven's wing, she had fought her way into the ranks, and now stood at the precipice of chaos like a tempest waiting to break. Her eyes scanned the horizon, restless, searching for something she couldn't name. "We fight because we must," she said, lips pressed in a thin line, a warrior's resolve masking the fear that threatened to envelop her. But beneath that strength, I glimpsed the shattering tremors of doubt. She had lost too much already, and every life lost felt tethered to her soul, an anchor pulling her under. And as we stood, a trio of fractured spirits bound by blood and fate, the horizon sheared open with a scream, the harbinger of war. The enemy surged like a tide, a dark wave of chaos crashing against our resolve. The air turned thick with the copper scent of blood and the acrid stench of fire, the intoxicating perfume of conflict. "Hold the line," roared our captain, voice booming, but it was swallowed by the clamor of battle. Swords clashed, shields splintered, and the cries of the fallen rose like a cacophony, piercing the heart of the earth itself. I struck out instinctively, a primal response, the sword slicing through air and flesh, the visceral reality of combat coursing through my veins like wildfire. There was no beauty in this, it was raw, visceral, a dance of death where every step could lead to annihilation. I remember the moment, a fleeting instant when I locked eyes with an enemy soldier, a young man no older than Darius. In that heartbeat, we were not foes, we were simply two souls caught in the machinery of fate. His eyes were wide with terror, and in that shock, I saw my own reflection, two lives slipping away in the chaos. I hesitated, a moment too long, and the world shattered around us. A spear grazed my shoulder, a searing pain that ignited a primal fury within me. I roared, a sound that echoed into the void, and struck with a ferocity that surprised even myself. I felt the weight of my ancestors behind me, their blood mingling with mine, a lineage of warriors and dreamers entangled in this web of violence. Amidst the chaos, I glimpsed Darius, surrounded, overwhelmed. My heart lurched, a thunderous beat echoing in the void. I fought my way towards him, cutting down foes like weeds, desperation fueling my every move. I had to reach him. I had to save him. The world around us faded into a blur, the clamor reduced to a haunting hum, and all that mattered was getting to my friend. I remember when I finally reached him, how we stood back to back, the weight of our bodies a fortress against the onslaught. "We'll make it," I gasped, but my voice trembled with uncertainty. Darius nodded, but the flicker of fear in his eyes threatened to extinguish the flame of hope. Then came Elara, blazing a path through the chaos, a singular force of nature that demanded respect. She fought like a wildcat, every blow infused with a rage that spoke of loss and pain. But even she faltered as the enemy closed in, and I felt the ground beneath us tremble with the weight of our impending doom. In that moment, I felt the universe shift. The clock of fate ticked loudly, seconds stretching into lifetimes. I was acutely aware of every heartbeat, every breath, as if the cosmos conspired against us. The shadows lengthened, swallowing the light, and the skies darkened with the promise of death. I remember the last moments, the silence that followed the storm, the visceral realization that honor and glory were but hollow words. The battlefield became a graveyard, a tapestry woven from the threads of dreams shattered and hopes extinguished. We stood together, bloodied and broken, a trio of souls intertwined in this nightmare, yet in that shared suffering, I felt an unbreakable bond. As the dust began to settle, the echoes of war still reverberating, I knew this was only a chapter, an endless cycle of battles and conquests. The next storm was always looming, an omnipresent reminder that warfare was not just fought on fields, but in hearts. And so we stood, the stars above us blinked into existence, indifferent to our plight, as we braced ourselves for the next wave of conflict. A war waged not just against enemies, but against the very fabric of our humanity. The haunting melody of fate played on, each note a reminder that we were mere players in this grand tragedy, forever caught in the relentless wheel of war. The air crackles with tension as the sun dips below the horizon, bleeding crimson across the sky. It's the kind of twilight that unnerves the heart, where shadows grow long and treachery lurks behind every corner. A single figure stands at the edge of the city wall, the wind tugging at her hair like a frayed banner of defeat. Elena, a diplomat, feels the weight of 1,000 years of history resting on her shoulders, heavy and unyielding. She grips the stone battlement, her knuckles turning white, as she stares into the darkness beyond. "I remember the stories," she whispers, her voice almost lost to the chill of the approaching night. The alliances forged at the edge of a dagger, the betrayals hidden beneath a smile. The echoes of her ancestors seem to murmur through the crumbling stones, history teaching her lessons she never wanted to learn. Behind her, Cale, a spy torn between loyalty and love, watches with a heart that thrums like a war drum. His gaze is dark, searching, haunted. He knows the stakes, knows that with every tick of the clock, every breath of wind, the enemy is closing in. "We don't have time for doubt, Elena," he urges, his voice a low, urgent growl. "They're getting closer. If we don't act," but she cuts him off, a fierce spark igniting in her chest. "Act? Do you even know what that means? Every alliance is a double-edged sword, Cale. We've sacrificed too much already." The words spill from her like blood, raw and visceral. Each syllable feels like a wound, yet she cannot stop. "I can't lose you too." He steps closer, the space between them charged with an electric tension, and for a fleeting moment, it feels as though the world could collapse around them, and they would stand together, unyielding. "You won't lose me. Not if you trust me." His eyes bore into hers, a promise and a plea. "Let's be stronger than the ghosts of our past." The ghosts. They echo in the alleyways of her mind, their whispers curling ominously around her thoughts. Shadows of treaties broken, friendships decimated, blood spilled in the name of honor. She can see them, faceless figures clad in darkness, always waiting for the next misstep, the next betrayal. "What if this time, it's us?" she murmurs, fear creeping into her chest. A soft breeze stirs, and the night seems to hold its breath. The candle flames in the distance flicker, and for a moment, the city appears suspended in time, a fragile illusion ready to shatter. Cale reaches for her, fingers brushing against her wrist, the warmth igniting something deep within her. "Trust me," he repeats, and there's something in his tone that sparks a thread of hope, despite the chaos swirling around them. In that moment, the air thickens with possibility, yet Elena's heart clenches at the thought of what lies ahead. The neighboring regions have been restless, alliances shifting like sand beneath their feet. She thinks of the Council of Elders, their stern faces carved with shadows of doubt, of the impending summit that could either seal their fate or unravel it completely. "They think we're weak," she says, voice trembling with the weight of the truth. "They smell blood. They will come for us." Cale scoffs, but it's a tight, humorless sound. "Let them come. They don't know we're prepared. We've been training for this." But even as he speaks, doubt lingers on his tongue, unvoiced fears hovering like ghosts in the dark. Besides, he adds, a flicker of mischief breaking through the tension, "I'm pretty good at disappearing if things go south." She allows herself a fleeting smile, grateful for the brief light amidst the encroaching darkness. "We can't just run. We need to face them, to show them the strength of our alliances." Her resolve hardens, the remnants of fear igniting into a fierce determination. "But we're not alone, Cale. We have to rally the other regions. We need them." He nods, the corners of his mouth lifting into a full grin now, emboldened by her fire. "They'll come. We'll show them that unity is our greatest weapon." Hope surges between them, fragile yet palpable, like the first hint of spring thawing the winter frost. But the silence shatters, a distant horn blaring in the night, the sound echoing like a death knell. Elena's heart drops, morbid reality crashing down around her. It started, she breathes, terror clawing at her throat. She glances toward the city, every soul within unaware of the storm gathering beyond their walls. We have to warn them. We have to prepare. As they sprint toward the heart of the city, adrenaline surges, her heart pounding in rhythm with the urgency of their steps. It's all on us now, she thinks, the weight of destiny closing in. The flickering lights of the city begin to dim, shadows creeping like thieves in the night. Kale's voice cuts through the chaos, fierce and unwavering. No one else can fight this battle for us. We stand together, or we fall. His words resonate through her, igniting a sense of camaraderie that feels almost sacred. They are not just two souls against the world, they are a force of nature. Elena feels the pulse of the city beneath her feet, the heartbeat of every citizen, every ally, echoing her own. This is not just about politics, it's about survival, love, and the haunting specters of their pasts. She remembers the faces of those who fought and fell, the sacrifices etched into her heart. In the distance, the silhouettes of the enemy emerge, dark and foreboding. The moment stretches, time rippling as they stand on the precipice of conflict. The air thickens with anticipation, a taut string ready to snap. And as they move forward into the chaotic unknown, the stars above flicker like distant promises, shimmering in the cold night. The universe feels vast, yet it's here, in this moment, that everything converges. They are bound by fear and hope, love and loss, caught in the eternal dance of diplomacy and alliances, a world that teeters on the brink, forever holding its breath. The night hung heavy like a shroud, thick and suffocating, as I stood on the edge of a crumbling balcony overlooking the city of Thebes. Beneath me, shadows danced in the flickering torchlight, fingers of darkness reaching for the heart of the new kingdom. A chill ran through me, and I could hear the distant wails of the wind, but what seized my breath was not the cold, it was the palpable tension that filled the air, thick as the smoke rising from the burning fields. I remember the moment when everything tilted, when the world I thought I knew began to shatter like glass underfoot. "Come, Anxenamun," a voice broke through the silence, urgent, frantic. It was Amun, my husband, my king, his brow glistening with sweat, his eyes wild as they bore into mine. "We must leave now." The urgency in his voice clawed at my insides, twisting them into knots. I could feel the specter of fear creeping up my spine, each heartbeat echoing my dread. Rumors of discontent had swept through our lands like a plague, and the walls of our palace, once a sanctuary, now felt like a prison closing in. "I can't leave them," I gasped, my voice trembling, fighting against the tide of panic rising within me. The people were restless, whispers of betrayal swirled like vultures above the carcass of our crumbling dynasty. I could hear their voices, the cries of the hungry, the furious, the desperate. The very air was thick with their resentment, a storm brewing just beyond the gates. Amun's grip tightened on my hand, his fingers pressing into my skin like a lifeline. "You are the queen, they will look to you. If we do not act, all will be lost." His words were heavy with the weight of unspoken truths, the echoes of our lineage whispering warnings in my ears. But how could I abandon them? Their faces flashed through my mind, mothers clutching their children, fathers standing helpless against the encroaching tide of despair. They needed us. But what good were we? I felt the bitter taste of defeat rising in my throat. The new kingdom, once a beacon of might and majesty, now wobbled like a candle in the wind. The gods had turned their backs on us, and the weight of their indifference pressed down on my shoulders like a tombstone. I looked at Amun, my king, my heart, and saw not the invincible ruler, but a man driven to desperation, a man frightened of the shadows creeping closer. I remember the way his eyes darted, the way he leaned in, whispering conspiracies that felt like a noose tightening around my throat. "It's the Hittites. They stir unrest, plotting our downfall. They think us weakened." The very thought sent shivers through me. The thought of armies marching against our gates, the clang of swords, the scent of blood thickening the air, an image too grotesque to bear. Or perhaps, it is our own people who will turn against us, I murmured, the sickness of doubt curling around my heart like ivy. Behind the masks of loyalty, what if betrayal lay waiting, sharp and ready? The seeds of discord had already taken root, and I could feel them growing like weeds, insatiable, relentless. Each rumor a dagger, each whisper a wound. "Anxenamun!" He grasped my shoulders, his desperation igniting a flicker of resolve within my chest. "We are their hope. Stand with me, even in this darkness." His eyes, fierce with conviction, pulled me closer, but I felt the tremor of uncertainty beneath his words. The very ground beneath us trembled, the walls of our palace quaked, as if the universe itself were mocking our fragile hold on power. Then came the thunderous roar of the crowd, a wave crashing against the palace doors, rattling our sanctuary. The cries became a chorus of chaos, a symphony of discord. "Queen! Queen! Where is the Queen?" they chanted, a relentless tide sweeping through my mind. I could hear the desperation in their voices, echoing the fear that gripped my heart. "Are they calling for me?" I whispered, a chill running down my spine. It was a question tinged with dread and longing. They needed me, but what could I give them but empty promises? The gods had turned their backs. How could I stand in the face of their anger? The very air crackled with tension, a storm brewing in the distance. Amun's expression hardened, and for a moment, I glimpsed the man he once was, the conqueror, the lion of our land, before the weight of despair extinguished that fire. "We must go," he commanded, the king re-emerging from the ashes of fear, but I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the hesitation that betrayed his confidence. I looked back at the city, its streets now a tapestry of tension woven with despair. I could see the shadows of lives lived in fear. I remember the faces, the children, the frail, the lost souls wandering among the ruins of what had been. They were counting on us, yet here we stood, paralyzed by uncertainty. Outside, a new sound rose up, a low, menacing growl of dissent. They were no longer just whispers, they were a storm, a tempest against our fragile reign. Amun's hand tightened around mine, his resolve like iron, yet I felt the tremors of doubt beneath the surface. We were kings and queens of a fading empire, clinging to the remnants of power as the ground beneath us began to crack. Ankh-Senaman, his voice softened, almost breaking. What if we cannot hold them? The words hung between us, heavy and suffocating, a chasm yawning wide beneath our feet. I could feel the dark tendrils of despair inching closer, tightening their grip around our hearts. "Then we fight," I whispered, though my voice trembled with uncertainty. The fury of the storm outside mirrored the chaos within me. I felt the weight of the world pressing down, a funeral shroud that threatened to suffocate me. We fight, or we perish with honor. But I knew what that fight would cost. I had seen it in the eyes of my people, felt it in the tremors of the earth beneath us. I had tasted the bitterness of fear, the salt of tears unshed. The new kingdom was crumbling, and we were but shadows of what we once were, haunted by our own ghosts, trapped in a cycle of decline. And yet, the call of the crowd surged again, a wave of desperate hope crashing against the palace doors. I felt the warmth of Amun's hand in mine, a connection forged in the flames of doubt. We were teetering on the edge of oblivion, but deep within, I felt the flicker of defiance, a glimmer of light fighting against the encroaching darkness. It was the moment that would define us, the crossroads where fear met courage, and as we turned toward the chaos, I could hear the thundering of hearts, ours entwined in the symphony of a kingdom on the brink. And the storm outside raged on, a harbinger of fate. As we stepped into the tempest, I realized that even in the face of despair, we were not merely kings and queens, we were the pulse of our people, a heartbeat echoing through the ages, a legacy written in blood and tears. We would not yield. Not today. Not ever. The sun hangs low over the horizon, a molten orb bleeding crimson into an indifferent sky. In the distance, the echoes of iron clashing against iron reverberate, a chilling reminder of what it means to be human, the struggle, the permanence of conflict, the weight of foreign boots pressing down on sacred ground. I stand there, heart pounding, adrenaline coursing through my veins like a wild river. The sand beneath my feet shifts, whispering secrets of centuries past, dynasties rising and falling like the tides, leaving ghosts of kings and conquerors etched into the very soil. His name is Parseer, and he clutches his sword with trembling hands, knuckles white against the worn leather grip. He's not a warrior, he's a farmer, a son of the soil turned reluctant soldier in this chaotic theater of war. The Libyan forces storm through the gates of Thebes like a tempest, faces painted with the fervor of conquest, eyes glistening with hunger for power. I can see fear etched into Parseer's features, a boy caught in a tempest, unprepared to embrace the horrors of this foreign rule. "I just wanted to tend to my fields," he murmurs, almost to himself. The words hang heavy in the air, a haunting lament that pierces through the din of battle. Now I'm here, sword against sword, fighting for a land that feels like a cage. I can almost feel the earth beneath us tremble with his sorrow, a reflection of his lost dreams. What is a man without his home? A question that shudders in the silence that follows, thick with uncertainty. And then there is Seti, a soldier in the Libyan ranks, eyes fierce yet clouded with doubt. He once roamed these lands, a boy chasing egrets in the marshes, now a man branded by war. The sun catches his armor, casting sharp shadows that dance around him like specters of his past. Seti's heart is a battleground of its own. He yearns for loyalty to his people yet grapples with the gnawing realization that he's an invader, an outsider wrapped in the guise of a liberator. I remember the way he hesitated at the edge of the temple, eyes tracing the hieroglyphs depicting gods that once ruled the hearts of men. What if we are the monsters, he had whispered to me, a tremor in his voice that echoed the guilt gnawing at his soul. A question pregnant with the weight of history, with the blood of ancestors who had worshipped here, their spirits swirling in the sacred air like incense smoke. The cries of the wounded punctuate the silence, sharp and heartbreaking, a symphony of despair that resonates deeply in Seti's chest. A man, perhaps a farmer too, falls, his life extinguished in an instant. Seti drops to his knees, hands clawing through the sand, as if to reclaim the life that was lost. What have we done? He breathes, and for a fleeting moment, I see the boy who once chased dreams in the shadows of the pyramids. The night rolls in like a shroud, drenching the world in darkness, a velvet curtain that obscures the aftermath. The city, once a vibrant tapestry of culture, now lies in tatters, remnants of dreams and love scattered like broken pottery across the sands. The stars flicker above, indifferent witnesses to the agony below. I can feel the weight of time pressing down on us, each second an eternity, every heartbeat a reminder of our fragility. Parsia and Seti collide in a moment that feels like the universe holding its breath. They are enemies yet bound by grief, two souls intertwined in a dance of desperation as they stand on the precipice of violence. The air crackles with electric tension, thick enough to slice through with a blade. Their eyes lock, and in that heartbeat, the world fades away, the soldiers, the screams, the blood-soaked earth, a chasm of understanding stretches between them, the shared weight of loss anchoring them in an unspoken bond. I see you, Parsia says, his voice hoarse. I see the boy you were. Do you see me? It's a plea, raw and aching, a yearning for connection amidst chaos. Seti falters, the sword clattering to the ground, an act of defiance against the monstrous tide of war. I see you, he whispers back, and the vulnerability in his voice shatters the silence that clung to their hearts like poison ivy. But the moment is fleeting, a candle flickering against a storm. The clang of swords resumes, cutting through their fragile truce like a knife. They are swept back into the maelstrom, two disparate stories caught in the relentless tide of history. I watch as they are pulled apart, the world spinning once more into violent motion, the intensity of their connection lost in the chaos of foreign rule. The years unfold, shadows stretching into eternity, a cycle of bloodshed repeating like the tides. The Libyan and Nubian dynasties unfurl like dark banners, draping the land in an ominous shroud. I witness the slow unraveling of Parsia's spirit, the light in his eyes dimming as he becomes a ghost of the man he once was, shackled by despair, haunted by memories of a life that could have been. Seti, too, transforms, the boyish dreams of freedom crushed beneath the weight of his choices. He becomes a ghost in his own right, roaming the streets of a city that once sang of life, now echoing with the whispers of the dead. The cycle spins on, relentless and cruel, and I feel the echoes of their anguish grip my heart like iron chains. I remember the night sky, thick with stars, each one a silent witness to their stories, two men, bound by destiny, swallowed by the tides of history. What is left to hold on to? The weight of time bears down, yet still the pulse of the earth beats beneath our feet, alive with the cries of ages past, a lament for what was lost and a whisper of what could still be. And I wonder, as I stand amidst the ruins of their lives, if we are all just echoes in the end, drifting through time, searching for moments of connection in a world torn asunder. Each heartbeat a reminder that we are here, alive, if only for a moment, an endless cycle of love and loss, of war and peace, and the ghosts that linger long after the fighting has ceased. The air crackled with an anticipation that was almost tangible, a thick fog of uncertainty hanging like a noose around the throats of those who dared to breathe. I stood in the shadow of the Great Pyramids, their stone faces etched with a history that felt both eternal and fleeting. The sun hung low, casting elongated shadows that danced eerily across the sand, a ballet of whispers echoing the turmoil swelling just beneath the surface. I felt it in my bones, the tremors of history about to collide with the present. A distant roar shattered the silence. The Persian army, like a dark tide, surged forth, their banners snapping in the wind, a crimson wave poised to engulf the land. Fear clawed at my insides, gnawing relentlessly as I turned my gaze to the horizon. I remember the tales they told us as children, of battles lost and won, of heroes and demons. But this was no fable. This was flesh and blood, a visceral truth lurking just past my vision, ready to consume everything I held dear. In a small village on the outskirts of Thebes, a woman named Amina clutched her child to her chest, her heart pounding like a war drum. The boy's eyes were wide, innocent, searching hers for comfort amid the storm. She could feel the weight of her own fear, pressing down like a mountain, threatening to crush them both. "Mama, will they hurt us?" he asked, his voice a fragile whisper. For a moment, she hesitated, the looming specter of the Persian conquerors hanging over them like a malevolent cloud. She wanted to lie, to wrap him in a cocoon of safety, but the truth was a jagged shard stuck in her throat. "I don't know," she breathed, the words tasting bitter on her tongue. Meanwhile, in the heart of the capital, the high priest Neferhotep stood before the great altar, his mind a symphony of doubt and anger. The incense curled around him like a serpent, whispering secrets and doubts he dared not voice. "The gods have turned their backs," he chanted under his breath, rage simmering just below the surface. How could they allow such desecration? He had spent his life serving the pharaoh, a fragile man made mighty only by the belief of his people. Now, that belief was fragile as spun glass, and he could feel it shattering with each boot that stomped across his sacred land. From a distance, he could hear the distant clash of iron, the cries of the wounded, a cacophony of despair that seeped into his very soul. "I remember the tales of my ancestors," he murmured, eyes glazed with the weight of memory. Each word a promise of protection. But now, as he stared into the abyss of an uncertain future, he felt the bitter sting of betrayal. The gods had promised, yet here he stood, on the precipice of annihilation, and he could do nothing but watch. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness seeped into the corners of Egypt like a thief cloaked in shadows, stealing away the last remnants of hope. Amina hurried through the streets, clutching her child, feeling the pulse of fear all around her, a heartbeat that matched her own. She could see others, their faces drawn tight with worry, casting furtive glances at the horizon where the Persian banners billowed ominously. They were not just soldiers, they were a storm, a harbinger of chaos threatening to untangle the very fabric of their lives. Then there was Neferhotep, marching towards the gathering throng, determination igniting his spirit. "We will not yield," he roared, his voice rising above the din, a desperate rallying cry. "We are the children of the Nile, forged from its waters. We will rise against this tide." His words were like a spark in the dark, igniting hope in the hearts of those who listened, lifting them momentarily from the dread that weighed so heavily in the air. But shadows danced at the edges of his resolve. He knew not how many would follow him, how many would stand and fight when the reality of death loomed so large. In the silence that followed his proclamation, Amina's eyes met his, a fleeting connection, an understanding forged in the crucible of fear. She was but a mother, terrified and fierce, yet in that moment, she saw in him a reflection of her own desperation, the yearning for a world where her child could grow without the stain of blood on his hands. As night descended, cloaking Egypt in its chilling embrace, the horizon flickered with the torches of the advancing army. Each flame danced with the rhythm of impending doom. The villagers gathered, their breaths mingling in the night air, a shared pulse of dread. "Tell me, Neferhotep," Amina cried, her voice cutting through the whispers of the gathering crowd, "what will we do?" The weight of her question settled heavily, a stone cast into the still waters of their fear. "We will fight," he answered, yet doubt crept into his voice like a thief in the night, threatening to steal away the resolve he had just summoned. "We will fight for our land, our children, our ancestors." The words rang hollow, echoing through the crowd, stirring them and yet leaving a residue of uncertainty. They were afraid. They were tired. The first clash of swords rang out, slicing through the night like a knife through flesh. Amina flinched, holding her child tighter against her heart, feeling the thunder of hooves approaching. This was not just the clash of armies, this was a battle for their very souls. She could feel the weight of history pressing down upon her, the ghosts of her ancestors urging her to stand and fight. But fight for what? A land already stained with the blood of countless battles, or a future that seemed to slip further from her fingers with every passing moment? In that split second, as the world teetered on the brink, I felt a rush of despair like a wave crashing over me. The confrontation was not just between armies, it was a struggle for identity, for survival, for love. And as the night unfolded, the stars overhead shimmered coldly, indifferent to the fate that awaited the souls below. The cycle of history spun on, relentless and unyielding, weaving dreams and nightmares together, binding the lives of Amina, Neferhotep, and all of Egypt into a tapestry of chaos and conflict, each thread a heartbeat echoing into the void, leaving the end forever unwritten. A scream pierces the silence of the dimly lit chamber, echoing off the marble walls, bouncing back with a cruel intimacy. I remember the way the sound clawed at my insides, sending chills racing down my spine, as I stood frozen, captive to the moment. A slip of parchment fluttered to the ground, forgotten, as two figures locked eyes, their breaths heavy with the weight of 1,000 unspoken words. The flickering oil lamp cast shadows that danced around them, a macabre ballet underscoring the raw, palpable tension. In the heart of Alexandria, a city thrumming with the pulse of culture and ambition, the air tasted of salt and despair. I could almost smell the grit of the streets, the mingled sense of sweat, incense, and ambition. I remember the eyes of Lysandra, deep pools of defiance drowning in a sea of uncertainty. She stood tall, her chin raised, a soldier bracing for battle. But the trembling in her hands betrayed her, whispering of the storm brewing beneath her fierce facade. And then there was Callias, a scholar trapped in a labyrinth of his own making. The flicker of fear in his gaze was a flickering flame, revealing the depths of his torment. A scholar, yes, but what was knowledge without courage? The weight of ancient tomes pressed down upon him, a reminder of every truth he'd unearthed that now felt like shackles, binding him tighter to the very ideals he had once idolized. His voice trembled as he spoke, as if the words themselves were daggers, cutting through the silence. This is not what we envisioned, Lysandra. The Greek influence, it's changing us. It's consuming us. I remember the way the words hung in the air, thick as honey, sweet yet suffocating. Shadows crept closer, wrapping around them like ghosts of their past, whispering truths they weren't ready to confront. The allure of Greek culture, once a beacon of hope, now twisted into a siren's call. The amphitheaters sang songs of heroes, the philosophers penned dreams of utopias, but beneath the glamour lay a rot, a decay that seeped into the very fabric of their lives. Lysandra, Callias pressed, desperation bleeding into his voice. We are losing ourselves in this facade. The Greeks, they worship intellect, beauty, and art, but what of our roots? What of the earth that nourished us? And there it was, the heart of the matter, the crux of their conflict. It drummed like a heartbeat in the silence that followed, the pulse of an age teetering on the brink of transformation. I could feel the air thicken, heavy with the enormity of their struggle. The very essence of identity, of heritage, hung like a pendulum between them, swinging dangerously close to the precipice. Lysandra stepped forward, defiance igniting in her eyes. And what of progress, Callias? What of the enlightenment that comes from embracing the new? We cannot be shackled by the past. My mother, she told me stories of our ancestors, yes, but what good are those tales if they bind us like chains? Her voice rose, a battle cry echoing through the silence, igniting a fire that threatened to consume them both. But Callias shook his head, the sorrow etched in his brow a testament to his inner conflict. You speak of chains, yet you wear them willingly. The Greeks teach us to achieve, to aspire, but at what cost? Look around us. Have we become mere echoes of their dreams? Their words collided, and I could almost feel the shockwaves reverberating through the chamber. The tension was electric, a live wire strung taut, threatening to snap at any moment. It was here, in this crucible of emotion, that the essence of the Ptolemaic period pulsed to life, a brutal dance between tradition and the seductive whispers of the Hellenistic world. The shadows lengthened, and for a moment, I was lost in their struggle, immersed in the suffocating weight of their ideals. The city outside throbbed with life, a chaotic symphony of hope and despair, a reminder of the world that pulsed on despite their silent war. "Do you not see?" Lysandra's voice broke, raw and vulnerable. "We are alive in a moment of history. We have the chance to redefine who we are, to weave our story into the fabric of the world." But Callias, the scholar, the seeker of truth, felt the ground shift beneath his feet. "And what of our souls, Lysandra? Tell me, what will become of us when we trade our essence for the gilded masks of the Greeks?" The pain in his voice resonated through the chamber, carving a chasm between them that felt insurmountable. The silence that followed was deafening. I could hear the clock ticking, each second a reminder of the choices looming before them, choices that would echo through eternity. The Greek influence was more than a cultural wave, it was a tempest, a force of nature, threatening to engulf them whole. I remember the fleeting moment of clarity that washed over me as I stood amongst them, an invisible witness to their plight. The weight of history pressed down, an unrelenting presence demanding recognition, demanding truth. I felt the tension pinching at my heart, the fear of losing oneself, of being swept away by the currents of time. The shadows danced around them, whispers of fate swirling like smoke, and with each word exchanged, I could feel the threads of their destinies intertwining in a tapestry rich with the colors of struggle, passion, and the haunting echoes of a civilization grappling with its identity. And just as the tension reached its zenith, the door creaked open, a gust of wind slicing through the room like a knife, carrying with it the scent of salt and uncertainty. In that instant, I realized, this was not just a conflict between two souls, it was an echo of humanity itself, a reflection of our deepest fears and desires, a reminder that we are all, at times, lost in the shadows of our choices. As the confrontation escalated, the weight of their emotions crushed down like a tidal wave, a moment teetering on the edge of revelation. It was a battle not just for themselves, but for the very soul of a city, a civilization, a story yearning to be told. And then, just like that, the moment hung suspended, pregnant with possibility. Their eyes locked, two stars on a collision course, and I could feel the universe holding its breath, waiting for the explosion that would change everything. The future shimmered on the horizon, a tantalizing promise of what was to come, and I knew, in that fractured instance, that this was only the beginning, a prologue to a saga that stretched far beyond the walls of Alexandria. In that chamber, under the gaze of 1,000 ghosts, the echoes of a civilization long gone whispered their wisdom, and I stood, an unwilling witness to a dance that would reshape the very fabric of their lives. Time paused, the cosmos held its breath, and I was left with the inescapable truth: history is not merely a collection of events, but a living, breathing entity, pulsing with the heartbeats of those who dared to live it. The moon hung low over Alexandria, a ghostly orb spilling silver light across the marble streets, illuminating the shadows of conspirators and courtiers plotting in hushed tones. The air crackled with tension, the scent of spices and decay swirling into a heady mix. I remember the chill that snaked down my spine, the taste of fear sharp on my tongue like the bitter herbs they served at feasts. Cleopatra VII stood at the edge of her palace balcony, hair cascading like a dark waterfall as her eyes shimmered with a mixture of defiance and despair. A queen ensnared in the web of fate, each breath she took heavy with the weight of history. I remember those moments, watching her, feeling her heartache echoing through the night. But then there was Caesarion, her son, a child caught in the tempest of ambition and betrayal. No more than a boy, yet burdened with the crown of a kingdom teetering on the brink of ruin. His laughter rang out like a fragile bell, a haunting sound that cut through the silence, reminding us all of innocence lost. I remember how he clung to his mother's side, his small hand slipping into hers, seeking solace in a world painted in shades of betrayal. "Mother," he whispered, his voice trembling, "are we safe?" The question hung in the air, a knife poised to strike. I remember how she bent down, cupping his cheek, her smile a mask as brittle as glass. "For now, my sweet, for now." In the dim light, a figure emerged, a man cloaked in shadows, his presence a storm on the horizon. Mark Antony, a warrior with a heart steeped in glory and madness, the kind of man who could sweep you off your feet or lead you to your doom. His eyes locked onto Cleopatra's, a dance of fire and ice. The tension between them crackled like a lightning storm, every glance sparking a memory, a secret, a sin. Cleopatra, he breathed, and it felt like a roar in the silence. The world trembles for you, and I am but a mere man. I remember how her laughter echoed, a sound both alluring and haunting, like the sirens of ancient myths. You are more than a man, Mark. You are a storm, she replied, a challenge lacing her words. The air thickened, charged with longing and despair. They were two souls entwined in a dance of power, each pirouetting on the knife's edge of ambition. In that moment, I felt the ache of their connection, a bond forged in the fires of war and love, a tempest that could consume them both. And then came the whispers, those insidious murmurs that slithered through the corridors like serpents. Betrayal, they hissed, it lurks in the shadows. I could feel the walls closing in, the palace itself holding its breath, a creature waiting for the inevitable. I remember the flickering of torches, shadows dancing on the walls, as the spectre of uncertainty loomed larger. I could see Cleopatra's resolve faltering, her facade cracking beneath the weight of her crown. What if it all slips away, she mused, her voice a tremor as she stared into the abyss of her fate. I could feel the crackle of despair in the air, the futility of her power pressing down like an iron hand. I am a queen, she reminded herself, but the tremor in her voice betrayed her. I cannot be weak. There was beauty in her vulnerability, a rawness that gripped my heart, and I felt myself rooting for her, aching for her survival. Antony stepped closer, his presence an inferno of passion and turmoil. You are not weak, Cleopatra. You are the heart of Egypt. Together, we can rise from the ashes. His words were a promise, a fire igniting hope. But deep within, uncertainty churned. Was this a love story or a tragedy in the making? I remember the ghosts of past lovers lurking, reminders of those who had fallen. I felt the chill of their whispers wrapping around me, cautioning them both. And then it all unraveled. The laughter faded, replaced by the harsh clang of swords and the cries of the wounded. I could see Antony, fierce and fiery, battling against the tide, but it was Cleopatra's face that haunted me. Her eyes, once bright with dreams, now mirrored the impending doom. Will you fight for us? She implored, a question heavy with desperation that echoed through the chaos. He met her gaze, and in that moment, the world melted away. I will fight, he vowed, but the spectre of doubt loomed larger than all their ambitions. The walls of the palace trembled, the sands of time slipping through their fingers. Each heartbeat felt like a countdown to oblivion, a reminder of the weight of history pressing down. I remember the sound of footsteps, echoing through the halls like the march of fate. The city outside, once vibrant, now felt like a tomb, encased in shadows and whispers of doom. Cleopatra stood tall, a warrior queen, defiant against the encroaching darkness. I felt the pulse of her courage, a fire igniting within me as she raised her chin, her spirit unyielding. We are not mere pawns, she declared, her voice ringing clear amidst the storm. We are the architects of our destiny. But destiny is a cruel mistress. I could feel the tightening of the noose, the inevitability of betrayal lurking just beyond the shimmering surface. And there, in that moment, I held my breath, caught in the web of their fate. Time stretched, and suddenly, I was no longer just an observer. I was part of their story, feeling every ache, every whisper of longing and despair as the shadows closed in around Cleopatra and Antony. Remember us, she whispered into the dark, the words a plea, a final promise. And I understood then, the weight of legacy hangs heavy in the hearts of those who dare to love amidst the storm. There are no conclusions in this tale, only echoes of a time when the world trembled in the face of a queen's ambition. I remember her, and I will carry her story into the shadows where the past and present intertwine, where the haunting refrain of her life whispers through the ages, an eternal dance of love and loss. The air thickened, suffused with a cloying scent of burnt incense and crushed hopes. I stood on the outskirts of Alexandria, where the sun shone cruelly bright, nearly blinding me. My heart raced, not from the heat, but from the very real spectre of impending doom. The Roman legions were advancing, their ironclad determination felt like a tremor through the ground beneath my feet. I remember the whispers, the hushed fears that danced through the narrow streets like phantoms. Courage and terror were woven together in the fabric of our lives, each breath heavy with the weight of uncertainty. Lucia stood beside me, her fiery auburn hair whipping in the salty breeze as she squinted against the sun. Once a priestess of Isis, now she felt like a ghost in her own skin. "What will become of us?" she murmured, her voice breaking like fragile glass. I searched her eyes and saw a storm brewing, fear, anger, and a hint of something else. Was it defiance? Or despair? I could no longer tell, and that uncertainty gnawed at my insides. "Look at them," I said, barely above a whisper. The Romans marched like a tide, relentless and unyielding, their armor glinting ominously. They are determined. They are hungry. I could almost see the shadows of our ancestors, the echoes of those who once ruled this land, watching, judging, their disappointment leaving a chill in the air. I remembered the days when the Nile was revered, when the world whispered secrets to those who knew how to listen. "This is not a mere conquest," I whispered. "It's a funeral, our funeral." And yet, as terror clawed at my heart, there was a flicker of something else. Hope? Maybe. But it felt more like a flickering candle in a storm. The Romans had a way of snuffing out candles, of extinguishing light. Across the narrow street, a figure emerged, Marcus, a centurion with the weight of Rome on his shoulders and the haunted look of someone who had seen too much. Yet his eyes bore a familiar sorrow, and I felt an inexplicable pull toward him. He was a soldier, a man trapped in his own conquest, the embodiment of the paradox that was Rome, strength and fragility intertwined like lovers in a doomed embrace. "Lucia, do you trust him?" I asked, my voice trembling. She turned her gaze from me to Marcus, her expression inscrutable. Trust? In Rome? Or the man behind the armor? She paused, her throat tightening. "The question is whether we can trust ourselves to survive this." Marcus, that tortured soul, stood at the edge of the fray, caught between loyalty to his empire and the undeniable truth of his heart. "You don't understand," he said, his voice low but filled with urgency. "This is my home too. I didn't choose this war. War chose me." A thunderous roar erupted from the approaching legions, drowning out his words. It was a sound that made the very marrow in my bones quiver, like the growl of a beast. Panic gripped me, I could feel it crashing against the walls I'd built around my heart. It was inescapable. I wanted to scream, to run, to fight, yet all I could do was stand frozen in time, suspended between destiny and despair. I pierced the air with the question that hung like a noose. What do we do now? The city, our beloved Alexandria, had transformed into a living, breathing entity, her pulse quickening as the enemy drew near. With every beat of my heart, I felt the walls closing in, the weight of fate pressing down. In that moment, I caught a glimpse of the fireworks of my past, my dreams flaring brightly only to fizzle and dim in the face of this unforgiving reality. I saw our people gathering, fear pooling in their eyes, some clasping hands in prayer, others clenching fists in defiance. Attention hung heavy, thick like the air before a storm, electrifying and terrifying. I knew then, this was our moment. The clash between the Roman legions and our fierce resolve was more than a battle, it was an emotional cataclysm that would echo through history. Fight or flee, Marcus? What do you choose? I was desperate. In that instant, I needed him to choose, our lives hung in the balance. Lucia stepped forward, shadows and light dancing across her face, her spirit unyielding. Choose to protect what you love. Choose to fight for us. His eyes darkened, as if battling his own demons. I could see the weight of Rome on his shoulders, dragging him down into a chasm of loyalty that threatened to swallow him whole. Yet, in that fleeting moment, something cracked. He faltered. Time slowed, the world around us a blur of color and noise, as the crescendo of battle neared its peak. The ground shook, and I felt the vibrations echo through my chest. This was it. The lines were drawn, and we were teetering on the edge of history. The clash of swords echoed in the air, a brutal symphony of chaos and valor. The first scream pierced the silence, followed by another, and then another, each cry a thread in the tapestry of this moment, woven with pain and rage. I felt that pulse quicken within me, a wild, intoxicating rhythm as I grasped the reality of what lay ahead. And as we stood there, two souls entwined in a struggle that transcended empires, I realized we were more than mere pawns in this game of power. We were the heartbeat of a land that had seen centuries of glory, and now, with every second that ticked away, we became part of that history, every heartbeat tangled in the chaos of the present. I remember the moment before the collision, the world holding its breath, teetering on the brink of chaos and history. The elements swirled around us, time itself unraveling, and I knew that whatever happened next would define everything we were, an indelible mark etched into the annals of time, a whisper among the winds of fate. The Romans were coming, and we were standing at the precipice of change. The air buzzed with uncertainty, the tension palpable. The question was not just about survival but about identity, about who we would become in the aftermath of this maelstrom. And in that electric silence, I felt the world shift, ready or not, the storm was upon us. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into a sea of velvet black, illuminating the shadows of Alexandria. It whispered secrets, echoing through the narrow alleys where the scent of spices mingled with the dampness of salt air. I stood there, heart racing, as the weight of the world pressed against my chest. The marketplace pulsed with life, shouts, laughter, the rustle of fabric, but beneath it all, there was a current of fear that thrummed like an unseen serpent lurking in the dark. A clash, metal on metal. The sound sliced through the air, sharp and terrifying. I turned, eyes wide, searching. In the flickering light of a nearby torch, I saw them, two figures locked in a battle that transcended mere flesh, embodying the ancient conflict between two worlds colliding. Arya, fierce yet trembling, wielded her dagger with the grace of an Egyptian goddess, her dark eyes aflame with determination. Across from her stood Lysander, a young Hellenistic warrior, his brow furrowed, caught between duty and desire. They danced, each thrust, each parry, a story untold, a crisis waiting to erupt. "Stop!" I shouted, the word escaping my lips like a desperate prayer. But the air was too thick with tension, too heavy with the weight of history. Around us, the world was shifting, a collision of cultures, of gods, of dreams shattered and reborn. I felt the pulse of two civilizations, the ancient reverence of Egypt, with its sand-carved monuments, and the vibrant energy of Greece, bursting forth like wildflowers through cracks in a stone wall. "Why can't you see?" Arya's voice quivered, a potent mixture of anger and pleading. "This isn't just about us. It's about everything we are." Lysander hesitated, the dagger's point hovering inches from Arya's throat. "You think I don't understand? I was raised among your gods, your myths. We are not so different." His words echoed with a weight that felt ominous, like distant thunder before a storm. I remember standing there, feeling the air crackle, as if time itself held its breath, caught in the moment between conflict and revelation. All around us, the shadows of the past loomed large, pharaohs and philosophers, warriors and wanderers, all whispering their stories, all demanding to be remembered. I felt their presence like a chill, wrapping around me, urging me to grasp what was slipping away. In that instant, my heart ached for both of them, torn between the fierce pride of an Egyptian woman who bore the weight of her ancestors and the Hellenistic boy whose dreams were forged in the fires of ambition. Each was a reflection of the other, each carried the burden of their heritage like a veil, a haunting reminder of the worlds they could not fully embrace. "I remember," Arya said, her voice softening, the dagger lowering as the fight drained from her limbs. "I remember the stories my mother told me, how the Nile flows like the veins of our history. It carries our hopes, our failures. And yet, here we stand, on the brink of erasing it all." Lysander's eyes flickered, caught in the web of her words. "But what if the Nile could flow into the Aegean? What if we could weave our tales together instead of fighting the currents?" A single heartbeat passed, heavy and pregnant with possibility. I felt it, an electric surge, a flicker of hope amid the chaos, the idea that perhaps they could forge a new identity, a blend of sun-drenched shores and sacred sands. A mingling of gods, Isis and Athena, Horus and Apollo, found in the spaces between their hearts. Yet as the moon hung above, casting long shadows over the cobblestones, I felt the threat of something darker looming. Whispers brushed against my ears, spectral remnants of those who fought before them, desperate to hold on to their identities at any cost. I saw visions of the temples, crumbling under the weight of forgotten prayers, and the blood spilled in ancient battles, an echo of those who desperately clung to their beliefs, their cultures, lest they dissolve into the ether. Everything is at stake. Arya's voice cracked like glass, shattering the fragile moment. You don't understand what this means for my people. Your people. Lysander spat the words, anger surfacing like a storm. What about mine? We're more than just our bloodlines, Arya. We are the sum of our experiences, our choices. We can't let the ghosts of our past drown our future. I could see it in their eyes, the struggle, the fear of being swallowed whole by the legacy they bore. The weight of tradition clashed with the promise of something new, something uncharted. It settled into my bones, a grip so tight it felt like a vice. Whatever we choose, I whispered, my voice trembling, we cannot erase who we are. But we can choose to evolve. The air hung thick with uncertainty, a heavy fog around us as I breathed it in, feeling the raw energy pulse through my veins. And there it was, an unspoken pact, a fragile thread connecting their destinies, the tension palpable as stars whispered overhead, illuminating their path. It was a moment pregnant with potential, yet fraught with the weight of every choice made before. As they stepped closer, hearts pounding, the world around them faded away, wrapping them in an embrace of shadows and light, each step entwining their fates. I could feel it, time shifting, the heartbeat of history thrumming through the cobblestones, the echoes of gods and mortals blending into a haunting song, a dirge for what was lost and a celebration of what could be. In that heartbeat, I realized it wasn't just about them, it was about all of us. The clash of cultures wasn't a battle to be won or lost, it was the symphony of existence, a hymn sung by the multitude of voices that had come before. The dance of Egypt and Greece, each step a delicate balancing act, where dreams could rise like smoke from the ashes of the past, where the night could cradle both fear and hope. And as the moon bore witness, I understood that their story would not end here, it would reverberate, rippling through time like the tides that caressed the shore. They were caught in a web of possibilities, where every choice, every moment, would echo into the next, a never-ending cycle of pain and beauty, struggle and triumph. The air crackled with energy, the tender promise of a new dawn, and within that moment, the city of Alexandria pulsed alive, a kaleidoscope of dreams waiting to break free. The air was thick with the scent of burning incense and the fear of what was to come. Outside, the sun hung low, casting long shadows across the cobblestones of Alexandria. Each shadow quivered, as if alive, whispering secrets of the past. In the narrow streets, whispers of rebellion filled the twilight, a chorus of defiance rising against the might of the Roman Empire. It was a city caught in the throes of transformation, its heart beating in sync with the pulse of a new faith, Christianity. I remember the way the crowd surged like a tide, a mass of bodies pressed together, each soul desperate for salvation. Among them was Talia, her eyes wild, reflecting the flickering flames of torches that lit the way to the catacombs. She was a young woman split between two worlds, the ancient rituals of her ancestors clashed violently with the burgeoning promises of a new god. She had always been a seeker, her spirit restless, but now she stood at a precipice, teetering between belief and the traditions that had shaped her life. What do I choose? She whispered to herself, the words a prayer and a curse. Beside her, Sylvan moved like a ghost through the throng, his heart a cauldron of turmoil. Once a fervent follower of the old gods, he now found himself enraptured by the revolutionary ideals echoing through the streets. Yet, in the solitude of his thoughts, doubt gnawed at him. He remembered the warmth of sacrifices made in honor of the deities, the way the smoke twisted and turned, carrying prayers to the heavens. But now, a new fire burned within him, one that promised hope and yet threatened to consume everything he had ever known. Will I be cast out? The question bubbled up like bile within him, raw and unanswerable. As the night deepened, the shadows grew longer, and the city whispered secrets meant only for those who dared to listen. The tension crackled in the air, electric and alive. Word spread like wildfire, rumors of a gathering, a baptism that would shake the foundations of faith itself. Talia felt the pull, a magnetic force drawing her closer to the heart of this chaos. She could almost hear the echoes of her ancestors warning her, their voices low and persistent, like a heartbeat in the dark. You will be lost, they warned. But what did that mean, lost? Lost in faith? Or lost to fear? Sylvan's mind raced, every thought a flicker of light in the encroaching darkness. I am a coward, he thought bitterly. Afraid of what I cannot understand. He wanted to embrace the warmth of faith but found himself shackled by the chains of doubt. The old gods murmured, urging him to remember the feasts, the community, the laughter that echoed under the stars. But the new god beckoned, promising an eternity that was both terrifying and beautiful. The night was a tapestry of flickering lights and muffled cries. The gathering was underway, the faithful drawn together in defiance of the Roman authorities who sought to snuff out this burgeoning light. Talia's heart raced as she slipped deeper into the shadows, her breath shallow with fear and exhilaration. The flicker of torches revealed faces, some grim, some hopeful, but all enraptured by the promise of something greater. She felt the pull of the water, the ancient Nile that had cradled the hopes of generations. Am I ready? She questioned, but deep down, the answer surged within her. Yes. Yes, she was ready for rebirth, for transformation. But the darkness had its own plans. The Roman guards moved like vultures, their presence a sinister spectre looming over the crowd. Panic erupted like fireworks in the night, a cacophony of screams and hurried footsteps. Sylvan felt the frenzy wash over him, an instinctual urge to flee. Yet, in that chaos, he glimpsed Talia, standing resolute, unyielding against the tide of fear. Her eyes were aflame with something akin to divine fury, a fire that ignited the very air around her. I won't let them take this from us, she cried, her voice ringing clear, slicing through the panic. It was a battle cry, a declaration of war against doubt, against oppression, against the very shadows that threatened to swallow them whole. Sylvan's heart pounded in his chest, a drumbeat of longing. Would he follow her into the depths of faith, or would he retreat into the familiar arms of the known? Talia stepped forward, arms outstretched, as if to embrace the very essence of the moment. The crowd surged behind her, a wave of bodies united in purpose, in pain, in hope. Join me, she beckoned, and the faces of the crowd shifted, flickering between fear and fervor. Her voice wove through the night, binding them in an unbreakable thread of communion. We are more than the shadows of our past. We are the light. In that moment, as chaos threatened to engulf them, Sylvan felt his resolve harden. Talia's words ignited a spark deep within, a burning desire to stand firm against the tide. He pushed through the throng, reaching for her, their hands almost touching, the fabric of faith weaving them together. The guards descended like wolves, sharp, merciless, and hungry. But within the crowd, fear transformed into fury, and a primal scream erupted, echoing through the darkened streets. We will not be silenced. And in that defiance, in that raw, visceral moment, the air crackled with a power that transcended the earthly realm. As the crowd surged forward, united, Sylvan grasped Talia's hand, their fingers intertwining, their spirits ignited by the tumult of emotion swirling around them. Together, they charged into the unknown, hearts thundering, spirits soaring, propelled by the promise of a new dawn. Time fractured, the night stretching endlessly before them, a canvas of shadows and light. Amidst the chaos, their breaths mingled in the cool night air, the weight of their choices heavy upon them. Each heartbeat echoed through the streets of Alexandria, a silent promise, a testament to their courage. In that fleeting moment, they were not just individuals caught in a storm but a part of something ancient and profound, a story that would ripple through the ages. And as the sun began to rise, casting a golden hue over the city, they understood, this was only the beginning, a fragile thread woven into the tapestry of time, an eternal dance between light and dark. The sun hung low over the horizon, a dying ember in a sky streaked with bruised purples and violent reds. A sharp cry pierced the air, a sound that clashed like metal on metal, echoing off the walls of crumbling temples. I stood in the shadow of the Great Pyramid, the stones whispering ancient secrets of glory and despair, as chaos danced around me. My heartbeat matched the frantic rhythm of the battle drums, each thud a reminder of the world collapsing. I remember the moment my brother, Amir, stumbled into view, eyes wide, the weight of dread pulling at his shoulders. They're coming, Zayn! The Arabs! They ride like the wind, fierce and relentless. His words sliced through the haze of disbelief, and I felt the air grow thick and suffocating. The very ground trembled beneath our feet as if the gods themselves were shaking in fear, and I could only clench my fists, rage tangling with helplessness. And then there was Samira, a flicker of light in the encroaching darkness, her laughter a distant memory turned bittersweet. She was supposed to be safe, sheltered behind the walls of her father's home, but the scent of smoke and fear pulled her from the shadows, eyes ablaze with defiance. "I won't hide, Zane. I refuse to cower." A fire ignited in her gaze, and though I admired her spirit, I felt the icy grip of sorrow clutch at my heart. For what was bravery but a thin veil over the terror that loomed? I remember the stories of our ancestors, kings and queens who had danced with gods and built monuments that scraped the sky. We were the children of the Nile, nurtured by its blood, its rhythm. But here we were, on the cusp of extinction, facing an enemy who came not just with swords but with a vision, a promise of something we could not grasp. I wanted to scream, to shatter the silence of our demise. The very stones of Egypt seemed to weep, and I felt their sorrow deep in my bones. The battle drew near, the air thick with the scent of sweat and blood, mingling with the heady aroma of jasmine that clung to Samira's hair. I could see them then, the riders, dark silhouettes against the dying light. Their horses surged like tides, relentless waves crashing upon the shore of our civilization. Fear twisted in my gut, a serpent coiling tighter as I met Amir's gaze. For all his bravado, I saw it, the flicker of uncertainty, a chink in the armor of his youthful confidence. "Zane," he whispered, his eyes searching mine, pleading. "What do we do? What do we do?" Oh, the weight of that question pressed down on me, threatening to crush my spirit. I wanted to say something profound, something that would rally our hearts, but the truth was a nameless terror clung to my throat, choking out any words of courage. I could only muster a hollow promise: we fight. But what did it mean to fight when the very fabric of our existence was unraveling? The sun dipped lower, painting the world in shades of despair, and I felt the shadows stretch, clawing at our feet. They were coming for us, these warriors from the sands, like ghosts rising from ancient tombs, destined to erase our legacy. As the sound of clashing swords filled the air, I turned to Samira, her face a mask of determination. "You must go. Flee with the others." But she shook her head, fiercely, her hair flying like a banner of defiance. "I will not abandon you." She stepped closer, her courage igniting a warmth in my chest, a fleeting spark against the encroaching night. But I knew what she didn't: this fight was not for us. It was for something greater, a future we might never see. I remember the first clash, the sound like thunder, bones breaking, a guttural scream tearing from my lips. The world became a maelstrom of chaos, fear, pain, desperation. I fought, but each swing of my sword felt futile against the tide of fate. They were too many. Their resolve was steel, unyielding. My heart pounded, each beat a reminder of how quickly dreams could turn to ash. "Amir!" I shouted, my voice barely piercing the cacophony, but he was already lost in the frenzy, a boy turned warrior, fighting not just for survival but for the ghosts of our past, the dreams we had cherished. I couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. His youth was his armor, while I felt the weight of history pressing down upon me like a millstone. But Samira, she was an anchor, a memory of laughter amid the chaos. I could see her, darting between fighters, her spirit unbroken, capturing the essence of our people as she fought against fate. I wanted to reach for her, to pull her into the safety of my embrace, but the battle raged around us, each clash of metal weaving a tapestry of despair. Then, in the eye of that storm, I caught a glimpse of something, an ominous figure mounted high, cloaked in shadows, eyes glimmering like coals. The leader of the invaders. His presence sent a chill through me, a cold realization that we were not merely fighting for survival, we were fighting against a tide that had come to wash us away, a force that would rewrite our fate with every stroke of its pen. In that moment, the universe held its breath, and I felt the weight of time crashing down upon us. The past and the future collided, a churning vortex of memories and dreams. I thought of the soaring pyramids, the laughter echoing down the Nile, the stories passed from generation to generation. All of it was at stake, and I stood amidst the ruins of our civilization, powerless against the encroaching darkness. "Zane! Samir's voice cut through the haze, fierce and unwavering. "We fight for our future. For our children. Will you stand with me?" But as I looked into her eyes, I realized the truth that writhed within my heart. The future was a ghost, a fleeting whisper that eluded our grasp. How could we fight for something that might never exist? And yet, in that moment of despair, I felt it, the flicker of hope ignited by her bravery. I held her gaze, each heartbeat echoing the tumultuous clash around us. And just then, the ground shook with the roar of battle, the air thick with dust and blood, a haunting reminder of what was lost and what might be. I drew a breath, tasting the salt of tears and sweat, and I nodded. Together, we faced the storm. And as we stood, side by side, against the approaching tide, I felt the first glimmers of dawn, a fragile light breaking through the darkness, promising that even in the face of annihilation, we would carve our names into the annals of time. We would not surrender quietly to oblivion. We would fight. The sun hung low over the endless sands, a burning orb that turned the sky to molten gold. In the distance, the jagged silhouette of the pyramids loomed, ancient sentinels watching over the whispering winds. But here, in the heart of the excavation site, all was chaos. Shovels clanged against stone, voices shouted, and the air crackled with tension as a team of archaeologists fought against time and an encroaching storm. "Get the top! Now!" Dr. Miriam Kader's voice sliced through the din, urgency dripping from her every word, desperation etched into the lines of her brow. She was a force of nature, relentless, fueled by the shadows of her own past, a haunting memory of a failed dig in Nubia that still sent chills down her spine. She had poured everything into this moment, into these buried treasures that might just rewrite history. Beside her stood David, her younger colleague, his hands shaking as he fumbled with the torp. He had idolized Miriam, worshipped her brilliance, but now he felt the weight of her expectations like a noose tightening around his throat. Fear flickered in his chest, threatening to consume him. What if they failed again? What if they unearthed something best left buried? The very thought sent a chill racing down his spine. Miriam felt that familiar flicker of doubt in her gut, a haunting echo of her past failures. "We can't let them take this from us," she whispered to herself, the words a mantra, a lifeline thrown into the raging storm of her fears. The skies darkened overhead, clouds swirling ominously, and she caught a glimpse of something, a flash of gold glinting beneath the surface, a promise of secrets hidden in the earth. "Did you see that?" David's voice trembled, his eyes wide and wild, a boy standing on the precipice of the unknown. He was caught between wonder and terror, the intoxicating pull of discovery battling against the deep, primal instinct to run. "Focus, David!" Miriam snapped, though her heart raced with the same thrill that gripped him. This could change everything. She glanced at the half-buried artifact, the carved head of a pharaoh, eyes closed as if in eternal slumber. What stories lay trapped within those ancient eyes? What whispers of a civilization long gone? Each heartbeat felt like a countdown, time slipping away as the wind howled around them, carrying with it the ghosts of those who had come before. In that moment, the past and present collided, pharaohs and peasants danced within the echoes of the desert. The sands whispered secrets of the cosmos, of lives intertwined in a delicate balance between the divine and the mundane. David knelt by the artifact, his breath hitching as he brushed the grains of sand away. It felt wrong, unsettling to disturb the silence of the ages, yet exhilarating. He was aware of Miriam's piercing gaze upon him, her expectations wrapping around him like chains, clinging tightly. He was terrified of discovery, yes, but even more terrified of disappointing her. "Do you think they knew?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, breaking the suffocating silence that had settled. "Did they realize their lives would become stories, relics for us to dig up?" "I remember," Miriam's voice faltered. "I remember my father telling me stories of the tombs, the mummies wrapped in linen, the gold that gleamed like the sun, the rituals that bound them to the afterlife. They believed they were eternal." The storm broke overhead, rain pummeling down in sheets, a torrential reminder that nature remained the true ruler of this land. The winds howled, drowning out their thoughts and threatening to wash away everything they had fought for. David's heart raced as he caught sight of a flicker of movement from the corner of his eye, a shadow darting across the periphery, a fleeting glimpse of the past, or was it merely his imagination? "Did you see that?" he asked, his voice rising above the roar of the storm. "It's just the weather," Miriam replied, though doubt crept into her tone. "It's just our minds playing tricks." But even as she said the words, a chill crawled across her skin, a whispering dread that gnawed at the edges of her resolve. The past was a living thing, breathing down their necks, and she was keenly aware of the weight of history pressing against her chest. The Pharaoh's eyes echoed in her mind, a call to uncover, to reveal, yet she felt the creeping sensation of being watched, of awakening something best left undisturbed. Thunder rumbled ominously, and in a moment that felt like a lifetime, a crack split the sky, illuminating their surroundings in a sharp, blinding flash. David gasped as the light revealed the full form of the artifact, a sarcophagus, half buried, adorned with intricate carvings. The air thickened with a sense of foreboding, a warning that reverberated through the very ground beneath them. "What have we done?" Miriam breathed, her heart pounding in rhythm with the thunder. "What have we awakened?" David's eyes widened, the weight of their discovery crashing down upon him. He looked from the artifact to Miriam, searching for answers, for reassurance amidst the chaos. But within her gaze, he saw the flicker of fear and the hint of something darker, a realization that perhaps they were not meant to unearth these relics after all. "I remember," she whispered again, the words slipping from her lips like a prayer. "I remember the stories of those who disturbed the tombs, of the curses that followed them." The storm raged louder, a cacophony of nature's fury, and their world began to unravel as the past clawed its way back into the present, threatening to engulf them both in its embrace. The ground trembled beneath their feet, a shuddering pulse that resonated with their own hearts, as if the very earth was alive, breathing alongside them, aware of its own buried memories. And somewhere within that cacophony, a haunting echo of the ancient world called out, beckoning them closer, whispering promises and threats alike, where the line between discovery and destruction blurred like the horizon in a sandstorm. They had stumbled upon something sacred, something that had lain untouched for millennia, and the consequences of their actions danced dangerously close, a silent spectre wrapping itself around them, urging them to choose between the thrill of knowledge and the terror of the unknown. The truth was out there, lurking beneath the surface, waiting for the moment to break free, to cast shadows on their souls, forever changing the very fabric of who they thought they were. Time slipped through their fingers like grains of sand, and with every heartbeat, the past screamed louder, echoing through the storm, both a warning and a call to arms. The shadows lengthened, and neither Miriam nor David could escape the sense that they were standing on the precipice of something vast, something that would change everything. The storm howled, the ground trembled, and as the rain poured down, they stood at the brink, not just of discovery, but of a truth that had the power to shatter worlds. The sun hung low, a molten orb bleeding orange and crimson across the horizon, casting an eerie glow over the stillness of the ancient city. The air was thick, charged with the scent of dust and decay, whispering tales of times buried beneath the sands. I stood there, my heart pounding, surrounded by crumbling stones that once held the laughter and dreams of countless souls. What did they know that we don't? I could feel their ghosts, swirling around me in a cacophony of whispers, secrets, waiting to be unearthed. Sophia, a historian with eyes locking onto the past, stood a few feet away, her fingers tracing the hieroglyphs etched into the stone. "They said these walls would speak," she murmured, her voice trembling, as if the weight of her obsession threatened to crush her. "But can you hear them?" The desperation clung to her, a raw ache that pierced through her scholarly facade. Each symbol marked the lives of those who had believed in gods, in eternity, in something greater. Yet here she was, lost in her quest, overwhelmed by the enormity of it all. The past had become a haunting melody, and she was an unwilling musician, her heart strumming notes of sorrow and desire. Then there was Malik, a once proud archaeologist whose dreams had crumbled like the ruins around him. The sun caught his gaunt face, casting harsh shadows that mirrored the darkness within. They were builders, not just tomb raiders, he spat, anger erupting like a volcano threatening to drown us all in its rage. Their legacy, it's twisted into a game we play in our modern lives, and yet, we're the fools. His fists clenched at his sides, fingers trembling with frustration, as if he could physically grasp the threads that connected then and now. Each breath he took tasted bitter, tainted by the shadows of his failures, by the weight of expectations he could never meet. I watched them, the living embodiments of ancient burdens. Sophia with her relentless quest for truth, and Malik grappling with the demons of disillusionment. Both of them, so achingly flawed, were caught in a storm, wrestling with the distant echoes of a civilization that had once thrived, leaving behind a legacy that pulsed through the veins of every culture that followed. They were more than mere figures in this tale. They were the heartbeats of history, echoing through time, raw, imperfect, and achingly human. The silence thickened, almost suffocating, and I could feel the weight of expectation hanging in the air. It was as if the very stones were alive, waiting for us to crack open their stories. What if they were wrong? Malik's voice broke through the silence, trembling with the weight of 1,000 possibilities. What if, in our pursuit of understanding, we missed the point entirely? His words wrapped around us, a shroud of doubt and despair. In that moment, I could see the flicker of fear in Sophia's eyes, the fear that knowledge could never fill the gaping void left by the past. We huddled together, our breath mingling, an unholy trinity of anguish and yearning. The cosmos spun above us, indifferent to our plight. Time, I whispered, is a cruel mistress. The stars twinkled above, mocking our fragile lives. Each tick of the clock whispered of mortality, a reminder that our stories are mere specks in the vastness of the universe. My heart raced, the weight of our shared humanity pressing against my chest. Look at them, Sophia said suddenly, pointing to the faded murals on the walls, depicting scenes of life, death, and rebirth. They believed in the afterlife, in a journey beyond this world. Her voice trembled with yearning, a longing for something beyond the tangible. But what are we left with? Just memories. Malik scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. Memories don't build civilizations. They crumble into dust. We are haunted by ideas that we can't touch, can't feel. The bitterness in his voice sliced through the air, leaving a chilling silence in its wake. The agony of his truth hung heavily around us. Memories, like shadows, dance but never truly belong. Then, beneath the weight of their words, a shiver coursed through me. What if we were but echoes ourselves, mere reflections of what had been? The silence deepened, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath, waiting for us to make a choice. We were lost, adrift in a sea of our own making, the legacy of ancient Egypt swirling around us, a tempest of inspiration and despair, of death and life intertwined. The shadows lengthened, merging with our fears, wrapping us in uncertainty. I could hear the whispers of the ancients, beckoning us deeper into their world, a world where gods walked among mortals, where the line between life and death blurred into a tapestry of existence. Their legacy, both a blessing and a curse, haunted us still. I remember, Sophia said, her voice barely above a whisper, the first time I saw a pyramid. I was a child, staring up at it, and I thought, how could something so grand, so perfect, ever fade? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and I could feel her heart breaking beneath the weight of her memories. But here we are, she continued, and all that remains are ruins and riddles. Malik looked at her, his heart softening, as if the walls around him were breaking. It's not about the ruins, he said, voice steady, it's what they represent. They inspire us, drive us to create, to evolve. Hope flared momentarily, a gentle flicker in the dark, but doubt soon clouded his gaze. But do we even grasp what we're meant to learn? And there it was, the chasm between us and them, between understanding and ignorance, gaping wide and insatiable. The past clawed at our souls, demanding to be acknowledged, yet our attempts to grasp it felt futile, like trying to catch smoke in our hands. Each heartbeat echoed in the silence, resonating with the weight of a shared humanity that transcended time, echoing the sorrow and joy of countless lives lived and lost. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows that whispered of forgotten tales, I realized we were not merely observers of history. We were part of its fabric, woven into the legacy of those who came before us, bound by the same fears and desires, the same dance with time. The pulse of ancient Egypt thrummed in our veins, an unending cycle of chaos and creation, loss and love, a haunting refrain that promised to echo through the ages, binding us all in a tapestry that could never truly be unraveled. In that moment, fear and longing intertwined, wrapping around us like a cloak as we stood on the precipice of revelation. The walls whispered their secrets, the ghosts of the past lingered, reminding us that we are all part of a much larger story, a story that refused to end.